Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Big 12 Conference Championship. My name is Soy. Alongside me is Kilo Miles, and we are getting ready for some SSBU action. The Big 12 Conference ready to deliver on this Saturday.
Yeah, we have a whole tournament up our sleeve this weekend for you. We'll be starting off today in winners finals and then jumping down to the losers bracket to follow whatever drama might ensue there until we arrive at whoever our champion may be, and they will be qualifying for CECC May Madness. So some real stakes on the line here at the end of the Big 12.
Yeah, and it should be a lot of fun. We've already played through part of the bracket. Like you said, we'll be picking up around winners finals. We're waiting on one match to wrap up to get the results of that. Currently, Oklahoma State is sitting in one of those spots in winners finals. Their path to that champion, or to this side of the bracket, was beating University of Houston White, and then I believe beating beating University of Arizona Navy, and then beating Colorado Boulder in the semifinals. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, it's Kansas versus Houston's red team wrapping things up.
And then Yeah, Colorado State has two teams left in the bracket, and the ASU Sun Devils will have to run through both of them if they want to fight their way through losers. Colorado State, we're going to be keeping an eye, or not Colorado State, Colorado University of Boulder, is going to be someone we have our eye on here in the lower bracket. They had a promising match against Oklahoma State earlier in this tournament, and I imagine we'll be seeing a bit of them in winners, especially because, well, they got double teams down there.
A storied program too. It's a program that I remember back in kind of the online era where, around 2020, where they pumped a lot of resources into that program. And so we'll see how that roster does. They are on the loser side of bracket, but a little bit farther along than some other teams. Like you mentioned, ASU, a team that is currently sitting on loser's side. They await the loser of University of Houston's red team versus Kansas SSBU, the Jayhawks, sitting there after they beat the other Sun Devils team, I believe, or rather the Colorado team. My apologies, but still, we're currently waiting on one winners semifinal to wrap up their results, and then we get into best of threes, I believe, for this side of the bracket. Should be exciting to see where things pan out from here. Oklahoma State, the number 2 seed, currently sitting in winners finals. Our top seed is that University of Houston's red squad. They go up against the number 5 seed Kansas in that winners semis matchup. But we've heard that this Houston roster has had their struggles throughout this bracket.
Yeah, they've been scrapping, and with how, well, there was already a team kill in the lower bracket with one University of Houston roster taking down the other. Only 2 remain, and this is an important qualifying spot for a lot of schools. Getting into May Madness is, I mean, winning the Big 12 is a feat in of itself, but getting into May Madness is right up there with it, especially because the South, with the, Winthrop University winning out in last May's May Madness, all of a sudden this is a very contentious region for winning the entire event. So being able to qualify through here and not having to go through the Texas qualifier or the last chance qualifier would be huge, and will be huge for whatever team takes home the gold.
Yeah, whoever comes out on top in this tournament is guaranteed a spot in May Madness, but no chance for the second place team. It's not about making the grand finals; it's about winning it. Those who fall in the bracket here will have to try through other regions or the last chance qualifier, which is going to be very difficult to see, especially with the number of schools, number of participants that we see down the line. But we just got word of those results for that semifinal.
Yeah, this is I'm just refreshing the page now because I didn't quite see who that winner was. But it looks like it is going to be the number 1 seed versus the number 2 seed to kick off our day. University of Houston Red taking on Oklahoma State University, the 2 most promising teams we have in this bracket, going head to head. And whoever, well, doesn't take it home will be heading down to losers finals to see if they can redeem themselves and get back to grands for our finale.
Kansas gave them a run for their money in that winners semifinal match, but Houston will be warmed up and ready for this winners finals match. Then we'll go through our loser side of the bracket until we reach grand finals. But it's going to be a lot of fun as we look at some of the names on this roster: Suit, Puffles, Nimble, Mellow, also all on this University of Houston Red team roster. Pretty proficient players, as obviously they've earned the number 1 seed. You don't earn that number 1 seed by mistake. And then on the other side, Oklahoma State, some interesting names: Vapor, Mason, and Micro in particular sticking out to me. But we'll have to see who comes out on top and gets that kind of lead man in for the grand finals match on this winners final side.
Yeah, University of Houston, if I am remembering correctly, big story last year was the fact that they were down, I think it was Nico, who was a cloud player on their roster, who was going on a tear throughout all of CECC. If I'm being honest, was the most dangerous player in the building that day. That, I won't lie, some people thought that his departure would be the end of that whole program. Not so much the case. University of Houston has continued to represent Texas, who, as you know, is one of the strongest regions in all of Smash, and especially in collegiate, hold a special kind of dominance down there.
It is interesting to see that region really thrive, and Houston, one of the top dogs of it. And like you said, players shift in and out of these teams, and so sometimes when a star leaves, you say, well, how are we going to fill their gap? Well, Houston has been able to do that. As you can tell from this tournament, they've got 3 teams partaking in it, so they've got plenty of depth, of plenty of talent to pull from. But we'll see who can kind of emerge as that star for them today. On the opposite side, Oklahoma State, kind of a team that's flown under the radar, hasn't made too many big waves on the kind of national stage, but is looking to do so here.
And if they could, that would be huge. A thing about the South, last year in CECC South, 7 out of the 8 teams to make it to the top 8 were all Texas. And then the other one, Winthrop, well, Georgia, representing strong, representing true, and winning the whole of CECC May Madness. So getting another state in here is just showing how this roster, how this state is really pulling in clutch. I'm curious to see what is going to happen as they're getting ready for this bracket now. And I'm taking a look at their roster as well. Richter is someone else who I've been keeping an eye on the side of UH Red. Very talented player. But yeah, we're excited to see what this matchup is going to be, if we're going to be heading right into it, if we're going to be breaking real quick as we're getting ready for this.
It's going to be an exciting scene here in the Big 12 as we look around at the rest of the bracket to give you an idea of all of the participants here. We opened up the day with University of Houston versus Colorado Boulder's team coming in at the kind of play-in round of the 9 participants. They opened up, Colorado Boulder won, but then lost to Houston in the kind of opening round. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, you had University of Arizona Navy coming in against their Crimson team. The Navy team ends up winning that matchup, so a little bit of familiarity there. The second Colorado team, also on that same side of the bracket, was able to win their opening round matchup against OSO. Then they fell to University of Houston White, beat University of Houston White, the number 3 seed, and lost to Oklahoma State. So a couple good players and matchups in here as well. Didn't get to see some other teams in here like Iowa State and Baylor. Those teams unable to find wins in this tournament, but some larger schools also representing this tournament. So curious to see how their program grows from here. But we're starting to get things rounded out for the top 4 or 5 teams in this tournament still. And as we said, it's going to be an exciting day, starting off on winners finals, and then we get to see the long grind through losers side until that grand finals later tonight.
Yeah, I'm psyched for it. I'm especially excited to see what evolves in this lower bracket, because obviously the tale we would expect and that we've often seen is that number 2 team goes down, number 2 team goes back up, come close but don't quite cut it against the number 1 team. But given how close all of these matches have been, especially Kansas sticking it to UH Red, I am wondering what sort of updates we could be seeing. ASU Sun Devils, I've had an eye on in particular since their breakout performance at CECC May Madness last year. I remember they came up to me and they're like, yeah, we think we're going to do great. And, every single team came up to me and said that. And then they upset the number 8 seed in round 1 and then continued to go on a tear throughout the entire bracket. But Colorado in particular does interest me as well. Specifically, that would be University of Colorado Boulder Black, who also gave Oklahoma a run. Okay, Actually, I take it back. Every team is interesting because every team went 2-1 against each other, had a close match against each other. So we're going to get into the winners finals very soon to start getting some data and look at what these are going to be.
Yeah, the fact that everything was so close through the start of this match, through the start of this bracket, it just signals how close this competition is, and it's gonna make every match so exciting. Every single stock that much more important in these crew battles. So I was thinking about compositions the other day, just trying to do research on some of these teams that we might see. Not sure which characters we'll end up seeing as we start to get things ready here, but I think that this is a conference that has a lot of teams that have historically had very strong, I think, defensive type of play styles. Iowa State, in particular, who I mentioned, had players on Game and Watch, Bowser. It was the Link players who were very defensive, or at least had strong defensive options, and so it felt like problem with some of these teams was going to be creating your own momentum, right? We saw in the last crew battle that you and I worked together with uh, a match where a Falco just ended up tearing through the bracket, a character that has such strong combos. But some of these characters, it feels like if they're going to get, a massive lead, take 3 stocks or something to gain that big heavy advantage, that the pacing of it is going to be a little bit slower. And so I'm wondering what the pacing of some of these matches is going to be like.
Yeah, I think OSU wants to open up strong and fast with SPZ, a player I am familiar with on the Ken. You were talking about fast combo-oriented characters. I don't think there's a single character who represents that grounded aggression just as much as Ken. SPZ has always been fairly consistent. I've definitely seen them like quite often making their way through their locals. I don't think they traveled that much, but back when I was down in Texas, I saw a bit of them there. And I'm curious to see how they're going to open up against UH's opening. I mean, it remains to be seen. I feel like shutting down this opening. We talk about it always, the importance of the opener, but especially the opener in the first round of a crew battle is very difficult to bounce back from, because once you are down for the count, especially when this is a team you've played against multiple times in a row, we end up... You don't want, if you've planned a lot to take down particular players, you don't want to end up on the back foot improvising when you are in the winners finals, when you are looking to take this down, as we're just trying to get a few last things tidied up, get us into the game. And I'm thinking we might be getting that soon enough. Yeah, just getting the bands all figured out as we finish up here.
Yeah, and to your point, I agree, right? Starting off on the right foot, we always talk about how important that is, because in this crew battle format where it is King of the Hill style, take as many stocks before you lose your own, it feels much easier to play with advantage, to play from a lead. Everyone feels comfortable with a lead. It's these make or break moments where you have to come back from. We always talk about when you're playing up against some of the upper echelon, you're playing against the anchor of somebody. You want your best chance at them. You want as many stocks as possible. But sometimes it's just about keeping it close, giving yourself a good chance, giving yourself the opportunity to make a play in that kind of final bout. But it starts with that opener. It starts when you are on even footing, blind picking right off the bat. That's why we see a lot of teams opt for characters that just feel like they've got a good number of beneficial matchups. It feels like they try and go for some well-roundedness, knowing that they're not quite sure what their opponent's bringing to the table.
As we will be able to see what they're bringing to the table now, as we've got the bands all figured out, we've got the starters all figured out. It's time to get this opening match underway. University of Houston Red versus Oklahoma State University. Best of 3 crew battles. 3 players in each crew battle, and only 1 player moving on into the winners finals to fight for a chance with advantage to be our Big 12 champion and qualify, as it's going to be Aegis on the Aegis versus SPZ on the Ken.
SPZ, you mentioned on that Ken for the side of Oklahoma. We'll see what they're able to do here so far. They are getting smothered by the speed of this Mithra. Aegis doing a fantastic job of keeping them on the outskirts of the stage. They'll use their range to rack up even more damage, and now they're looking for the stock here early. Percent on Pyra, 32, but now this is working their way back into it. Can they recover? They'll opt to go low here, snap back to the ledge. Down tilt's landed, don't quite find the forward tilt afterwards.
Yeah, and I'm liking this so far. Aegis doing a good job keeping their space until they get caught on trying to catch a landing. That super armor is not going to do great. Pyra just doesn't have the tools to burst through that super armor. If you're not aware of how that works, when SPZ is landing, they can take exactly 1 hit and follow up with a powerful counter hit, and they're using that to cover all their landings when Pyra is out. Aegis on the Mithra will be able to use the multi-hits to break through that, but as soon as you're looking for the kill, as soon as you go to Pyra, that's where SPZ gets their mileage. The early percents are where Aegis has the advantage. Unfortunately, SPZ is blowing through those fast.
I mean, the kill power of Ken just comes online so quickly in this matchup. 1 small catch there along the ledge, and they're able to convert it into the up B. And just like that, it's a 1 stock lead and a substantial one, as Aegis now trying to find some wiggle room back in. The 1 stock they took until about 160%. It's early side beat. Now the up B to try and punish. A little bit of damage landed, but every little bit of work here by SPZ makes that lap stock so much easier. They try and pull the trigger, and it's just too early. Up smash will kill at under 100, and Aegis has given themselves a chance.
Yeah, slim chance, but if they're able to keep them in the air, stay on Mithra for as long as you can, this might be big. Honestly, I'll be real sorry, I think it's worth playing the long game with how that Nair blows through this. Because when you're on Pyra, you have to space perfectly. 1 mistake right now and they're dead, but 1 mistake is what we see from SPZ, caught up by a down air into an up smash, and it's actually going to be Aegis with the surprise victory taking that home.
All 3 stocks taken via up smash there. Weird conversion on the first one, only getting kind of 1 hit and a knockdown out of it, but they immediately followed up, take the stock, and then the next 2 get caught above and find the up smash. So well done to steal that game back, where SPZ had basically a full stock advantage at one point, but you can't count Aegis out.
Certainly can't. And now with SPZ down, this is tricky. So I do want to talk a little bit about how SPZ was playing that and how Aegis came back. So we started off there with SPZ really putting in work, finding the counter hits. On the landings especially, Aegis was doing the generic Aegis game plan. You fight hard, you fight through them with the Mithra, you beat them down, you win neutral, and then you go to Pyra to get the kill. That's not really how it works against Ken, though, because you can't catch landings. All of Pyra's moves are single hit. They don't break through that focus attack, that strong super armor that SPZ was using to get their counter hits. But once Aegis caught onto that and stayed on the Mithra for the longer periods of time on lower percents, the game plan that SPZ was going for just wasn't functioning the same. SPZ was going for a landing, they'd go into their focus attack, and it'd get caught by the Nair. It'd get caught by the up tilt. All sorts of attacks would just get blown through, and then all of a sudden we see Aegis on the winner, and then of course catching them with the down tilt in the end there, converting clean down to air rather into up smash, the clean finisher everyone's going for. Hot rage sweeping the nation right now, as yeah, we can take a look at these replays as well, too. And I do have to credit SPZ as well for the way they were able to convert so frequently. I think both of the kills that they got were at like 70%. That is where Ken wants to be doing that. You don't want to get opponents escaping into the higher percents.
Yeah, converting in that kind of mid-high to just under 100-ish% was very key for Aegis in that matchup. We see the next name, I believe, locked in for the side of Oklahoma State. Mason on the Fox, stepping into the ring. Aegis will have to drop 2 as it's just a 1-stock lead, but could mean everything, that extra stock. All the kill power of Aegis could potentially come online on a lighter character like Fox, but it's one of the few characters that matches up punch for punch in terms of speed.
Yeah, it is difficult to deal with that disjoint, but a nice parry there on the initial pressure puts Mason on the back foot. Tries to fight through it with a drill, drag down there. Good, but that air dodge is able to get Aegis out of there. Catches the air dodge as well, and waits for another one. Gets aggressive at the ledge now. Aegis looking for a quick way to finish this off.
Finds a way back. Forward till getting it blocked out. Dash attack into a forward air. Another one converting through. Mason putting on the pressure right now in the corner. Finds the rapid jab, but how do they find this edge guard? They go for the nair.
Oh.
Get reversaled upon. Down air at the ledge. Good night, goodbye, first stock. And whatever happens now, Houston will maintain the lead.
It doesn't catch the photon edge either, and when you force Aegis that far off edge, you want to finish them off, but not a lot of things safe on hit at the beginning of the stock there. Just a simple up smash out of shield off of a dash attack is enough for Mason, but not before dropping a stock. It's actually Suit on the Pyromither. I was like, who is Aegis? I was playing around that for a little bit, but Suit did some work, taking 4 stocks to open up for their school, and really putting Houston in a good spot going forward with counterpick advantage on a Fox with only 2 stocks.
Yeah, strong spot to be in for the side of Houston. Suit putting in the work on the Aegis. Mason on the Fox, you saw the moments where this character can thrive, right? They are just a fast ball of damage, basically, right? They can just be in your face, pressuring you with a lot of their quick moves. A lot of them combo very easily. You saw dash attack numerous times into things like neutral air, but at the end of the day, Suit still able to find that quick conversion, because one mistake, one jump off the ledge to try and find an edge guard, decent idea by Mason to go for that neutral air. It's generally the right space, but you can follow that wall up on the recovery, and then it's a simple turnaround down air that does the job.
Yeah, one thing I did like in particular from Mason was the way that they were using those drag down forward airs to stack on the percentage. I will credit it more than anyone. It is not a true combo. You can tech that, but Fox also has the speed to follow the techs. And if you don't tech it, then that's a lot of free damage for Fox. Fox isn't really as combo-oriented as many of the other top tiers. The punish game isn't quite as strong. What it comes more into is the burst range, the reaction time. You simply, especially online, can't react to a lot of what Fox is doing. You saw the fast fall nairs at ledge. That, even offline, Suit wouldn't be able to react to that. It's faster than human reaction time. You have to predict what Mason is going to do, or just cover it with your immense disjoint, which is what Suit elected to do to get off of the ledge there. Suit had a lot of good options. Looking for the reversals off of ledge, always a good idea. Getting the 2-frame there, fantastic. I love the footstool they got out of the blazing edge. They did as well. Suit had a lot of good tricks up their sleeve on a fast faller like Fox, but in the end, only 4 stocks. Mason has the opportunity to fight back here against whoever's coming up. They had a lot of good utilization of the tools. I want to see more of that ledge trapping. I love the nairs at ledge. A back air too would be very good. Just short hop, shuffle back air at ledge would be more than enough to fight back, especially when you're consistently getting those nairs as well. Mixing them in makes it so much more dangerous, because like, I'll be real, getting hit by a soft hit in air at ledge isn't really that much of a bad thing for a lot of characters. They're like, oh, I'll just reset. But mixing in the back airs means you can't challenge any of the short hops that Mason is doing at ledge, or full hops rather, because any of them could convert into a kill as early as like 100% for some characters.
Especially for a lighter one like Pyramithra. And I like what you said about Suit. We'll have to see how their performance goes as the series goes on. They're out here for set number 1, but taking 4 stocks off the board out of a 12 needed to take game 1 of a series. Could be impactful to watch here, especially with how close a lot of the games have been throughout the day. But like you said, Mason able to potentially make up some groundwork here, only down 1 stock. And the pressure that this character can bring to the table is immense. I like what you said about the corner play too. We saw a little bit of that from Mason, not necessarily in the aerials, but outside of the neutral air, obviously, but the rapid jab at the corner too, right? The jabs just come out so quickly for this character. It's a decent chunk of damage when it all lands and kind of helped reset the situation. You're seeing now locked in for the side of Houston, that second member. It's going to be Mello coming into the ring, and I'm getting shades of Melee here based off of the names we see, even though it's Daisy locking in here, similar to the Peach Fox. This is an old school matchup.
It really is, but it plays so differently in the new school, it might as well be entirely foreign. What makes the matchup so deadly in Melee is Shine, the fact that Shine doesn't knock down in Melee, the fact that Peach, even though she has a very variable recovery, is quite slow and is vulnerable to getting Shine spiked. Not so much the case here in Ultimate. It is Fox trying to rush down, but Peach is still a defensive powerhouse. That much has not changed. The only thing I think is more deadly is that, Daisy is going to have an incredibly variable combo game. Will be able to edge guard with the turnips. I believe they fight through everything except a moving Firefox. So you have a slow, lingering projectile that you can deal with Fox with. And overall, it's going to be a little bit tricky to deal with the aggression, but or deal with this defense. But if Mason can get in, being able to fight strong at the ledge will be very important.
Interesting stage selection here. We go to we're going Kalos, so a spot that we don't really see all too frequently. A lot of kind of Battlefield or Final Destination picks come through. We'll see if that plays a factor as this match goes on. So far it's Mason applying that early pressure at the low percents, but Mello, maybe a chance to punish here. Instead, just a quick fastball. It's a multi-hits into an up smash on the platform, and just like that, Mason out of nowhere ties things up.
If I gotta be frank with you, this was Mello's counter pick, and I don't love it. Fox has the speed to run Mello in circles, and Mason's utilizing that, not afraid to drop back and use the laser, look for their opportunity. I love the back air at low percent as well. Mason saw just how being unsafe treated Suit, and they're making sure they're not doing anything that's too unsafe on shield. Additionally, Mason is not really giving Mello a lot of time to pull turnips, and because of that, Mello doesn't have a lot of strong options out of shield besides the Nair.
Right now, Mason's still at a percent deficit. Up air follow-up. Mason hungry for this stock, too. Has a little bit of rage, so this is absolutely kill percent for Mello if they're not careful and get caught by something like a smash attack, but drag down, up smash. Oh, the tall ceiling. Oh! They don't find a multi-hit. Somehow they fall out of it, and we are tied in percents now, only 8 separate.
I love this matchup, Soy. I really do, as Mello smacks Mason with the crown, sending him off stage, but Mason has done a lot of work to make this even, to get Oklahoma State back in the running here. Here at the winners finals of the Big 12. Back air there, running in, will be enough to send Mello off stage, and now I'm loving these back airs at ledge. It's exactly what I wanted to see, and against Peach, who without a turn-up doesn't have the best options off stage, Mason is able to use that ledge pressure to convert into a kill.
I was about to say, I think they heard you. They're throwing out those back airs everywhere along the ledge, making nowhere feel safe for Mello. They get a parry, a drag down, jab reset, another down air on the platform. They find a dash attack as well, but now all of a sudden things turn around. Mello, float cancel combo. They don't find the back air, they'll find a down air instead. Low recovery, turnip throw. Like you said, fighting through the Firefox there, Mason able to weave around that dangerous spot. It is a dead even game once again.
Turnip in hand, so Mason has to be very careful around the shield. One wrong move could lead to a combo. Back air puts them off stage, and this forward air could be deadly, but Mason with the superior ground game is able to find their way in. Up air, another one more will do it, but a back air once again. You don't want to be in these edge guarding situations, but Mello has not been able to keep Mason pinned at ledge. Mason has continued to be evasive as they're here looking for an opportunity at ledge, staying on stage, not repeating their mistake from game one, and 150%. Anything strong from Mason will be the end of Mello's stock.
That was a dangerous roll in the way Mason was playing, positioning himself, looking for one opening. One strong hit from Mason will do the trick. Mello's gonna have to find something. He finds a back air. He's got stage control. What can he do? Can he keep him at the corner? No. Throws out the back air, but doesn't find anything. Trying to go for a grab, and that will be punished by the back air. And Mason pulls things back for Oklahoma. The Cowboys have the lead.
I hope we get to see a replay of that, because that was, I'm not gonna overcomplicate it. Simple movement, but still clean nonetheless. What Mason did right there was run in, as they have always done, and then immediately jump up, going for the back air. Because at that percent, that's what's gonna kill. Back air, back air, back air. And Mello knows that, and knows that back air isn't safe. And so they go for the shield grab. But it's too early. Like I said, especially online, Fox falls too fast for you to react to what they're doing. And so when they did that, and this conversion, I'm sorry, we got to take a second away from that combo. That conversion right there, tracking them down with the down air into the up smash. I mean, down air up smash has always been there, but yeah, Mason played this really well on that stage. But yeah, looking here on this last stock, look at this. Jump in, baits the shield grab, and then immediately drops back down with a back air. Fox's fall speed is so fast. The gravity is so intense on that character that no one can react. So if you commit to a laggy option like shield grab, you know Mason's going to be all over you on that. A hard read into a good finish, Oklahoma State back in the lead.
It was time and time again, too. We saw that numerous times throughout the matchup, using that speed to their advantage. Shield grabs, I don't think that Mello landed one, really, throughout that series. That's just how, Mason was able to weave around. The combo game, very strong. That first combo, that first stock was definitely a tone setter, and it changed the pace of the match. The fact that they were able to find these platform extensions a couple times, at least twice in the kind of early portions of the series, help them bring things back, help them tie up the percents numerous times. And then in those key moments in the red, around 90 to 100-ish%, you just felt like Mason had far more control in those moments, partially because the threat of that back air.
And speaking of control there, I felt like Mello wasn't able to seize control away from Mason at the ledge, where with their turn-ups, being able to throw the turn-ups up to cover a lot of options, I feel like they should have thrived. And if I'm being honest, I give that a little bit to the stage. I feel like Mason was able to utilize those platforms a lot to escape from the ledge. But ultimately, it was Mason's tricky movement, utilizing the threat of their falling aerials to get out of the corner there, that really put Mello on the back foot when they were trying to get an edge guard.
There were numerous times, too, when, Mello is trying to recover, from a vertical position, just trying to float down, fall down, and Mason is just eating it up, right? Up airs galore for those opportunities, hunting, searching, and nearly found a stock or two off the back of it. But either way, they find a stock advantage here. One more of this Fox on the board, and the third player being locked in for the side of Houston, Nimble, stepping into the ring this time around.
Nimble on the Sheik. This will be interesting. I feel like they'll be able to match Fox blow for blow. The problem is Mason gets more for those blows than Nimble does. We've seen Mason rather get a lot of strong conversions off of their back air, off of these early percents. So Nimble's got to be ready for these drag down forward airs. Got to be ready for this nair and back air ledge trapping. Because if you're only getting chip damage, if you are trading 1-for-1 with Mason, I don't think it's going to go well for you. So utilizing these forward tilts convert into kills, being able to utilize your tools at ledge to get edge guards, it's going to be those are the main conditions for Nimble to win this without losing a stock.
Stray hit kill power is the difference, I feel like, in these two characters. Fox has so many more moves that will kill, that will take stocks at early percents, where you'll get Sheik and the moves that can kill feels like it's such a specific setup at times, so you know exactly what you're looking for if you're Mason to try and avoid. Can they find even more of an advantage here?
Oh my gosh!
Will Nimble tie things back up? Wow, that shield was just the size of an M&M, but barely holding on, and Nimble playing patient, chipping away at Mason's first, or last stock, I should say.
Nimble using quite literally all of the defensive tools in their kit to keep this aggressive assault from Mason at bay. Mason almost catches that air dodge, but doesn't quite, and Nimble going very far off stage as well, able to get a jab lock there, converts into a down tilt, but can't quite get that conversion off of the down tilt, and now Mason's right back in the running, looking for a ledge trap here, but Nimble already showing that stray hit kill power we were looking for off of just a jab lock.
Scary spot here. Trade neutral airs. Looking for the up smash. Up tilt now, or sorry, forward tilt. To a back air. Could be an edge guard spot. They find another back air. And they find the next one. Tries to up B instead. Got the ledge trump for a moment, it felt like, but Mason's able to jump out of it and almost found a back air of their own. They up B back to the ledge. Tricky spot there. Mason was looking for the up B into the stage. Back to the ledge once more goes Nimble. They find their way out of the corner. They roll, they hold shield, they get hit up by the up tilt. Now back to the ledge once more. Another kind of tricky spot here, and Mason will find the up air underneath. They track him down and knock down the opener.
One thing you can be fairly confident in is that Fox doesn't like to go off stage, and Nimble is exploiting that, but the up B? The explosion right there, tripping up Mason. I guess it is one of your biggest AoEs right there. And Nimble using it to go back to ledge, defending and attacking at the same time. A regular old Meisterhaus, that will be Nimble. Only dropping a single stock, but Oklahoma State still slightly in the lead there after that set.
Mason with a big stock there to find. Things got a little scary for both players in that kind of 90-ish% range, but it was, at the end of the day, the up air to come through. As you know, at some point Nimble knew they had to get out of the corner, could not find a clean way to do so. The up B ending up taking down Mason's final stock. I really like that move for Sheik just in general. It feels like a move that, you know, like you said, one of the larger AoEs, but a surprising amount of knockback to it. And in that moment, right, knowing that it's going to kind of pop right where Mason's going to be, because they're the one hunting you. They're the one tracking you down in that moment. Tried to go for the dash attack, gets punished instead. Now we get to see that third member of Oklahoma State step into the ring. We saw the character locked in, Micro on the snake entering the ring.
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky one here. Snake with a frame 1 combo breaker is going to interrupt a lot of these setups that would be true on literally any other character. Nimble will have to play perfectly, especially against a heavy like Snake. That's going to be tricky because a lot of your stuff just isn't going to be safe on hit. And you don't have the disjoint to deal with the grenades in the way someone like Pyramithor would. So, against this Snake, against the aggressive pressure, you're going to have to see Nimble hit these conversions we saw ghosts of in the fight against Mason.
It'll be a tricky spot indeed. Have to pick and choose their timing very carefully. Here we go. Again, only a 1 stock advantage for the side of Oklahoma State. Can Micro bring things back here? have to see. Micro right now setting up the the series of projectiles, grenades galore, the name of the game whenever Snake is on screen. But here we go, first combo attempt here from Nimble. They find a few hits, they find a down air as well, into a forward air, but bit of a trade coming through there as Micro gets out of the explosion. Now another one. It's so difficult to try and get these combos going, especially with landmines everywhere, essentially.
The thing is, even with them at equal percents, Micro is by far winning when you look at the weight differential and you look at the way these two characters get their kills. If I'm going to be honest, this seems like a very annoying matchup here, as Micro has the advantage because they know that the more percent they take, the further out of Nimble's kill confirm range that they get. Nimble is harassing with these needles, and it's doing some work to make sure that these don't go well, but a parry into an up tilt is all they need. Micro gets the initial kill, but a forward smash raw and untempered in the corner will take the initial stock from Micro.
Yeah, well played by both players, and like you said, right, you can chip away with these needles, you can find these forward tilts, but it's sort of the playstyle that Nimble has to play in order to try and work back in this series, because, well, Micro can easily turn things around. These trades just go in their favor. Maybe they can find something here. Got a little dangerous for a moment, but even those needles didn't even do a full percent.
No
Up
way.
tilt with a little bit of rage is gonna kill. Nimble goes down, and Micro extends the lead for Oklahoma.
Are you kidding me, Soy? That was like, what, 80% at most? But they were hit by the very top of the hitbox, and Nimble is off to blasting off again, I guess. That, I won't lie, that's a first one for me. But that will mean that Nimble is down. Micro with the significant stock advantage for the side of Oklahoma State. And we'll take a look here and just look at how they get these kills. One misstep, one parry, one badly spaced aerial, and all of a sudden you're on the back foot here. As, okay, 76%. 76%.
I didn't see if the DI was quite right, but still, that is just shocking to witness. I mean, Sheik's a light character. I think we all know that, but that is like the pinnacle of it in that moment.
Robbery. But hey, Snake, he knows how to get in, get out with his mission accomplished, and that's exactly what he did. Whoever's coming in next, Puffles, I would assume, will have to play around that win condition, knowing nothing is truly safe on shield, because one parry could be the end of your stock. One misspaced aerial could be the end of your stock. As Micro had very good sense of how not just to rack up percent through trades, but to find kills with that up tilt consistently.
And I spoke earlier about playing with a lead, playing with advantage. Micro, even though they're getting counterpicked, they've done their job here. They've gotten to the anchor of Houston. And Snake is a character that time and time again, we mentioned in these crew battles, in the hybrid format, with a lead, this character is so dangerous to play against. They are so difficult to try and work back on because of the grenades, because every single trade just seems to go in their favor. That weight plays to their advantage. Puffles is going to have their work cut out for them. But we've seen some successful younglings in the collegiate scene. Can Puffles bring it all back here for Houston? Or will the Cowboys close things out here and now? We'll get things ready as these players enter into the ring. PS2, the stage.
Puffles on the Young Link going to be one of the only players on this team that can match Micro projectile for projectile. With the bomb arrows, with the boomerangs, it's going to be a lot of work put in. And of course, got some grenades of your own right there. So we're going to see just this continued assault. I mean, this is an arms race. An arms race that Micro might have the more modern weaponry in, but the ancient stuff still does the trick when push comes to shove.
A bit slower off the start, but like you said, just projectile for projectile, back and forth. No one wants to give up too much here, and even though one hit might land, positioning is everything in this matchup. Ooh, they find the boomerang in. They found a down tilt afterward, but again, the grenade interrupting that combo. Sneaking another bomb, but there's the up air underneath. Again, weight class in favor of Micro here. Puffles will die much earlier, so the fact that they've got that 14% advantage now extending, certainly in a good spot, but oh, look at the conversion to track down, nearly able to pull the trigger. Didn't want to throw out the forward air quite yet, but the C4 on the platform, they lost track of it, and that will be the end of Puffles' first stock.
A very good placement right there from Micro. Micro already showing that they're going to be one of the main threats that Houston has to deal with if they want to take down this Oklahoma State roster. Puffles a little bit more on the aggressive side in this archetype both of these characters fill, and honestly it's not really going to their favor right here, because in this defensive blow for blow matchup it's always going to be, I think, Micro who comes out on top. You need to be seeing more of those extensions that we saw that got Micro to this percent if we're going to end up seeing Puffles take it home.
And honestly, good grab here underneath. They get the forward throw, but won't kill quite yet. We're seeing opportunities from Puffles to potentially pull the trigger on something like the forward air, but they've got the bomb in hand, and it honestly feels like they should pull the trigger a little bit earlier on some of these conversions, but because they're still working on the projectile game covering space, that was a crazy interaction, as the neutral air will end up taking the stock around 180. Somehow Micro was able to make it back though, and that was impressive in its own right.
Sometimes I forget that like Young Link can do the two short hop nairs in one short hop. Like, doesn't seem like something that should be possible, but hey, Bubbles did it. And that was the stock taker there, and this is still very doable for Puffles to make it to this last player, especially one stock remaining. But we saw how much lease on life Micro is afforded, 180% before that kill comes out. You got to get some earlier confirms, and with these parries coming out from Micro as well, you can see they're getting the handle on the timing of this pressure from the Young Link.
Defense is strong. Micro only at 42% here. Puffles has to do so much work, but he can't even get in. The up air stuffing out any last attempt there. Just kind of cycling through, using the platforms, but now Puffles looking for the opening, continuing to throw out and rain these projectiles down. Maybe a tech chance, but oh my goodness, Micro, fearless. Neutral get up into up tilt, does the trick, and all of a sudden, Puffles and Houston are down to their last stocks.
Difficult to deal with there, but two trades and Puffles is basically at even percents. Micro, a real opportunity to bring the guillotine down right here and now. Puffles looking for some opportunities, but again, they're playing Micro's game. But at a certain point, do they even have that much of an opportunity to play a different game? Sure, they can try to set off the projectiles, the grenades in Micro's hand with a well-placed bomb arrow, but I feel like Micro just gets more out of this game consistently than Puffles does. Where do they find the kills? Where are they going to be? That's the question that weighs heavy on my mind right now, Soy, because the opportunity for a stray hit aerial just really isn't there when you're playing this.
Dash attack underneath too makes it so difficult. That quick burst that could eventually kill. Puffles trying to find a way to recover. They are able to make it back to the platform, but there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Micro the Snake finds the up air, and Oklahoma State take the first game of the crew battle.
Interesting stuff right here. Obviously, we know Houston is not invulnerable to losses. I mean, they've lost many times before, and they even dropped one to Kansas right in the match before this, but going down to losers now is not what you want to see. Not only does that mean you're going to be in for so many more matches, but you have to win so much more to win this. Oklahoma will get a break. They'll be able to be well rested, well fed, while Houston will have to fight for their life so early. It's going to be an interesting tournament no matter who takes it home now. But right now, Oklahoma State up 1-0.
And a fascinating spot, like you said, to see a Houston team that has normally been the team to beat in this conference, at least for the past year or two, Oklahoma State playing them tight, playing them close, and honestly, we have to give MVP of that series to Micro for the number of stocks they were able to take. We know Snake is a character that certainly has a very high ceiling, but at the collegiate level, we don't see too many Snakes have these big standout performances. It's often, keeping it close, taking three-ish stocks here or there. It speaks to what I mentioned earlier, right? Pace of play. It feels like Snake often plays a little bit slower, and thus it isn't as explosive as a victory. But Micro showing the potency of this character.
Yeah, they really did. I feel like Micro had a different play style for every single person they went up against. I mean, obviously they only went up against Nimble and Puffles, so like they did have a fairly well-rounded match. But ultimately, the way they played against Nimble, utilizing their counter hits, no one was able to force Snake into a different game. And it's intensive to play the way Micro does. I don't want to invalidate this playstyle. It's so easy when you're doing that under a barrage of projectiles to keep blowing yourself up, to keep taking self-damage. Because Link doesn't really have to worry about that. You do. But ultimately, we didn't see that as much. We saw consistently Puffles was able to get like slight combos. Micro would interrupt, get counter hits, and often end up more rewarded for Puffles' aggression than Puffles was.
It almost goes back to what we spoke about before the game, that defensive play style that I think this conference has been known for in the past, paying dividends here, right? Because so many characters that we saw thrived or died based on, well, their over aggression, their over eagerness. So many specific instances. In particular, the last two, Puffles and Nimble on the Legend of Zelda characters, right? Looking for specific openings, looking for specific combo starters, and if you're very aware of that, you know how to position yourself, how to avoid those instances, avoid those windows of opportunity. And on the flip side, you have a player like Mason who then is able to be the exact opposite, where they know exactly the extent of their offense and they can use and abuse that in this crew battle.
Yeah, a lot of strong tools demonstrated, and Oklahoma State was such a commanding victory, too. I don't see any obvious things that Houston can do to immediately take that home. Like, I feel like there were some ill-suited matches. I feel like Suit, even though they got 4 stocks, could have been used elsewhere, but Suit can't be everywhere at once. Suit was a strong opener. I wouldn't hate seeing someone else come out, but I felt like, ultimately, Houston was playing a little bit reactive. They were coming in, they were fighting people head to head in the same play style that person was utilizing. And if that's happening consistently and Oklahoma State is coming out stronger, then maybe you might want to see something different. You might want to see someone like maybe Suit taking on Micro, and then trying to get Mello to take down SPZ, little things like that. Like, I don't feel like any matchup there was terrible, but some variation I do think is important. And obviously, you can always run it back in losers.
And there are also some interesting matchups, I think, especially if you're kind of leaning towards, say, Micro versus Suit on the Aegis. You look at Houston's matchups outside of the Snake. And all of a sudden you go, okay, well, Young Link can kind of have a commanding pace against maybe Mason's Fox. They've got the projectile advantage against Ken. Sheik for Nimble, right? They played Mason pretty close overall, although it was just 1 stock apiece. Maybe they can also, it's a little bit scary up against Ken, but they have that speed advantage. So we'll be able to see what adaptations Houston brings to the table here, but it feels like at first glance, the player to watch for is Micro on the Snake, with the way that they were able to kind of control the 2 matches, and not just 2 matches, but the last 2 members. We typically hold that 3rd and 4th spot as, key moments because it is the anchor role and kind of the setup man in the lineup the last two chances that you have to build an advantage or keep yourself at a in a favorable position. And Micro really didn't blink in the face of two very strong opponents on Houston.
Definitely didn't. And we're going to get more of that soon in the second round of this crew battle. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, it's going to be the continuation of University of Houston Red versus Oklahoma State University. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome back to the Big 12 Conference qualifiers. We are getting ready for round number 2 between Oklahoma State and Houston. The Cowboys took down the Red Smash team, the Cougars from Houston, in the opening crew battle. They're one win away from advancing to the grand finals of this tournament, but Houston looking to battle back in round 2 here.
Yeah, that was close in the games, not close in the overall match. It ended up being a 5-0 victory in the first crew battle for Oklahoma State, and it really just was little individual victories that added up over time. Obviously, Micro went on a run in the end. Mason was a force to be reckoned with, but at the end of the day, it really was just people playing, taking 4 stocks, taking 5 stocks here or there. Nothing major, nothing crazy. No one player running off on a 7 or 8 stock run. And that means you just got to tighten up. You've beaten these people before. You have made it to CEC before. It is very possible to just win those little individual moments and take this home, as we're just going to see a complete rematch, and tightening up might be exactly what they're doing if we're seeing the same matchups once again.
We'll have to see who comes out on top. Remember, Suit won this battle last time. They took 4 stocks in the opening crew battle, 3 off of SPZ's Ken. But it did look dangerous at first. SPZ was in the lead for most of that opener until they died at about 90-ish% to a couple up smashes. But things looking pretty even off the start. That being said, it is SPZ at an early deficit as they nearly drop a stock. If that up smash connected, that could have been it. But maybe an up tilt, or sorry, down tilt into up air will do the trick instead. 66% now is the advantage here. That's a substantial lead right off the bat for Suit and Houston.
Yeah, we see Suit utilizing these spot dodges, which give Mithra a frame advantage a lot more this time. And we do see SPZ leaning on that focus attack a little more, I say, as they use it 3 times in rapid succession. But, like, the ability, Suit using the neutral air dodges to get out of the grounded confirms and then catching SPZ in the air is making it really difficult for a lot to get done. But again, all SPZ needs is 1 conversion, and suddenly the game looks basically even. It might just be not even in a moment if they're able to keep this pressure up. Catching him out in the jump, SPZ in the lead out of nowhere.
These are strange moments where SPZ is finding these conversions as, wow, a fully charged neutral B. What a move that would have been if that landed. But SPZ is using this up B to try and catch these jumps in, and it is working. It is finding massive mileage. Look at all the damage that's now being racked up. But an air dodge won't get them the ledge. They tried to be cheeky, tried to get around that projectile of the up B, but didn't snap back to the ledge, and now things are tied once again, 1 stock apiece. We saw a similar scenario in the opener, game number 1. Can they mount a comeback yet again? Now the neutral are online. Now they're hunting for these up airs. They find a down air, but the conversion into the up B, and that will do it. SPZ will not be denied this time. Oklahoma State will maintain the lead.
And that's, I'm not gonna lie, grim tidings for Houston. In game 1, Suit was the only one with a positive win rate, taking 4 stocks from the side of Oklahoma State. This time, not looking so lucky. SPZ redeeming themselves here on the Ken, bearing down on Suit, and it's going to be a lot trickier to take this now that not only will the next player have to fight through a stock of SPZs, which, as we saw, that stock can be stretched out a while. That stock can take 3 of yours with how clean their confirms are, but you gotta be aware that all of a sudden the matchups you had in your mind are not looking like as good. Like I said, little individual victories brought Oklahoma State to that eventual match win, and they're looking to start off strong once again here with individual victories from SPZ.
The little things added up, too, to get a 5-stock victory in what has been sort of a crazy day in terms of results. You know, a lot of very close matches is what we've been saying, but a 5-stock victory is really a substantial stock count when all is said and done. SPZ holding the one stock lead here. Curious to see now where Houston goes when you look at the rest of their lineup, also knowing, what's in store for Oklahoma State once this one stock of Ken is done. But you got to deal with one stock at a time here. SPZ doing a much better job. I know they died to an air dodge off stage, but you take that stock off the board. They lost that opener due to kind of dying early, right? Getting caught by those up smashes on platforms and such. The fact that they were able to survive a little bit longer, I feel like was really the difference maker in this one. Held advantage for a significant amount of time, had strong combos in there. And the fact that those up Bs, they were converting them in, maybe not the truest of moments, but still catching jumps with that move is just like a quick way, a quick reaction that all of a sudden eliminates a stock off the board. It felt very good and very well executed upon by SPZ.
Yeah, I looking back at that game one, I really did feel like it was a case of SPZ exploiting Suit's unfamiliarity with the focus attack mechanic to get a lot of early percent. And then all of a sudden Suit caught on and was like, oh, I just use multi-hits and I win. And obviously it's more complicated than that, but in that very moment, Suit hit way harder once they saw through the utilization of that mechanic, and SPZ wasn't able to adapt fast enough. This time, SPZ was playing a lot more grounded, and sure, Suit was still getting out of a lot of their grounded confirms with spot dodges, using that frame advantage to get significant damage, but ultimately, it wasn't enough. SPZ, with just some explosive finishes right there, like you said, catching jumps in with the up B, stuff like that, was really difficult to deal with, and we're going to see Nimble on the Sheik answering right now.
I actually kind of like the switch up here, even though it feels like a scary matchup for Sheik to go into. If you drop the opening crew battle, you got to find a way to change things up. We saw Nimble be the third player for Houston last time, and Ken is just large enough a hitbox for some of these Sheik combos, I think, to be a little bit cleaner, a little bit easier to convert. They've got that range advantage as well with things like the needles that we saw them use in the matchup against Micro Snake. So there are ways for them to take full advantage and take this stock cleanly, but the way SPZ is playing, this is what makes things dangerous.
So advantages for Sheik. Definitely is able to utilize multi-hits to get through that super armor. Catching landings with the forward smash is what I'm looking for especially. Down air as well has 2 hits. A lot of people don't really register that. But really, Sheik gets her combos through a lot of very, very fast neutral single-hit moves. That doesn't really seem to be the best thing to scrap with Ken, but we're looking at just focus attack here. We saw the way Nimble was able to convert things like down air into the up smash, was able to call out landings with impeccable ledge trapping, and the way their movement was tripping up Mason during their match. So if they're able to keep that up, keep playing that distance game, I think we could be seeing something better, but this does seem like a difficult matchup for Sheik to fight their way through as Nimble enters the arena.
The good news for Houston right now, they only have to take one stock off the board of SPZ to tie things back up. The bad news, SPZ is hungry right now for more stocks. They go back to PS2 here. They'll drop 2, and then we'll get things back underway. Nimble's Sheik made it close in their last matchup. Didn't get to see SPZ, but was able to shut down Mason, who was able to gain some advantages for Oklahoma State. We'll see if Sheik can get the job done here. Nimble trying to play elusive off the start here, fully charging those needles. Now they found their opening. Low percent combos. Here we go. Couple aerials. Oh, sneaking in the down tilt was good too. Quick 35 landing.
And with that down air there, Nimble is playing this perfectly, playing the keep away game, only going in when they're at a frame advantage, needles catching the landing as well. Well, Nimble is Nimble. unable to lay a finger on them. SPZ is holding strong in the center, but not overcommitting because they know that if they are able to get a strong, clean hit in the center, then that could just be Nimble's stop.
Oh, wow. The forward air not able to punish, gets the shield out in time. Chase down from Nimble. Oh, but here's the opening for SPZ. A little bit of damage. They back away. Good upbeat back to the ledge. And they're changing up. Normally, Nimble, using that bouncing fish, goes all the way to the other side of the stage. Instead, they drift down, sneaking a forward air. They tried to find that landing. You talked about it. Landing forward smash. Won't be able to do the trick quite yet. Nimble doesn't grab the ledge there, so it looked dangerous. But they will find the up air underneath. And Nimble will tie things back up.
An even scoreline between Houston and Oklahoma State, which is as much as you could ever ask for. However, this is still going to be tough. Counter advantage against Nimble. However, I have to commend Nimble for playing that as perfectly as anyone could ever ask for. A multi-hit I didn't consider initially was the Needles. Really good job of disrupting SPZ's ground movement and landings. And the thing is, Needles can also convert into a variety of options, especially if they're caught out as they were. So, with that Fox being selected, I expect it could be Mason coming in next for a rematch again. And this is very interesting for me. But, oh my gosh, the way Nimble played that, the way they just played keep away, never overcommitting, forcing SPZ into an overcommit, and even when they were at kill percent, still finding a way to weave in and get the kill was very crucial.
Even when things looked a little dicey, right? A little bit of chip damage had been landed. They were sitting at about 40. Then they get hit to about 60 off a quick combo. They're off stage. And there just seemed like there was no panic from Nimble's side. They were able to confidently kind of drift in with the up B, snap back to the ledge. Then all of a sudden double jump down B, get to the other side of the stage. Even the quick scramble moments on shield where things are certainly dangerous because of what Ken can do. Held their ground, held that shield for an extra second, rolled away, or went for things like the down tilt immediately afterwards. So played a very kind of thorough and thought out game in that moment and was able to seal away the stock because of it. Now here comes the big challenge. Mason's Fox was very strong in the last game in terms of giving Oklahoma the lead in this very position. They shut down Mello on the Daisy in the opener. They only saw one stock of Nimble last time, but it was a stock advantage that Mason was able to grab, shutting down the opening stock for Nimble's Sheik. So now we get to see them on even footing, on even ground. 3 stocks apiece here in what appears to be a kind of turning point for this match.
Interesting stuff right here. I talked about just play better. Just win these little battles. And given the fact that Nimble is coming in, this is looking almost identical. In fact, can I be real? Almost exactly identical to the opening, with the exception of Nimble coming out before Mello. I'm wondering if Mello maybe wants to be going up against Micro later on, or if you just didn't want that Peach trying to get damage against the Ken. But either way, strong stuff right here as Nimble and Mason are looking for a rematch. Obviously, I do think it was Mason. No, it was Nimble who counterpicked Mason last time. So the fact that Mason is looking for a run back shows that believes that there is a lot of work that can be done here, looking for the counterpick on Hallow Bastion. It's going to be a fast-paced match here.
It was very close when they played in that last round, right? 1 stock apiece taken by both, but I believe it kind of paced out where Nimble had the early advantage, and then Mason worked their way back in, finding things like the up air on the last hitbox of Bouncing Fish to be able to kind of snipe that stock out. So Mason's Fox just seemed like it was using its speed to its full advantage here against the Sheik. We'll see what they can do. Nimble versus Mason here. as we get things underway. Mason for the side of Oklahoma State trying to re-grab the lead and send the Cowboys to grand finals. Or can Houston battle it back? First time we see Hollow Bash in this stream, so we get to see a new stage enter into the arena. And so far, right off the bat, although it feels like it should be a faster paced match, both know one opening is all they could need. You can see a little bit of tension between the two off the start.
Yep, and Nimble just gets a little bit more off of their projectile game, even if Mason gets more when playing around the ledge. And as before, it was Nimble's movement that made it very tricky to track them down, converting off of these nairs as well. We get to see a little more of Nimble's combo game now that they don't have to be quite as worried about just getting blown up by SPZ.
Neutral air landed. Mason forced to recover low. Don't get the tech though. The neutral air sends him into the stage. Well played by Nimble there. Mason not ready for it. And an early stock given. Look at the percent count. 30 to 38 now off of that up tilt. A little bit of jab landed here as well. But it is still basically a full stock advantage. There's a strong back air, but at this low of a percent, it won't kill. We'll probably need about 20 more for it really to convert. Tried to find the up air, but Nimble DIing away, making sure that any follow-up has to be a heavy commit from Mason.
Mason playing carefully under here, but just a raw up smash is just going to be an opening for the side of Nimble. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Once again, the speed of Mason just isn't enough to follow up on these tech chases. Backers at ledge as well. Nimble's looking, can I be real, the best we've seen them so far. Playing carefully around this ledge, goes in, gets a stray hit nair as well. Good damage. Mason, tech again, is just losing all of these individual little trades, and the tech chases are always going Nimble's way as well, whereas Nimble is able to escape them. But a rapid jab there will put Nimble off stage. Once again, opportunity for a ledge trap. Look at this full hop pressure here. Back air pressure as well.
So much pressure on that shield. They'll snap back to the ledge once more. Can they get out of the corner? They find a neutral air. Dash attack as well. Needles bouncing fish. Won't kill quite yet despite all that rage built up. Low recovery. Up B will do the trick. Mason cannot recover this match. And now Nimble with a 2-stock advantage. They are sitting at 131 though. And Mason's got plenty of stray hit kill power. Can he find the hit? Can he find the aerial? Tries to parry, but will only get a few of those needles. And now another combo for Nimble. They'll back away though. Now great spacing. That was a dangerous up smash thrown out. Charge there also thrown out. But look at a combo game from Nimble once more. Sneaking in these hits. Gets Mason up to 48.
One thing I have to commend Nimble on is they are more comfortable than almost anyone else I've seen at holding that shield. Now, what I think that could mean is if you get a safe aerial on shield, you could definitely feel comfortable going for a little more grabs. The problem is Fox doesn't really get a ton off of his grabs besides stage advantage. Ultimately, though, it will be a stray back air at ledge to finish that stock, but still Mason so far behind.
Substantial lead for Nimble. Mason trying to battle it back though, but an immediate turnaround. The down air interrupting everything. And another one thrown out here. Can they find the follow-up? No, not this time around. Making sure that any opening is hard worked for. Down air into forward air here for Mason. The bouncing fish away. Immediately back off the ledge, knowing that the AoE was threatening, lingering. There's a backer underneath. They threaten again another hitbox. Edgeguard attempt. Ooh, trying to sneak underneath, but instead it's the Firefox that will catch, giving Mason a second chance at life here. Don't want to give up too much damage here. Again, every stock matters, and it's just a 1-stock advantage. If Mason can pull this one back, could be everything for Houston to keep things close. But Nimble wants to end things here and now. They're looking for that big finishing blow. Can they find one underneath? Stuck in shield, they find the down smash instead! Hadn't used it all game, and it's the trump card to shut down Mason!
Scramble situation, you pull out the beater as just that big option, big lingering hits on both sides option is enough to take them down, and all of a sudden Houston at the largest, Houston was on the back foot the entire time last time, but now the largest advantage they've been in, period. And you're put in a very strange spot because obviously Micro did work against the Houston roster last time. Problem is, you want Micro to also do work against Puffles, against Mello. So maybe don't want to throw Micro in quite as yet, as someone else is taking the stage. It's Vapor on the Game & Watch, and I love this. If I'm being honest, I love it. Maybe a little more than the Fox, even if Mason did get to have their run back, just because what is Sheik going to do against this uppy out of shield? Sheik also is going to have trouble with the vertical burst that Game & Watch brings to the table. So as long as Vapor's combo game is on point, as long as they are in scramble situations, able to call out options with the up smash of shield, with the down smash conversions, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for Nimble to get caught out in their movement that they take so much pride in. I mean, it's their name.
Very nimble indeed. Nimble, on the other hand, you're looking at this matchup, and while it seems like it could be a struggle, I always, when I look at Mr. Game & Watch, I think this character's got a very high ceiling, but also they are a very light character, actually one of the lightest in the game, and if Nimble can find these strong hitboxes, if it is not, well executed upon by Vapor, the way Nimble's playing, the confidence they're playing with, the decision making they have, there could be some easy or at least quick stocks taken off the board. So we'll have to see how it paces out. Vapor, though, like you said, feels like a favorable spot for them to be in, counter pick advantage, but they have to find a way to take back a 2-stock lead here. Like you said, the largest lead for Houston of the day. A lot of their matches have been very, very close. Including their semifinal that they just played in not too long ago against Kansas in winners semis. So we'll have to see how they match up here against Oklahoma State. Vapor is the player that we did not get to see last time for the side of the Cowboys, but that means that Micro is likely locked in as that anchor on the snake for the fourth member. We'll see that matchup when it rolls around. For now, Game & Watch entering the ring against Nimble, taking 2 stocks off the board. How much can they get, and for how little is the name of the game?
If Nimble is able to blow through Vapor as well, all of the sudden we end up in a situation where Nimble is obviously poised to be the MVP, but more importantly than that is a wall that really only Micro has shown the ability to break through. So that will be interesting to see. Like, as of now, Nimble has only taken 4 stocks, but with 2 stocks still in their back pocket, the performance just feels so much more impactful. It's going to be difficult to fight through this. In terms of objective matchup, I feel like Game & Watch forces everyone else into the Game & Watch show. We saw the way that Nimble played around a different character who plays their own game a lot of the time in Ken. I just don't know if playing that slow, careful style is going to reward you that much in this match.
Yeah, I mean, Vapor, like you mentioned on this Game & Watch, the vertical combos, the out of shield options are immediately what comes to mind here. And the way that Nimble has to kind of poke from a distance, it's just, I think, within that range for a lot of the smash attacks for Game & Watch as well. Down smash, up smash. It's going to be a scary prospect when they are up close and in each other's face. Those shield situations, who pulls the trigger first, could be the deciding factor. But it is a 2-stock advantage for Nimble for the side of Houston. Vapor bring things back around here for the side of Oklahoma State. Small battlefield to stage here, so playing around a bit of a smaller stage, not as much room to work with, but Nimble able to sneak in the first early combos. 36% landed onto Vapor. Vapor trying to throw out some of these lingering hitboxes, multi-hits like that back air, try and find an opening. They've knocked Nimble off stage, but it's going to be difficult to get much off the back of it.
Uppy high is a surprising way to get around those chef projectiles, as Vapor is at a percent deficit for sure, but with these Nair extensions, they're almost immediately back into the game. And here at the end, you see how careful Nimble has to be around trading against, well, really anything, because a down smash right now, down smash into forward smash, could be just their stock. Just runs in with a raw grab as well, catches Vapor out on the ground.
It's a good grab. It's a back air from Nimble onto Vapor for 93% now onto this Game & Watch. Chipping away. Needles doing some damage. Tried to get the multi-hit into the down smash, but won't do the trick quite yet. Dash attack to fight through underneath. Bursting in. There's the up B. Won't be able to connect though, so Nimble has to immediately dodge away, but now he's caught up in the air, nowhere to land. Up smash only finds a shield though. And all of a sudden, that 40 to 50% lead that Nimble has evaporated down to just 1%. Vapor trying to find the opening. They get the up B. Do they find another hitbox? Do they find another opening? Dash attack underneath. Again, no answer for that immediate up B out of shield.
And there just isn't one. It's the fastest option in the game. And it's got such a big hitbox as well, and Vapor's actionable after it. Nimble just has to respect it in almost every scenario. As dash attack, that lingering hitbox at ledge, will be enough to give Nimble an advantage. They have to make their way onto stage with that up B to avoid the chef, but then you put yourself in opportunities like that where you can get down smash, forward smashed.
What a crazy spot there. The full distance, I think, of that down smash was able to connect and bury them. And then the forward smash follow-up, easy peasy for Vapor. How can they do it again and tie things back up here? Nimble, low percents, gets stuck in the corner. And they find their opening. They find a neutral layer that somehow trades with down smash in a weird spot. That hitbox just high enough, I guess, to interact with it. Nimble now at 37, Vapor up to 120. And trying to use that up B in kind of unconventional ways just to try and keep things sneaky.
Ooh, oh.
And there's a way to take the stock right along the ledge.
You know, I've almost never seen Game & Watch get edge guarded at all, so props to Nimble, but even so, that was a risky play that's probably not going to happen again. You got to get these conversions just like this. Dragged down twice with that up air to extend into a grab, and yet Vapor evens it up almost immediately, but not after Nimble showed off. But again, you do all of that work, and suddenly Vapor is still in the lead because of two missed movement opportunities.
The one downside, right? You put in so much work as Sheik, and if you don't find the big killing blow afterwards, it can be easily all undone. It's still pretty close in terms of percent count here. 63 to now about 80. Vapor backing away to the corner once more. Able to make it back to center stage. Trying to catch maybe a panic roll in with that up smash. Now they find a grab. Back throw. Forcing Nimble to recover. Neutral B's galore, but up B actually knocks Vapor to the ledge instead. Now it's Nimble, trying to fight their way out of the corner once more. They get a down tilt, don't find the forward air. This is a tricky spot for both players. Neither one wants to give up a stock, but they will find the conversion underneath. It's down tilt to up air, and all the hits connect, and just like that, it is a tie game in terms of stock count, and a substantial lead building now for Houston.
Vapor looked like the answer, but Nimble is just too hard to track down. Run in with a raw grab once again. Vapor is able to win out in a lot of the scramble situations, but they're not really getting as much as they could off of that. Like, that could have been an up smash. Could have just been dead. But unfortunately not to be the case here and now.
Trying to find their way out of the corner once more. Nimble stays high, now drops down, staying under the platforms. Will continue to chip away at this stock. They're looking for another opportunity like they saw before, trying to get those long, extended, cross-the-field type combos, but it is just not easy. They find two hits, but they don't find that third up air. Found a weird hitbox on the forward air. Nimble sitting at 110, make it at 118 off a dash attack. Snaps to the ledge. 3 grabs as well. Now they go high to recover once more. And there's just no way, like you said, for Vapor to react. The speed of this Sheik, you just can't find a way to close out these stocks despite being in favorable positions for what feels like most of this match. When the neutral air comes through, oh, they don't get the full drag down there of that up air. They won't let the bomb explode either, thanks to all the needles, but all the pressure on shield, they still hold their own in the corner and find a down tilt out of it.
Nimble holding on, holding strong. Ooh, a grab here will not be the end quite yet, as we're only a minute left on the clock. That's how slow paced Nimble has been playing this, as Nimble goes back to ledge, looking for an opportunity to get back onto stage. A lot of pressure right now. Ooh, knowing that you can't punish that up smash as well, just too low lag, but gets out of the extension with the up B. Full rage now. If they're able to get a conversion with an up air, it might just be game. But the bomb will do it in the end. Vapor is able to stop the bleeding, and even though it is 6 stocks to 4, Vapor keeps Oklahoma State in here for sure.
An interesting spot just to be in for both of those players for so long, so threatening. I feel like Nimble, the movement is on point. They were finding good combos. They were finding pressure and finding ways to really hold their own when all the pressure was on them. Holding shield for so long, but staying confident that nothing will poke, and then finding things like the down tilt underneath that can convert into forward air or up air. Very well played by Nimble to maintain I guess, striking distance for Houston in these moments. But still, at the end of the day, you can only play perfect like that for so long.
You really can, but if I'm being honest, they got more than their money's worth out of that stock, out of those 2 stocks. Against Vapor, who you saw in so many little trades was just the pure counter. You can't punish, you can't whiff punish like you can on other characters. You have to call them out in the neutral, and that was what Nimble was able to do. Vapor had the right idea in a lot of cases, was able to get some very basic damage off the neutral air, was able to invalidate a lot of the conversions off the up air, but Nimble knew where to press the attack, knew where to just run in and grab, knew where to try to catch out Vapor with an up air, because most characters can't do that, can't challenge them, because of the fact that Game & Watch can just pop out a shield with an up B, come down from the air with a down air. Nimble was paying attention, was able to get that read, and even when Vapor found an opportunity to adapt, like when Vapor was catching their uppies onto stage with a down smash, Nimble was still able to put on the damage. Now, Vapor will be going up against Puffles now, who we saw not really able to get all the value out of their character on the young Link. So, if Vapor is able to get some stocks on the board, I have a good feeling about the back half of this match for the side of Oklahoma State, with Micro coming into play. However, Puffles will, I feel like, not be quite as invalidated against Game & Watch as they were against Snake. I won't say it's an easy matchup, but Puffles definitely has some opportunities here.
Well, that first one felt like a little bit of a warm-up for Puffles, too. You saw that there were some good adaptations from them to try and bring things back, but at one point or another, Micro was just there to beat them to the punch. So we'll see what Puffles brings to the table, knowing that, well, all they've got to do is take 1 stock off the board, and then you get to see the anchor of Oklahoma State. The young Link back into the ring. Can they close things out here, or can Vapor find their moment to shine here in Winners Finals? 3 players are already being used, 1 still left in reserve, and Vapor, well, they'll have to drop the opening 2 here just to get the stock count right. Puffles on the Young Link, the projectiles, my mind goes to obviously all the projectiles that Young Link has at their disposal, but the bucket acting as a reflector here could also be something that we didn't really see from Vapor in the previous set, but we'll see what they can bring to the table here.
Vapor, playing it slow, playing it careful, will take a lot of chip damage from these projectiles, but if I'm being honest, I don't think the bucket will play that big of a role. Game & Watch does have a reflector, which Puffles will have to watch out for. But ultimately, Puffles is just doing a good job playing the range game here, never getting in a range where that up B out of shield is as much of a factor.
Is staying away, staying to the opposite side of the platform. Just drop the bomb down. Almost got that back air out. You saw Vapor lining it up, but not quite fast enough on that trigger. Another up B, lingering forward air, pressuring here. Back and forth go the percents. First, it was Puffles with a substantial lead. Vapor started to bring it back. Now Puffles has found a window to get Vapor into kill percent range. 81 right now, make that 89, stuck on a platform. Boomerang will connect, Arrow will not. Pressuring now with the aerials. Tried to find that forward air, didn't quite get it in time. Vapor now trying to find something along this ledge. So they find an edge guard. Bomb will help kind of reset the height differential as Puffles will make it back to the stage. But Vapor's just only looking for damage. They're cooking everything along that ledge just to try and even out these percents.
Some nice chip damage there. Goes in with the reflector on the bomb, but you've got bombs on all sides. Vapor is fighting their way back into this, like you said, but it's going slow. More use out of the reflector on the recovery than in the neutral game as they go deep trying to get that edge guard. But ultimately, the bomb into the down air means that Houston has a solid 6 stock to 3 lead going into this final player. If Micro doesn't clutch out here, then it will be match point for both teams on the in our winners finals.
That was such a clean conversion from Puffles to close out that last stock of Vapor. I feel like most players in that scenario, they try and find their own hit that will just kill outright. But Puffles recognizes the position, recognizes that they are being chased down by Vapor, and leaves that bomb behind in the perfect spot to pop them into an active hitbox. That down air, that strong move that's lingering, and it's perfectly executed upon by Puffles to knock out Vapor in that moment. So Micro to enter the ring here for the side of Oklahoma State. This Snake, I believe, took 6 stocks last time in the opening crew battle. So has done it before, but it's not going to be an easy task here. Puffles played them pretty close in that final series. Just Micro had the ability to kind of stuff out any last approach. It felt like Puffles would be walled out and then eventually try and find their way back in or find their way to the other side of the stage. And Micro was able to read and react, cover down low, cover up high, and then lead and get kills with the up air in the end. How does this match change out? What kind of pace change can the Houston anchor from last round, Puffles, do here on small battlefield to try and close things out and force set number 3 in this winners finals?
Micro playing careful, going very aggressive right off the bat with the opening exchange, but right back playing under their platforms. I mean, can I be real? Almost like Blood Gulch-esque. Both players have their own base. They're fighting from range, but this time Puffles is actually able to extend their projectiles into a little combo. We need to be seeing that if Puffles is to win this out and keep Micro from even having the opportunity to clutch out in the end.
Constant bombardment here. No room for Micro to pull those grenades of their own and get their own coverage set up. 117 right now on this Snake. Micro can't find the grab afterwards. 132, forced to recover low. And the down air interacting with the Cypher instead. Micro can't air dodge to the ledge from that distance. And Puffles takes the opening stock. They're looking for another one here. Look at all this pressure. They find an up tilt, a neutral air as well. C4 though leads to an up air. Puffles is too low. There's the up tilt. Doesn't kill, below 100% now. 58 for the side of Micro, so some big interactions back and forth. After that first stock goes down, it's Micro now at a substantial disadvantage, even though they find one here thanks to the up tilt.
Yeah, not as strong of an opening as you would have hoped if Micro is to clutch this out, as this is looking a little bit tricky. Micro playing careful here, but that up air is just going to stuff them out as well. Caught on the ground there, but even a parry is not the opening that Micro would have wanted. Micro trying to play this grounded game, but can I be real? I feel like the difference is in game 1, Puffles would get a projectile hit, and that was it. You would just get a projectile hit. Now, by playing, like, I don't know, 5 units closer, all of a sudden, when you get a boomerang, when you get a bomb arrow, it can convert into a forward air. And that is making all the difference in the world here.
It really is. Like you said, they were not able to pull the trigger on some of these aerials in that first match. Here they are, and the forward air is connecting and taking stocks off the board. Dash attack from Micro to try and get them into an edge guard situation. First time we see the Nikita missile used, but it does not find its marker. Now a grab. Oh, tried to pull the trigger immediately. They had the C4 on the platform still, but Puffles was just out of range of it. And now, a world of hurt here to the side of Oklahoma State. They've got to find a way to shut down Puffles. They find a stock, so it is one stock apiece here, but there's still a full member remaining for the Cougars. But at first, you got to try and take this stock off the board, and you're trailing in percent by about 50, 24 to make it now 97 off of that interaction. Stuck underneath the platform once more is Micro, trying to find an opening. Has to now approach this young
my
one.
gosh.
With projectiles galore. If the up be connected, that would have been beautiful. Call ESPN type of highlight reel. But now they're trying to find a boomerang instead. It will fall back down. Pressure all in the ledge. Micro sitting underneath the platform looking for any opening, but there is just nowhere to run to.
What this is telling me is that Puffles is well aware of exactly how they misplayed that opening match. Puffles is playing just in the range where they're able to extend with their projectiles, get conversions, and Micro is unable to make up deficit through zoning of their own, and crucially unable to get any conversions. Now, granted, a single up tilt will be the finisher here, but Puffles not going to let that happen. A down air will finish that off, and it is now 1-1 U Houston versus Oklahoma State going into this.
Tying things up, and what a bounce back for the side of Houston. Some players that seemed to struggle in the opener all of a sudden found their footing and looked dominant at points throughout that series. In particular, Puffles on the Young Link, a complete turnaround from that game number one. Also, shoutouts to Nimble on the Sheik for getting so many stocks off the board as well. So we've got an interesting series brewing up now as we get ready for this third and final one of the best of three to decide who gets to be in grand finals. Couple storylines to follow, but for now, the momentum rests on the number one seed.
Yes, it does. A few things here that you have to overcome if you are Oklahoma, if you want to bring this home. First of all, Nimble. We got to talk about Nimble. I've been dying to talk about Nimble this entire time because Nimble went on a run that was kind of unchallenged in the beginning of that. We saw Nimble come out as the counter pick to SPZ. They were able to take that clean, and then in the run back they were able to take down Mason as well, which was just huge. To see Mason go down so easily. And then taking 2 stocks from Vapor as well. If I'm being frank, I think Vapor should come out immediately to shut down any momentum that that comes out. You don't want to try to fight Nimble mano a mano, but then Puffles as well is just insurmountable. It felt like Puffles took their gameplay up beyond a step in that second crew battle, and now they've got to deal with it, and they're going to try to deal with it in this next and final crew battle to decide who's going to be sitting in grand finals. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, the final crew battle between these two players to find out who is going to be sitting in grand finals to try to qualify for CECC May Madness. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Welcome back. It's crew battle number 3. The best of 3 is underway. Houston versus Oklahoma State. And we're running it back with the same old that we saw for the first 2 matches. Suit on the Aegis, SPZ on the Ken. Winner of this entire crew battle goes on to the grand finals and is one step closer to achieving their goal of entering May Madness. But we have a long road to get there, and these two have been back and forth throughout the day. It was Suit to take the opener on the first battle of the day, but SPZ was better in the second bout, and now they've got the lead here in Game 3.
Yeah, we saw SPZ overcome Suit's movement with good use of that Hadouken in the first round. And SPZ is still doing that, by the way. Nothing's changed. SPZ is just getting huge openings, not dropping any conversions. This is the best, by the way, SPZ has ever done. Usually, SPZ and Suit are going back and forth. Prominence Revolt will take a stock there, but only a stock, as SPZ is playing with a strong lead, stronger than we've ever seen them get for Oklahoma.
I mean, they took 2 stocks inside a minute, but there was about, 15 seconds that went by between the end of stock 1 and stock 2? That was a crazy sequence from SPZ, and they do drop a stock, like you said, to the up B of the Pyra, but the drift over and the splash hitbox just so hard to avoid in that instance. So Suit, good recognition to get 1 off the board, but they've got to do something to kind of wrap this momentum for SPZ, because right now this Ken is looking so dangerous. Now they've landed a couple multi-hits though. Things like the neutral air, the jab also coming through. They get eager and go for everything, and now Pyra's in trouble. Good night, goodbye, up B combo. SPZ will not be denied. 65% is nothing. That's a 2-stock lead for Oklahoma State.
Beautiful stuff right there. Beautiful conversion at the end there. I love the way we saw Suit drift down, knowing that they were in a bad spot. SPZ jabs him twice. Air dodge comes out, waits for it, follows them back in, and gets another conversion into the up B. Great awareness there from SPZ, and if Oklahoma State is looking to take this home, this is the exact kind of opening you need from the Ken.
Huge opening for SPZ, a 2-stock advantage. It had been close the last 2 times they played. Suit won by 1 stock. SPZ, although they had momentum, only won by 1 stock last round. Now with a full 2-stock advantage, this Ken looks dangerous. You know, I talked earlier about kind of the explosiveness of characters who can, be that breakthrough player to all of a sudden take momentum, create momentum for your team. SPZ feels like that agent for the side of Oklahoma State.
Fantastic stuff. I mean, so previously we did see Nimble come in. It was 3 stocks on Nimble, 1 stock on SPZ, and it was, can I be real? Kind of a wash. Nimble played it perfectly, avoiding every single bit of movement, every single conversion from SPZ, basically running them. It was like a run into the bulls, like a matador. SPZ is just running from one side of the stage to the other, trying to get a jab, and Nimble wouldn't let him have it. Suit tried to do that this time and just could not get away. Can I be honest? When that second stock went off, I felt like I blinked and I'm like, okay, so they still have 2 stocks. Wait, where'd the first one go? Like it happened so fast. Like, I feel like I took a sip of water and it was gone. And then, we need to be seeing that if Nimble does come out to play with SPZ. Because if it doesn't happen, then you need it to be 2 neutral wins per 1 stock win if you want to take down Nimble, because Nimble's not going to give you that opportunity. Suit played that admirably, but it feels like SPZ has gradually been getting the hang of this matchup as these 2 openers have slugged it out 3 times in a row.
Yeah, I do agree. I think Nimble is probably the choice here, but I do worry about this for the side of Houston, the fact that it's 2 stocks on the board for this Ken, because SPZ, I mean, they're growing in confidence, getting better and better. And even in that matchup where, yes, Nimble played it perfectly, played it well by just playing the game on their terms, right? The avoidance, going from side to side of the stage using things like the bouncing fish. You did see towards the end of that match moments where SPZ was like, okay, I know exactly where you're going with this, and I can beat you to the punch. I can throw out an up B to catch your bouncing fish at the end. I can, run all the way across the stage immediately to find, pressure on a landing, perhaps. We even saw, I think, some pressure in the corner at the end of that match. The one moment where SPZ was able to get about, I want to say 40-ish% in the corner off of just some ledge interactions. So there are windows for SPZ to be able to continue their role here, continue to grab that momentum for themselves and get some stocks off the board. But it's going to be a difficult matchup because it's not Nimble stepping in. It's not anyone we've seen from the previous 2 rounds. Instead, someone we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast, Richter's, is stepping into the ring.
Yeah, Richter, I have seen them on the Min a few times, and they're pretty consistent. And the reason I called them out is because Min in particular poses a lot of trouble for people trying to counterpick in crew battles, because it's a zoner, right? It's scary, and Richter does hit their conversions, though. And so you might think, oh, it's a zoner, I get hit. But the thing about Min is she can just 0 to death you if she catches you in a bad landing towards the ledge. This happens. It happens repeatedly. And with how SPZ, or rather Ken, has a bit of a linear recovery, can be a little bit tricky here. However, called it out in the character trailer Sakurai did. If you come in at a bit of a diagonal angle, it can be a little bit tougher for Min to cover that. If SPZ is able to get through the pressure, is able to get some really good chip damage in, Richter just doesn't have the get off me tools I think you want to be seeing someone who wants to be scrapping with Ken. It's an all or nothing style of play right here. And so if SPZ is able to close the distance, they're playing hot, they're playing good. I'm thinking we're going to see some good combos here, but only if they can get through.
That is the question. Can they get through? We've seen a lot of focus when SPZ is in the ring around, oh gosh, I forgot the name of the move. The down B, right? With the move with the armor. But for Min, I don't think, I'm thinking about how Ken can get in at that diagonal angle, and my first thought was the use of that move just because of the distance you can get out of it, a little bit of armor. But it is kind of an odd interaction to try and get to, a weird point to try and traverse with. So curious to see if that ends up being the move to use to kind of break the distance, or if there's a different plan coming through. Maybe we see something in terms of the stage selection. But either way, an odd moment here to see Richter's step into the ring here, because again, we hadn't seen them throughout the day of this crew battle, but the Min, a character that's always ever threatening, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and I mean, we've talked about how this isn't good for SPZ, but what is good is their conversions. Showing off their ability to track down kills across the stage, to not just win out in the neutral exchanges, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. It's hard for Ken to win neutral than a lot of people give credit for. Obviously, some very fast poke options from the jab and up tilt and whatnot, but those are short range. If you're not catching landings, it's tough. And finally, we're getting into the game now. A little bit of a clarification needed on some rulings, but we're in the game now, and it's going to be Richter on the Min versus SPZ on the Ken. If Ken is able to take this, Oklahoma State puts themselves on the precipice of getting a very strong lead going into this third crew battle.
Here we go. Richter on the Min, SPZ with 2 stocks remaining on this Ken. Seems to kind of gentlemen to PS2 through this series is, oh my goodness, shield pressure in the corner. They break it all and knock them off stage using kind of a wind box. just to push them out so that they don't have to interact. And this could be a stock as well, but they will be able to work their way out of a corner. But SPZ, what a stock to take, guaranteeing Oklahoma State the advantage. They used that down B again to survive a potential edgeguard attempt as well. And now look at all the damage they've landed. Like you said, the conversion so clean. 117 though, they get in on pressure on shield, but they up smash on the platform. Richter will strike back.
Min Min is known for that 1-2 combo, and SPZ is very aware of that, evidently, given how they're using the focus attack, going deep there, too. But Richter is not getting the money they want off of SPZ with those 1-2 combos because SPZ rather, is reserving the focus attack for the second hit of that combo. Is SPZ looking for another strong opening here, but trying to call out a jump is not going to go well for them. Pressure on the shield, though, is all they need to finish off the second stock.
Wow, SPZ, fantastic stuff to take that second stock off the board. Oh no, pressure in the corner once more, down smash, landing 52%. They try and get the edge guard. They're trying to block that tether recovery. They nearly are able to do so, but they get caught here. Can they find a recovery? No, they'll get sniped out. No chance of that up B getting back to the ledge. Richter will close things out, but they drop 2 in the process. But at least the opener's off the board.
SPZ with 5 stocks to open up there is not bad at all. I mean, this is unprecedented. Richter had to be called in to answer this threat because you didn't want to send in any of your heavy guns to start that out. So, looking first at what SPZ was doing well, performing well in scramble situations, it never felt like Richter rather, was throwing out moves that had no intended target. Were able to throw out the arms to deal with SPZ's approach when SPZ got in. They were able to force them onto higher platforms. I remember particularly the up B comes out, immediate up smash to answer it, and of course the conversion towards the end there to get the edge guard. But even then, SPZ played fantastic throughout that entire exchange. Repeated 1-2 combos, just constant pressure on the ledge to even that out. You would forget that SPZ was ever a stock down with how good that was. It looks like it's going to be Vapor coming in next to try to deal with Richter. And the question is not just if they can take down this Richter, because it's not easy to break through the defenses of Min Min, but moving on beyond that, how is Vapor going to deal with the following players on the side of Houston?
I was very curious to see where Oklahoma State would go. If SPZ's been the opening man and now they're off the table, you have 1 stock left of this Min Min before your character gets counterpicked. And my mind immediately went to, how do you get in on Min Min? You want to go vertical? I immediately thought Mason had been the guy to go in this second spot. But instead here, they're going with the Game & Watch. And I actually like this pick a lot. Game & Watch, it feels like sometimes a lot of teams lean in as Game & Watch has this kind of well-rounded character, or at least a character that goes in with a lot of good matchups, so they're often used as a sort of blind pick. But I think they get more mileage in these spots where you can use them as a sort of counter pick. It's not necessarily the easiest thing in the world to do against Richter and this Min Min, but I think it sets them up well for success, and it leaves some of the players who have taken the most stocks for Oklahoma State in the back pocket here. Mason on that Fox, Micro on that Snake, still waiting in the wings here. So we'll see what Vapor can do on this Game & Watch. We go back to Hollow Bastion this time around. 1 stock to deal with the Min Min, but can Richter fight things back here for the side of Houston Red?
Ooh. Okay, so Vapor is gonna have a hard time approaching, but once they're in with a falling neutral air, it's going to be difficult. This is exactly how you want to be playing this matchup. Richter has a lot of awareness, is defending well against this top platform, using the structure of Hollow Bastion as a stage, avoiding any potential of down air approaches, but as soon as there's tech situation, all of a sudden Vapor's able to get back in until they're not. Knocked away so far. This approach is proving to be much more difficult than I think Vapor would have hoped. A
Ooh,
ledge
down
situation here, though. Tech chase.
Ooh, dangerous spot up B. There's the up air. Don't get too much, though. 68% here on Richter. For the 113 of Vapor, Minmin's got plenty of kill power. If they find a strong hit, it is likely the stock. But the question is, can they find it here? As you can see, Vapor closing the distance, getting a grab as well. Looking for an edge guard, and they'll find it! Double jump back air, fading out with them perfectly. Vapor will deny any ground back for Richter, and the Cowboys have a substantial full 3-stock lead.
Ooh. This is Vapor following up on the lead that SPZ created for them. And they did it, if I'm being honest, I know it was a 3-stock to 1 match, but in a really come from behind fashion. Richter got Vapor up to over 100% with only taking 20 themselves, and I was thinking, that's not good. This could be Richter running through, and all of a sudden we have an even scoreline. Oklahoma State would not let that happen. Vapor, I think it was off of 1 tech chase, which led to 1 edge guard, which led to 1 ledge trap, which led to just a snowball of bad situations that Vapor was able to use their superior frame data in scramble situations to take that home in. Especially getting Richter up in the air was intelligent, knowing that Richter really had no way to get back down safely besides the down air, which would have been so committal. Good stuff right there overall from Vapor to play that when you knew 1 strong hit from the Megawatt would have finished off the stock.
A dangerous spot to be in. I always worry about these later characters like Game & Watch in percent ranges like that. Once they get above 100, you have to play so careful for so long, but they're able to get the job done, and now a 3-stock lead here for the side of Oklahoma State, trying to knock down the number 1 seeded Houston Red squad. We'll see where Houston opts to go. In these moments, Puffles obviously entered the ring as the anchor in the opening round and as the 3rd member in the previous round. But now you can see that name being locked in. It's going to be Nimble, the Sheik, that was so impactful in the openings of that 2nd series, helped bring things back for Houston once Suit fell in the 1st round. Now they're here as team member number 3 here. Can they find the way to bring things back within striking distance against Vapor's Game & Watch?
This is fascinating to me, given the structure of these matches. So just to recap a little bit, because I know that first crew battle was a while ago, Nimble came out and was... Nimble counterpicked, I think it was Mason's Fox, right? And then Mason came in to try to counterpick Nimble. Did not go well. Now, after Mason went down, it was actually Vapor who was sent in as the counterpick for Nimble. And now, Nimble is like, okay, I'm going to counterpick my counterpick after I was counterpicked by my counterpick. And it's like this weird cycle that we don't usually see in these crew battles, but it shows to me that every single player is like, okay, run it back. I don't care that they were sent in to counterpick, run it back. I want to play it again.
Just to try and, it's like they lost and said, no, I got the download this time. I've got it. I understand what to do now. So we'll see if that is the case here. Nimble trying to bring things back here for the side of Houston Red. Vapor trying to maintain the lead here for Oklahoma State. Back to PS2 we go. Remember last time these two players played in that 2nd crew battle, it was on small battlefield, and it nearly went the distance in terms of time. There was about 30 seconds left by the time the final stock was taken off the board. So I expect to see a similar paced matchup as this one goes on. Only 39% dealt both ways, 0.9% separate them.
Yeah, it's difficult for Nimble to find their way in, which is actually kind of shocking to me. However, in the scramble situation, Vapor blinked first, and so Nimble was able to get an opening. And yet, what is that opening? 10%? All of a sudden, it's Nimble back to looking for stray hits, back to trying to recover. And even though that is where Nimble does feel most comfortable, Vapor is kind of on a tear, really stepped it up. Do you really have the download you thought you did?
Needle's dash attack sneaking in some damage. As both players trend towards the red, this has to feel favorable for now for the side of Oklahoma State. But still plenty of smash to be played. Now a neutral air at center stage, knocks Nimble away, up smash, on shield, jab doesn't land, down tilt will, Nimble on the chase down, can't find anything off of the forward throw. They'll charge Needles instead. Walking menacingly and finding a grab here is Vapor. They get a forward throw as well. Nimble will up B to the ledge instead. Fakes the regrab. Faked going in instead. They find Needles again, but they won't get the turnaround back air. 119 to 108. They'll sneak underneath, and they'll find the up air. It's Nimble to strike first.
Nimble with that nice conversion. Getting a lot of kills off of this up air. Like, it doesn't kill on a lot of characters, but on Game & Watch, it's fairly reliable. So, I'm going to be honest, it's not many people I see who are terrified to be in the air when they're playing Game & Watch, but Vapor does have to be careful of that. But even with that amazing pressure with the double bomb into rapid jab, Nimble doesn't blink. Nimble's use of their shield has been impressing me throughout their entire run so far, and they're showing it again here as they are avoiding anything too committal on this landing. Even up B out of shield can't finish it though. You need something stronger than that to take the stock. Nair would have done it, but instead they were caught out because it was a fast fall.
Wow, what a situation. I mean, like you said, the Nair was everything. It ends up being a drag down instead, and neither player really ready for it. Dash attack, though, will do the trick. Vapor eventually takes one off the board, but Sheik surviving up to 178? That is so much time and so much damage done by Nimble. 50% here, but Vapor, they can make things back quickly if they find their openings. Fall down neutral air. Second one landed. Don't throw out a third option here. Instead, they'll go to the bacon bits. Throwing out these neutral Bs, connecting time and time again, chipping away at the damage here in the corner, tying things back up, and now they get a grab, and now they've got the percent lead.
And with that lead, what are they going to do with it? I mean, can I be real? After the run Nimble went on last game, this is exactly what you want to see with Oklahoma State. Trading 1-for-1 is not a victory here. Even though Sheik is working so hard, Nimble is working so hard to get this. I feel like Nimble had to have done more here, and they are looking to do it. Needle into the up smash. If they're able to take this stock, Nimble could very easily even this scoreline.
The Needle conversions that we think of for Sheik have really been offline today. They have not found much mileage outside of some chip damage, maybe a dash attack. That is really the first time that we've seen a combo from Needles into something that will kill, and it gives Nimble the lead for now. But again, it's a full player advantage for the side of Oklahoma State. They need more. They need to find this stock as well, give themselves a better chance here, because right now Vapor is putting in the work. Fall down neutral air, they get the down smash, that's the stock! Up smash will do it, and now with 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the timer, one stock apiece is the scoreline once again.
Ooh, goes in, but an air dodge to avoid any more damage there. Caught out on the jump, though. Trading 1-for-1 once again, and Vapor's doing their job. Caught out with the chef as well. Vapor is doing a great job at dealing with the person who was sent in to counterpick them, knowing that no one else has a good matchup here. If Vapor's able to win this, huge win for Oklahoma State as they put Houston on the backest of back foots.
Good grab by Nimble. They find a back air. Close in percent yet again. Falling up air. Down smash lands, but it doesn't bury. It knocks up instead. So Nimble will have a chance to grab this ledge. They take a little bit of damage from that neutral B. And now Vapor, this lead looks substantial, 40%, but Nimble's battled back from this before. They hold shield. They find the back air off of that up B. A little fearful maybe of an interaction off of that up B, but instead They're starting to get aggressive. They know they need something. They need an advantage. They need a moment here, but they don't have it in that instance. Down air will connect. Now, Nimble tries to get run-up grab. Doesn't find it. Has to hold shield on the smash attacks. Vapor now starting to get eager. Starting to look for a couple of these opportunities. They find one underneath. Here's another grab for Nimble. Back throw instead. Trying to mix things up. Holding shield on the back air. Another smash attack thrown out. Back air doesn't find the mark. Vapor knows where Nimble wants to be. But Nimble, the patience of this player is paying dividends.
And yet every single time they're caught out not committing on these up airs, getting punished by these up Bs. Obviously, Vapor is in kill percent, has been in kill percent, but Nimble is just getting out neutraled at certain points here, trying to fight their way off the ledge. The Nair got them through it last time, playing around the up B as well, but the ledge refresh will not be enough. Dash attack will do it. Vapor has countered their counter pick, and now Oklahoma State stands prepared to move on to the grand finals.
What a performance from Vapor in the face of Nimble, who was playing confident, playing cool, calm, and collected, and yet at the end of the day, they were the ones in advantage. They were the ones who had control. They were the ones finding the damage, and they're in a sneaky interaction. We'd seen it all day from Nimble, dancing around the ledge, threatening that up B, threatening a couple options in terms of recovery out of the corner. It's a simple dash attack that gets the job done. Like you said, the invincibility on the ledge running out of time there because of the high percents, because of the regrabs, and thus it sneaks in, it gets the knockback with a little bit of rage, and now a substantial 4-stock lead, and just one player stands in the way of Oklahoma State's way into this grand finals.
Ooh, I like Puffles has a great play style, really does, but I'm not sure it's going to be exactly what you need to fight through this. I'm looking through this roster now, and I don't know who else it would be. Like, Mello played a good game, but it has to be Puffles. Puffles is the only one who showed a consistent ability to fight through the roster of Oklahoma State, but you're in such a bad situation now. Not only do you have to get through Game & Watch, you have to get through Vapor, who's obviously playing hot by taking down Nimble, but you got to do more too. You've got to find a way to deal with the Micro who counterpicked you in game 1. And I would assume it would be Mason once again, who I think Mason would come in first. And so you've got to deal with a rushdown character and then someone who can fight you blow for blow in the zoning game. Puffles looked alive and online, but it'd have to be a legendary performance here to take 7 stocks in a row and send University of Houston to grand finals.
I mean, essentially what you're asking here of Puffles is to 3-stock one of the next 2 members of the remaining Oklahoma State squad just to have a better chance. And it is not going to be easy either way. You either have to do it against the Fox player Mason, who looked very strong through the first 2 matches, or you get Micro, who with a lead is always dangerous on that snake, and you still have to make sure that's not dropping a stock to Vapor on this Game & Watch. So it is a tall task indeed for the anchor of the Houston Cougars Red Super Smash Brothers team. But if anyone could do it, it's Puffles. The way this young Link can command the stage, the way this young Link can convert into combos, the way they can kill early. We saw the adaptations from game number 1 against Micro where they got shut down. Game number 2 looked so much cleaner. The bomb conversion into the down air, the way that they were able to just outpace, outmaneuver Micro. It feels like they have warmed up in this tournament as well. So this is their opportunity to shine and make a statement for the side of the Houston Cougars. Can they do so here? Starts with this first match against Vapor.
Yeah, again, in this first match against Vapor, you want to avoid dropping anything substantial. So we saw Vapor using the bucket as the reflector in the recovery to fight through it, but ultimately not really getting like a ton of leeway, a ton of huge damage. So being able to avoid getting edge guarded as Vapor is good. However, Puffles, with their ability to just string together combos off of one projectile hit, is a substantial threat. We'll see how Vapor is able to deal with it if Vapor can take a single chip out of their shield. Because if they do, all of a sudden, this is looking more and more undoable. And Oklahoma State, our number 2 seed, not our number 1 seed, will be moving on. And there's a chance University of Houston, a mainstay at CECC, will not actually be qualifying, which would be unheard of.
You've brought it up a couple times for CECC that this has been a year of upsets mostly in a couple different regions. The Big 12, the champion of previous years, Houston, trying not to fall privy to that same storyline, but it is just winners finals. We got a long ways to go. Puffles right now trying to find a way to bring things back for the red team, but it is Vapor who is stuffing them out in the corner right now. Upbees are connecting, the Bacon's connecting, everything is starting to find some damage here. 55-46 here as they return to the neutral state. Arrows galore will start to land onto Vapor, putting them up to 71, but now they sneak underneath. They've got center stage control, but what can they do with it? Throwing out a bomb of their own. Zaire to the ledge will be able to help them snap back to the stage. The bucket was online, but the shield comes out in time.
Even percents, and Vapor's great at this trading 1-for-1, and they were able to come out on top in those 1-for-1 trades against Nimble in the previous match. But with one simple conversion, Puffles can undo all of that. Vapor is not able to take a stock despite their significant lead, and even though Oklahoma State still has 2 players in the back pocket, if Houston were to come back, this is exactly how it would start.
Just the opening you were looking for. Puffles, one conversion, like you said. Into the down air there, I think we normally see, the forward airs thrown out, just a little bit more convenient, a little bit easier hitbox to try and land, but the down air is certainly one that can kill a bit faster, and there it does the job just like it did in the game number 2 matchup between those two. Puffles only needed to take 1 stock off of Vapor, and they were able to do so off the ledge, bomb into down air. Saw something similar here in game number 3. But now this is the task we were talking about. They did the easy part. Take 1 stock off of Vapor without dropping one of your own. Now you've got to take the next 6, and you've only got 3 stocks to work with, and it's Mason entering the ring on the Fox.
How quick that player pick came out tells me that Oklahoma State had the exact same thought process as I did, that Mason, playing for keeps, needs to just go as fast as possible, just get as much damage as he can. We haven't actually seen Mason for a bit just because of how Nimble took them down, so a chance to redeem themselves right here as Mason seeks to track down Puffles and put on the pressure.
Hollow Bash in the stage pick once more. But like you said, Mason is the one applying all the pressure in the world right now. So many quick options, so many quick tilts, and they find the up air. That's going to kill at 108. That is an early stock for Mason, and now things are getting real difficult for the side of Houston. Only 2 stocks remaining. They still have to take all 6 off Oklahoma State. Look at Mason's percent. He's still not even to 50. Finally gets there off of that interaction. But Puffles now, it feels like he's starting to have to climb Everest.
Ooh. Puts them off stage, interrupts the recovery, everything you'd be wanting to see, but not able to convert it into a kill as you would have liked. Mason has been playing so impeccably spaced, it feels like nothing Puffles is doing out of shield, nothing they're doing as a counter hit is really getting them as much damage as they'd won. A nice little V-shaped combo there to secure the kill, but Mason still has the lead, which is not what you want to be seeing when there's still a whole nother player in the back pocket. Uh-oh. Oh, no. I really hope that was on everyone's end and not just ours, because, yeah, no, I think that was on everyone's end. So we will get to see that continue, but, unfortunate right there in such a high stakes match for that to happen. But as it was happening, we were seeing a lot of different patterns starting to take form. We saw Mason with the insane aggression keeping Young Link in the air. Puffles was unable to land. Up air and up air and up air. Just insane pressure. Additionally, we would see Mason come down with an aerial, attack Puffles, but Puffles would just get caught out. All of a sudden, Puffles would try to go for a nair out of shield, sometimes even a back air out of shield, and it would just never be the right option. Mason was always just out of range to keep that from connecting.
Yeah, Puffles, trying everything, but Mason, like you said, very aware, I think, in these moments. And you can feel, even though it feels like a very different pace of matchup when Fox enters the ring, but also there is a tension to it when Mason is in, because it's a fast volley character that Young Link can combo very easily, very quickly. And Mason's aware of that, doing a good job, a smart job of DIing away from these combos, making sure that they're, at the full extension. They get hit by a combo starter, sure, but just making it as difficult as possible for Puffles to mount this comeback. And yet, still very even, still very doable for both sides. It's sitting at 2 stocks apiece. We'll get word on where things lie at the end of this connection error, but we'll get things back up momentarily. But still, you can feel the tension rising between these two teams as Puffles tries to mount this comeback.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, not an ideal situation. Never a good one to be in. But if you are going to have it at any point, this is definitely a chance for Puffles to take a deep breath and find ways to even this out. We saw where Puffles' win condition was. Able to interrupt that recovery, keep Mason at the ledge consistently throughout that entire engagement. But it looks like we're getting back into the game now. Or maybe not. They just agreed to gentlemen to 2 stocks. Awesome.
Seems about right here, as that's where they were at before the connection interaction. So we're back into the thick of things, except for both players at low percents. Well, these are the areas where Puffles can find some room, like you said, keeping this Fox in the corner. But Mason, who's able to make it back, lasers will help chip away. What happens now is up to the players. Good grab here underneath. They get the up air. Good damage landed. And Puffles is starting to find some momentum.
Uh-oh. Ooh, nice air dodge to avoid that forward air. Mason with a second lease on life, and they're using it. Catches that neutral tech with the dash attack, putting on the pressure at the ledge that we've seen Mason do before, but it does not work. The slowest down air of all time actually catches Mason out, and even though it is going to be Puffles who gets the first stock.
Big stock there for Puffles. Now with a full stock lead, and you got to remember in that last match against Micro, the Snake, it was a 2-stock victory. So the way things are pacing out could be in Houston's favor if they're able to take this stock down. But they're sitting at 104, and Fox's only good kill options. This combo, they gotta get so much out of it. They get 35 here. Now they find another boomerang into a forward air. Mason trying to recover, goes immediately high. Like you said, does not want to interact with that corner anymore. They are losing the battle on the outskirts of the stage. Arrows being thrown out here. But wow, what a down air into down smash. We hadn't seen that down smash all day, and there is a huge opportunity to use it. But now Puffles has to do their job, has to keep Houston alive here, has to shut down this last stock of Mason.
Ooh, no extension there, not clean enough. And now, because of that, we see Mason still going in, still looking for these drag down. Early percent there. Back air was the opener that they needed, but still not a lot is safe on hit. Forced out of a lot of their options, but no time to set up a bomb there. This is looking scary, as a neutral air could mean a big opening here. One stray hit is all you need, though, if you're Puffles and you want to go into that final match with Micro. But a whiff grab, no way to start it. But Mason goes all the way down, knowing that their last stock doesn't matter. But finally, that forward air will take it home. 1 stock remains between Houston and the losers bracket. Micro on Oklahoma State is the only thing standing between.
dicey for a few moments there at the end, but it was Puffles to come out on top. The problem is only one stock remaining. They have to find a way to three stock a player who has been difficult to deal with in this series. Micro's Snake has been solid. Helped them close out the opening series for the side of Oklahoma State. Then in round two, they did drop two Puffles in the final matchup via two stocks, but they still were able to take one off the board, and that's all they need to book their ticket to this grand finals. So we'll see where we go for this final bout here of winners finals. Looks like it's going to be, I believe that was Small Battlefield locked in, and they're jumping into it immediately here. Oklahoma State wants to waste no time, but Puffle's hands are hot and ready to go. One stock, no, it's Hollow Bastion, the stage being picked here. Puffles, can they pull off the miracle run here and get Houston back on top, or is Oklahoma State headed to Grands?
Micro here was the hero player in the first round. If they're able to close it out here is going to be huge, and all signs point to yes, but Puffles kind of deconstructed them. If Puffles gets three of the they have a C4 on them, and they don't get to detonate it. Puffles was able to land and get the shield up just in time.
Every little bit of percent means so much for Micro, with so many good quick kill options, the up tilt being one. So many good hitboxes like these grenades too, can do so much work. Puffles dropped the first 44% really, but since then, Micro has eaten 68 of their own. 72 now as the boomerangs and arrows start to find their mark. Micro knows that Puffles grabbed momentum very quickly the last time they played, but that's an up smash. That's a good amount of damage landed. All they need is this stock, and they're up to nearly 100 right off the bat. An up arrow or an up tilt will do the trick. Micro's trying to find a landing, trying to find one of those two moves. Even dash attack at the right spot might be able to do something here, but both players are spaced away from each other right at this moment, continuing to barrage each other with projectiles.
And this is exactly what Micro wants. Micro will literally do this all day because you're not really at risk of dying. Meanwhile, every single stray hit gets Puffles closer and closer to dying of a grenade, dying of everything. Trading one for one is not how you can be doing this. Ooh, catches them out there, but no opportunity for a down air or up air from that conversion. Putting them in, but once again, Micro's at too high of a percent. They're not getting caught in any of these conversions. Forward air will finally do it.
They finally found their opening, but they're sitting at 105. Can they find another stock here and give themselves a chance? They get a grab, back throw. Neutral air trades with back air though, and now Puffles is up to 123, and this is a tall task, but what's taller is the foot. The up tilt from Micro will shut down Puffles, and Oklahoma State is headed to grand finals.
They played that clean. And even when Houston came back in the second round with strong answers and very strong performances from the like of Nimble, it was Oklahoma State who came in with the ability to find the shutdown, and they made it clean. A lot of fantastic plays from all players. Basically, everyone had a step-up moment throughout that match, but ultimately Oklahoma had the adaptation, came out stronger in the end, and they brought it home.
I think as this series went on, too, the players for Oklahoma State just felt like they gained more confidence, got more momentum. SPZ in particular, playing against the same player each time in the opening. It's something we rarely see in these crew battles, but you really got to see their adaptations, and they came through in the clutch in that third and final set. But like you said, every player for the Cowboys had their moment in the spotlight and came through when it mattered most, and now they are on to grand finals. Houston will drop to the loser's side as we take a quick look at the bracket. I believe they will sit, they obviously sit in loser's finals, and they now await the winners of, we've got some semifinals to play through. Kansas are going up against either Arizona's Navy team or University of Houston White, as well as Colorado playing up against ASU, the Sun Devils. So those losers bracket matches are coming up next, and they're going to be so exciting.
And with that, we're going to go to a quick break and get those losers matches up and hot and ready for you, so don't go anywhere. Esports U broadcasting the Big 12 Super Smash Bros. Conference will be back in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome back to the Big 12 Conference Tournament here. We are getting ready for losers semifinals between Arizona State, the Sun Devils, going up against Colorado Boulder. Should be a fun matchup here between these two, as this is loser's side of the bracket. Have to win this crew battle to stay alive in the tournament.
And we're coming in right in the middle, 9 stocks to 9. I do think Colorado is up 1 in this set, and this is a pretty close match. This is seed number 4 in the Sun Devils going up against seed number 6 on Colorado, and they've been chomping at the bit to keep playing, keep fighting, and we don't want to deny them much longer, as we're excited to get in here and show just how good these lower bracket teams are. Because remember, like, basically every team in the lower bracket has taken at least one game from the teams who are up in the upper bracket from the 1 and 2 seeds.
Yeah, it's been a close tournament all day long. Even the winners finals, too, between the top 2 seeds, Oklahoma State and Houston's red team, going the full distance there in terms of these best of 3 crew battles. So we'll have to see how this one paces out. Like you said, Colorado, one step closer. They win this crew battle. They are on to the next round. And now we get to see the characters locked in. The opening, by the way, we should mention 2 players already off the board, 1 per side here. Inkling and Hero, the characters that are no longer available to these rosters. We get to see Kazuya versus Shulk on Hollow Bastion this time around.
Ooh, up B there. Slow start to the game, but like that's what you want to be seeing. You need to be using your disjoint here, as Uweru is doing against TK3, using this disjoint, landing aerials, slow disjointed aerials, because that's all Shulk's got. And it's only now when you have a little bit more of an advantage, but I get scared seeing this Buster out, because I feel like one strong hit from Kazuya while Buster is out is 104% and dead!
Oh my goodness. I mean, like you said, right? Buster is such a double-edged sword, and TK3 taking full advantage of it. The combos that this Kazuya can bring to the table, they're one of the few characters I think that actually technically has a 0 to death, if I'm remembering correctly, but just the damage output of this character in general, they hit like a truck. And so as a Shulk, you have to be very careful when you pull the trigger on that. But speaking of pulling the trigger, they find a forward smash of their own to tie things up at 2 stocks apiece.
Ooh. Coming in there, hot on the jump. And again, Buster out, going to redeem them. Oh no, get caught in the 10-hit combo with it. Can't get the shield out in time, as TK3 will happily take all that damage, because now Uweru's basically at kill percent. Down, forward throw will not do it. Going in slow, going in hot. Ooh, I get scared every time I see them coming in for a landing, because that could just happen.
Wow, TK3, a simple conversion there leads the up smash, and just like that, they are working on the final stock here. Oh, but Shield Art ends up saving Uweru there, so dangerous spot for the Shulk to be in, but 56% on their last stock here. They're trying to find some momentum back, but TK3 continues their pressure, continues this onslaught, and sneaks underneath. They crouched under the aerial and got under for the smash, and just like that, Uweru's taken off the board, and TK3 holds a 2 stock lead.
Ooh, and this is not a great start. If you are trying to fight your way back into this and stop CU Boulder from taking home a win here. Remember, this is a best of 3, and we came into this crew battle right in the middle. University of Colorado Boulder had already won a crew battle, so they're on match point. If ASU can't turn this around and fast, this could be University of Colorado Boulder moving on into the losers finals. And Arizona State's got some good players in the back pocket. Dr. Iggy in particular made waves at CECC May Madness last year, but you're gonna need more than just one big standout performance to reverse a 2 stock deficit. Again, nothing is set in stone yet. We're barely over halfway into this crew battle, but this could be scary.
Yeah, and you can see based off the players already off the board here, so 2 members down for the side of Arizona State here, Colorado Boulder, TK3 on the Kazuya, a very threatening prospect. Not an easy, I think, counterpick war to play here for Arizona State, given the characters I think that we've seen them play in the past. But uh, I want to mention again, Colorado is a school that in the online era had these big performances. They were always one of these teams that, well, they were kind of, let me put it this way. It was one of those. They were always the bridesmaid, never the bride. They had these big performances against some big schools. I remember they were able to go toe to toe with teams like University of Texas Arlington, Delaware, Mississippi State, who were these schools that it felt like they could compete at a national level and do very well. But when it came to these championship bouts in moments like these, it felt like they just fell 1 or 2 steps short. But here, this is a moment for them to try and prove otherwise, that they can be that team. Because throughout regular seasons for them, they did have wins against a couple of those schools. They did have wins against teams like DePaul in the past. But a lot of those players have now since transitioned out, graduated, or moved on to different programs. This is a squad that still has to try and live up to those expectations, though. And it feels like they still have that potential to do so, especially if they can gain some momentum with a big win here against Arizona State. But obviously, the Sun Devils not looking for that moment here as their 3rd member is locked in.
Yeah, Lizzie and the Robin coming out here to take on TK3 on the Kazuya. It's difficult right here because Robin is going to have the range to deal with Kazuya, but so did Uweru. Lizzie Roy is going to have the projectiles, and that is a little advantage that you have that Shulk didn't. But at the same time, do you have the kill power to really muscle through TK3's grounded approaches, using these crouch dashes to get through these high hitboxes? It's gonna be, we've got to see how this pans out, as TK3 is proving to be a bit of a wall from the tiny snippet we've seen of this match thus far.
TK3, 2 stock advantage, trying to push the Buffaloes to the next round of this tournament bracket. Can they do so here? Trying to eliminate another member, but only 2 stocks remaining on their count. Meanwhile, a Robin entering the ring. Lizioi, I believe, entering on this Robin. It's been a while since we've seen this character at the collegiate level. The handful of Robins we've seen in the past, though, have done very well for themselves. A lot of clean conversions, especially off the spell book, have to manage it, but also the distance it covers, managing which spell to use when, even Levin's Sword, something to look out for. But a high ceiling for this character nonetheless. Can they take advantage of that distance here? Because TK3 not allowing them any space, constantly being in the face of Lizioi.
Yeah, Lizioi putting on some serious damage. But you've got to find this kill on the edge guard here. Jump used, opportunity, but it will be TK3 making their way back to stage regardless. Trying to avoid any significant ledge trap setups, but that book's getting awfully low, Soy, as Lizioi is trying to stack on pressure, but off the ledge, Levin's Sword will do the damage that you need. Ooh, converts off of that fire as well. And TK3 is down a stock. Exactly the kind of gameplay you'd like to see. And then they don't actually go down off the EWGF. They're right back into it. Up smash will take it, though. But still, Lizioi is on the precipice of shutting down TK3, even if ASU is still at a disadvantage.
Side B does so much work in a moment like this, but only so many uses of it left before that book expires. Ooh, caught underneath again. Lizioi gets caught. That could be a down smash. He went for it. Doesn't get the spike, though. Not enough reach on those arms. And now TK3 has to recover. Neutral B shielded. Jump side B. Constant pressure along the ledge here. Do not want to be in the spot against the Robin. So many projectiles. can threaten from distance and continue to poke, and the book will do it. Sniped out of the sky. Lizioi shuts down TK3.
It's been said 1,000 times before, but throwing the book at him really does work in a time like this. Well studied on how to deal with that Kazuya matchup. It felt like Lizioi was very good at getting TK3 off of the stage in those interactions using the Levin sword in its very high base knockback to get ledge guarding situations online earlier than most characters would, and then keeping them off stage for so long. The ledge trapping was always there. Lizioi, 5 stocks remaining on the side of Arizona State, 6 on the side of Colorado University Boulder, as I think this is going to be Olive coming in next.
Olive, one of the players to watch for this Colorado squad. We'll have to see how they do. I believe they've had some strong performances in the past and at local events for this school as well. So we'll have to see how they perform here. Lizioi's Robin, though, certainly a threatening prospect to go up against. Like you said, the ledge trapping was always there, but taking full advantage of knocking Kazuya off stage, right? The recovery, a little bit susceptible, and at least maybe not predictable, but linear, right? It is either straight across or straight vertical, and makes it very easy for Robin as a character to be able to track down, and Lizioi taking full advantage of it. So, although they're down a stock here, they're within striking distance. We've seen comebacks from this spot before. So the turning point of the match is here for Arizona State. Feels like grabbing a lead could be everything in this moment. Olive stepping into the ring on the Wolf here as we get ready for the third member bout between Colorado and Arizona State.
Yeah, Olive coming in on the Wolf is going to be difficult to deal with as Robin. The transcendent projectile means that as you're drifting around, floaty as you are, you can get caught out in the air even if you have a projectile covering your retreat. Even so, Olive is still going to... I called it exactly correct. Olive is going to make liberal use of this projectile. Like, not even using it as an approach tool, and Lizioi called that out and got in for the scrap immediately.
Yeah, immediately the use of that neutral B. Reflector also could be big. Saw a little bit of it there in that moment. Olive very aware of the game plan as they both play a bit more patient. You saw a little bit of a lag spike there for a moment, but both players are going to fight it out here. We'll have to see who comes out on top. Lizioi's barely been scratched on the second stock, though. Olive up to nearly 90%. Lizioi not wanting to interact. They go immediately to the corner of the stage. Book now in hand. Olive gets a little bit of damage. Lizioi forced to recover low. Will be able to and use the last of that Levin sword to make it back to stage. And now the continued barrage of projectiles thrown at Olive, but the Wolf will make it back. Olive constantly throwing out the reflector. Has to, because of so many hitboxes being thrown out their way. They find a back air, don't find one underneath. They try and catch the 2-frame with the down smash, but it will not connect. Neutral air back to stage. On shield, they cross him up. They don't find a back air either. But now both players are in the red, and things are looking scary for these opening stocks.
Olive able to get back on stage, but misreads that tech chase, and now because of that, Lizioi is able to fight their way back into it. Again, transcendent projectile, always going to win out, but nice patience right here on the projectiles. Not quite patient enough, though. That catch in the end there will be enough. Levin Sword will finish off the first stock from Olive, and we're right back into it.
That forward reach is so surprisingly high with Levin's sword, and Lizioi making full use of it, but they get a combo starter. They don't get the follow-up, though. Olive is able to escape, but they get caught without a jump here. Has to upbeat back to the ledge. Now another forward air will connect. The air dodge back. End up getting around Lizioi once more, so Olive gets to survive here, but the stock count is now even, and the percent lead starting to dissipate. Olive up to nearly 60, caught by the side B once more. Levin sword back online. Neutral B will land as well. Olive has to recover low here. Can't linger on that ledge forever, but the spacing, that side B, just not quite able to clip Wolf's fingers.
Olive actually struggling to find a kill right now, and that's not really great if you're on the side. CU Boulder, just a dash attack, not going to do it either. knocking them down. Forward tilt, not going to do it. Ooh, but aerial on shield is not enough. Olive doesn't pull the trigger on an up smash, and because of that, Lizio is back on stage. Nair will finally do it. Lizio on their last stock.
Oh, nearly answered right back, though. That back air almost took it right back. 117 on Olive. They've got to be careful here. That Levin sword is being swung left and right, and if it connects, it is likely the end of stock number 2 for Olive. Back to the ledge they go. Again, the neutral B not quite connecting, but they get up into it, and now there's the forwarder to come through. Lizioi ties things up at 1 stock apiece here on FD.
Olive coming in hot, tries to go in, but Levin Sword putting in work. These aerials are chunking through Olive. I've always said, like, Robin is a heavy that is also a lightweight. And with that flame conversion, Lizzie is showing the damage that makes me say just that. Comes back in with the Nair, doesn't connect, but dash attack puts them off stage. Opportunity for a finish right there. Down smash not properly timed, but 11 sword up air, you can only live so many more of those.
Has to find a way to land. Neutral air wins out the battle. 86%, and 11 sword clipped, but all the way from the other side of the stage, Olive will get to survive. Now they both play patient. One quick strike could do the trick. Holding shield, throws at the reflector, but he pulled the trigger on it too early! Reflected the wrong projectile, didn't keep it out! Lizioi has the read, and gives Arizona State the lead!
Ooh, tough luck right there, as Olive didn't have the wherewithal to hold that reflector. That was a situation in which both players knew exactly what the other wanted. There was no mystery whatsoever. They look and they go, oh, well, it's gonna be that. And so we're going to see how they're going to make their way through this, as Blur on the Sonic is going to be the last member of University of Colorado Boulder. And this is tricky because not only do you have to fight your way through Lizioi, who has shown themselves to be a powerful contender, but you've also got to deal with Dr. Iggy in the back, too. I assume that's who's going to be coming out, unless Slick is going to be the surprise anchor. Dr. Iggy has been a long-time veteran of ASU, has put in a lot of work, and now it's up to them to try to make this happen.
Lizioi down to their final stock. Blur on the Sonic stepping into the ring here. Sonic, a character that we've seen, I think, touch and go from the collegiate scene in general. Sonics is the big one that we think of at Fisher College. But outside of them, there haven't been too many highly proficient Sonics at this level. We'll have to see how Blur does here. I think this is a character that we've seen kind of be the bane of Colorado's existence in the past, but see if they can pilot it well here against Robin for one more stock. In theory, the speed that they have, the combo game should still ring true against this character, but I worry about the way that this Robin hits, like you said. When that Levin sword is online, the space that it covers, the damage that it does, if Blur is not careful, they will lose their stocks very quickly to Lizioi, who could be the difference maker in this crew battle, but they'll have to drop 2 stocks before we get started on PS2.
Yeah, Blur. I think the one place where Olive was not really able to get a lot done was off stage. Olive was going for a lot of 2 frames, not a single one of those connected. If Blur can put on that pressure once Lizzie is off stage, make that recovery a little less free, then I feel like we might be seeing a little bit more. But if Lizioi is getting these counter hits, we might not have to worry about Lizioi being off stage.
Dangerous spot. 19% to Lizioi to the 75 of Blur right off the bat here. 40 seconds into the match. 11 sword gone here for Lizioi. Now has it back. Shield was being threatened there as well. But that is a haunting up air lingering out there and finding the stock. Blur with nowhere to land. Lizioi takes down the first stock of Blur. And just like that, it is a substantial lead now built up for the side of ASU. And there's a good spin dash underneath into a back air, but so much damage needs to be done here before Blur can start looking and hunting for these kill options, smash attacks, or back airs. They find homing attack, but it also clanks with a projectile. Lizioi shielding. Good forward air as well. Blur upbees early and will fade quickly back down to the ledge, using another dash to sneak through and get back to the stage, but so much percentage already on the table.
This is Lizioi is proving themselves to be one of the main contenders on ASU. The way they blasted through so many members of CU Boulder, I can see the adaptation that must have come in between games. It's a shame we didn't get to see that first crew battle as Blur able to just blitz right through any projectile that could have come out. Back air will do it. 2 stocks to 3 to enter into the final crew battle. Not ideal, but definitely still winnable for either team. And you have to remember, the pressure is so much higher on the side of ASU because CU Boulder is on match point.
Lizioi taking, I believe, 5 stocks in that crew battle. Massive effect here to give his team the lead in the final match there. A 2 to 3 stock lead to give their team a chance here. As you can see, the last member to be locked in for Arizona State, like you said, probably Dr. Iggy, unless it's Slick to enter into the ring. But ASU, they need this crew battle and the next. But Blur on the Sonic, things looked dicey again at the beginning. They dropped the opening stock. It was high percents there on stock number 2, but they stopped the bleeding and get the back air there to make sure it's just a 1 stock differential. And in terms of being the counter-picked player as the anchor on the final spot, entering in with 2 stocks could be worse here for Colorado. Got to be feeling okay with how things were going against Lizioi.
And it's going to be Slick on the Yoshi here, and that's interesting to me. I think it's because instead of Dr. Iggy's on the Bowser Jr., I believe, or the Iggy, if you want to be specific. But against Blur on this Sonic, Yoshi has some defensive options. Specifically, when you get spin dashed and you get sent up, Yoshi's double jump armor will enable him to get out of the spin dash into homing attack into forward air combo. And that, I feel like, is the main kicker in why you want to be on here. Final Destination 2, no platforms in the way. We'll see who comes out here. Again, if Blur clutches this out, then that will be CU Boulder just moving on in this tournament. No third game required.
Slick trying to keep the Sun Devils alive here against the Colorado Buffaloes. Blur has to find a way to take all 3 before Slick takes 2. And the combo game of Yoshi is something ever threatening. We've seen a lot of good collegiate Yoshis in the past. Ooh, there's an almost spike. The forward air came through. I thought he was going to get spiked off stage there, but Blur just eats a big chunk of damage for it instead. Slick winning the percent battle. And like you said, right, the double jump armor playing a key factor in that Sonic combo game that is so strong and so threatening. Blur has got to be careful with their decision making. And right now, they're doing a good job of weaving in and out, but they have not found a strong hit in, and it's been them getting chipped away at. These up Bs and neutral airs have knocked Blur up to 89%.
And after a strong start from Blur, that's not a good sign. It's really not, because with the spin dash, a lot of shield pressure, but can't quite find the way through. Finally, an opening right there from Blur, but Slick is just so elusive on this stage. Caught off stage without a jump, though. Is there an opportunity? No. Blur just isn't able to close in on these kills, and we're looking more and more like a third crew battle here as Blur is hesitant to overcommit.
Still no stocks taken yet.
Hold on.
That's a good back air. Oh, great. Well-timed air dodge there by Slick, but this could be a forward air. Won't be able to take the stock quite yet. Fades away from the egg. Maybe we'll find a back air here, but instead gives up stage control. Now threatening another spin dash. Won't be able to find the follow-through. Slick looking for one quick, clean option. Yoshi, there's so many moves in this kit for the dinosaur that have the ability to kill in this moment any of the aerials, really, even the smash attacks, obviously, but even things like the specials. At some point, you wonder if something like pulling the trigger on a down B could be the option for Slick here, as they're just
Oh,
barely able to snap back to the ledge. They find a forward air that does spike, so sending him into the ground actually does not kill. A trade DBZ, but Slick comes out on top of it with the lower percent and heavier character, 141. This Yoshi is surviving.
Yoshi's a heavy dinosaur. Ooh, but keeps their jump, catches them at the very end of their double jump. Blur able to take that stock. Blur definitely felt like they needed a minute to come alive against Slick's Yoshi, but at this point I feel like Blur's winning the neutral more often than not. Slick's early lead gradually, very, very slowly evaporating. But it's still going strong if you look at the pure stocks. And if Slick keeps this conversion going, Slick at lower percents is a lot more deadly. And you're getting closer and closer to the point where it's only one mistake needed on the side of Blur for Slick to send us to a third crew battle.
This is starting to get dangerous. Slick is up to 90%. Sonic does have some raw kill power in some of these moves, but it's not going to be that easy. Great air dodge around that punishing up air. Slick was looking for another big combo, but now Blur's up to 90. Off stage they go, holding shield for a long period of time, dashing in. Now they find homing tech. Now they find back air. It doesn't take the stock quite yet, though. Slick opts to recover high. They air dodge back. They find an up tilt, and the up air will do it before the spring can get there. Slick will win with 2 stocks, and ASU push us to game 3.
Forward up tilt up air right there, catching them out, and it's a strong kill confirm. But what a low percent for that to come out in. Good stuff right there though from the side of ASU. I gotta give it to Lizzie Roy, or Lizzioy on the Robin for really getting us into the initial stages of that win, taking the one stock off of Blur, taking a lot of the other pressure off of their anchor is really it's one of I feel like it was what gave them the initial edge needed to take that home. Blur had some good choices towards the end there, but ultimately they just weren't far enough ahead to take that victory to the end.
Yeah, just a 1 stock difference entering the match, but it felt like maybe if they were on even footing, 3 stocks apiece, that Blur might have had a much better chance, because I do agree with you. The neutral wins were coming quicker and quicker for the side of Blur, but the damage output of Yoshi just makes such a huge difference when you can find these aerials. I do think it was interesting. There was a mix-up of how Slick was punishing. There were times when it was the up tilt into up air that was able to take the stock, but early on they were going for things like falling up air to try and punish, trying to start off with something a very similar type of hitbox, but trying to use their jump to maybe catch something, before homing attack happens, something along those lines. But interesting to see the adaptations as that game went on. Either way, Slick with the 1 stock lead holds on. They win by 2 stocks, and Arizona State stay alive and push us to game 3.
And in this third crew battle, I'm interested in exactly where we're going to see this pop-off performance. I wish I could see what the initial score count was in that first crew battle, because they definitely had... I saw exactly what the path to victory would have been. I feel like in a 3 stock to 3 stock encounter, we could have very easily seen Blur come and take that victory in the end, but that's not what ended up happening. And so now you have to reevaluate the order in which you're sending in these players, as we're gearing up for this third crew battle.
And as we get ready for it, we're going to check in on the we'll call it the out of town score of sorts, but it's the other side of the losers bracket. University of Houston White Squad beats the SSBU Navy, which is the Arizona Wildcats. So the other Arizona school has been eliminated from the tournament in 2-1 scoreline fashion. University of Houston White Cougars are on to the next round. They play the Kansas Jayhawks in the other side of losers semis. So the winner of that will play the winner of this match. I believe that match is underway or will get underway shortly, but we've got to wrap up this one first between Colorado and ASU. My interest is in the characters that we didn't get to see. Inkling and Hero. Hero for the side of Colorado, I believe. I believe the Inkling was for Arizona State. And those are two characters that I feel like have the potential for that kind of pop off performance that we talked about earlier. Where Hero, you have these big swinging spells, right, that take up a lot of damage or can take up the majority of the stage with things like Magic Burst, these big hitboxes, but maybe could be interesting to see matched up against different characters for the other side. I'm thinking about, how do you, my immediate thought for ASU, how do they deal with Kazuya, the TK3, because it felt like the answer was Lizioi. And on the flip side for Colorado, maybe Inkling, who's a fast character, can get in on Robin because of the low profile of things like the dashes. So there's a couple different intricacies here. I'm curious to see what the kind of matchup per matchup or lineup looks like headed into this third set.
Yeah, with Brock on the Inkling opening up last time, I think that is probably the best one. I wouldn't hate to see Olive opening up either. I feel like Wolf was pretty well-rounded, and Olive will probably just play well, and whoever's going to come in, even if they don't win, it's tough to just decimate Wolf in the same way you can some other characters. So I would not hate to see Olive be the opener there, but yeah, we're just waiting to see what the status is on this third crew battle as these players gear up here. Looking down this roster, so we got Brock on the Inkling, just to recap because we didn't get to see it first. On the side of CU Boulder, we got Brock on the Inkling. We have Olive actually on the Pyramithra instead of the Wolf, opening up here against Ufu Yuyuru. As on the Shulk, a bit of a sortie matchup, range versus speed here, though Shulk does both have range and speed and jump and buster and smash and shield. So we'll see how these two state shifting swordsmen will clash and see which team ends up getting the advantage, as both teams are evenly tied opening up the third crew battle.
Crew battle number 3. Winner advances to the next round of the tournament, trying to stay alive here on loser's side of the bracket. Olive here on the Pyramithra. The Battle of the Xenoblade characters, not one that we get to frequently see, mostly because there have been a couple collegiate Shulks who have done very well for themselves, but few and far between are they even located. But for now, it's going to be a quick combo underneath. Shield Art immediately used, and just constant barrage of up tilts. Well, if you're one of the heaviest characters, you're going to fall right into this hitbox and need a ton of percent for it.
Olive coming in hot with some of these nairs. I love the liberal use of the nair too, catching out a lot of these landings, because that's the thing. Shulk's buttons, well, they take a while to come out, no matter what form you have. And what I feel like Olive is doing really well is resting right outside Uweru's attack radius and then coming in strong after. Ooh, and that forward tilt too. It's so difficult to get this recovery online, as jab not going to do it. And uppy out of shield as well. He's going to just set up for the finisher there, but Shield Art will keep them alive for the time being.
Buster Art online here, and why not risk it? You're at 130, make it 140. you're likely dead to a strong move either way, but that art now gone, and it will be the up smash. No, it doesn't do the stock quite yet. With jump art, though, it absolutely will. So a big stock taken, only 43% on Ufuyuru. And now, I mean, you're building up this percent lead to basically lap them right now. 64%, and Olive doing a lot of work in this matchup, continuing to put the pressure on. Good forward throw off stage. Pyra threatening. Thought that down air would spike, but instead jump art just barely gets around it. Buster art used once again in this situation. Can they find a way to recover? They end up recovering low. 103. Stalling out here is an odd spot to be in, but they're forward thrown off stage yet again. Speed art now online. Forward air to knock them back, but falling through. Was that down air again to come back? The lasting hitbox will take that stock.
Olive really redeeming themselves here if they weren't able to take down Lizioi on that Robin. I'm liking this Pyramithra a lot. I feel like it plays a lot into their playstyle. You don't have to rely as much around finding, well, you do have to rely around finding stray hits in neutral, but I feel like you just have more tools to do it here. As with the Smash Art online, you want to stay far away from Olive, who calls out the landing too. A lot of good damage there as Olive is playing clean around this, drifting in and out with this Pyra, knowing that with a down air it could be enough, but I love how fluidly they're switching between the Pyra and Mithra.
It's constantly changing back and forth. Could be a dangerous spot. Speed art almost air dodge back down into that down smash. Olive is looking for a way to seal things out here and now, and a 3-stock advantage could be everything in this moment. Neutral air down, only finds shield. Now another forward throw. Shield art has to be used, but now Pyra's out, and Bloodthirsty switching back for the Mithra. There's a good forward tilt, landing some chip damage. Now these lingering big hitboxes have to be worried about. Jump art will help them escape all the way to the opposite side of the stage, but Olive continues to hold center stage, continues to lurk, looking for this kill, but instead it's speed art forward air that helps Shulk get back to the stage. Now dashing back and forth, looking for their opening, but it's forward tilt to come through. Still not enough to take the stock quite yet. We'll be able to snap back to the ledge, counter all the way across, but it still won't take the stock off the board.
Ooh, Buster Art online, because as you aptly said before, you might as well risk it for the biscuit, but still nothing comes of it. Speed Art trying to rush them down. Can't quite get in. Just up smash in neutral will cement this 3-stock and put Olive in a very, very good position to keep this run going through the rest of ASU. A clean 1-player lead. Olive, literally the best opening you could ask for.
A perfect start for the side of Colorado Boulder. Olive on the Pyra Mithra getting the job done, shutting down the opening member of Arizona State. Obviously not the way that Ufuyuru would like to have things end for potentially their tournament run here, as they don't take any stocks off the board. But it was just such a tough matchup. Olive did such a good job controlling the pace of play. The switching was very well timed. Mithra did so much work, in particular the speed differential between these two sorties ever present, and then the Pyra getting the job done when it needed to.
I felt like Ufuyuru played very well in their initial match, and it's kind of baffling. I feel like Olive really stepped up on this Pyramithra. I feel like as the opener, they have definitely made their mark. Like, even if they do nothing, even if they set their controller down, they've still contributed so much to this, but they're not going to set their controller down. They're going to go up against Cortercia on the Hero, and we were talking about this earlier. Hero, the funny thing about him is that he'll end up playing in a way where you don't even need the down menu, the magic menu, to make an impact. The lightning and the fire enough are enough to make a lot of the plays that Hero goes for happen. So when you factor in that X factor, that element of unpredictability, it's hard to predict their burst range.
And it makes them such a dangerous character because, with that quick burst range too, you get so many quick damaging options. But like you said, the damage output of this character is strong in their own right. This is a character that I think has a very high ceiling, but it's hard to live up to that expectation. Can they do so here? They've got to find a way to help get ASU out of the hole from the opening matchup here. 3 stocks apiece, but a full player advantage for the side of the Colorado Buffaloes. Olive's Pyra Mithra could be the difference maker, but Cortercia stepping into the ring on this hero. We go back to PS2. We'll see how this match paces out. Again, Mithra just so fast, so quick, has the advantage at these lower percents, but Cortercia will take anything as that one nearly... Oh my goodness,
gosh!
0 to death out of nowhere. Cortercia thought they had maybe something going with a thwack, but instead, it's Olive pulling the trigger on a forward smash to take the first stock.
I hate to be biased, but Olive sweep? I mean, come on! This is an unprecedented performance, especially given how the Wolf went last time. Accelerado Online will give Cortesia an advantage in the neutral game. But even so, it's tough to get this online. Bounce not going to do a whole lot except disable that Prominence Revolt. Ooh, but an opening right here from Olive. And yet, it's not enough. Cortercia is doing a great job doing this keep away until they're forced off stage. How are they going to be able to get back on? How are they going to get off of this ledge? That remains to be seen, as they are able to make their way off with just an uncharged lightning.
Cortercia,
no mana.
Now at low MP. You can see that meter down to just in the teens really now. They get forward thrown or up thrown. Instead, Olive up to 102 now. But a down smash into an up smash, or down air into an up smash, nearly finds a stock again. Such low percents. They're finding these opportunities. Up tilt on the ledge, good coverage, but won't be able to take the stock. Now the switch to Mithra. They wait out Hatchet Man, but they get clipped by the neutral B. Back to Pyra. 120% here on all his first stock. He's taken 3 so far, or 4 so far, without dropping 1. Sizz won't be able to use it. Down air on the ledge, won't connect either. Both playing patient here, waiting, constantly looking for the opportunity, looking to see who moves first. Zoom to avoid all of that interaction, but they go right back in. And that's sitting at 120. You'd think a kill option would come through soon, but no one able to land anything strong enough.
Psych up online, so that will be strong enough, no matter what it was. Up there so hard it freezes the game for a second. And now Olive, on this second stock, will get a forward tilt. Looking for the zoom, will catch it, tries to just call it out with the up air. I love that. When someone's coming down from the zoom, and all you can do is throw out the up air. Is Olive, hold strong. Crackle Slash online as well. As with that up tilt, just a trade because nothing is safe on hit at that low of a percent.
Interesting trade there. Forward air does do a little bit of damage to Olive though, so 40% now on Olive's second stock. But there's so much work here for Cortercia to do. They try and pull the trigger on the neutral B, but it does eat up that magic meter. Down to just 12. Well, they tried to punish the up B, but the projectile that comes out afterwards clips them, and now a little bit of extra damage to Cortercia's last stock. Neutral air, back air. Now Olive putting the pressure on, upping the pace here on this Mithra. Not afraid at 90%, but they get grabbed and back thrown instead. Switch to Pyra. Snooze won't find anything. Lingering hitboxes, still unable to find the mark. Trying to change things up with the double up B back to the ledge. They get a grab instead. Lingering up air with a little bit of rage. Cortercia was out. They could not escape for the moment, but they will now get out. They're looking for the edge guard here. The up B doesn't connect. The tornado's just too low for that recovery. Cortercia now up to 98%. Now, bounce online, up tilt underneath, 136, and they'll both back away.
Low MP. Olive playing this carefully. It's clear they want to hold on to every single stock. Don't want to risk anything. This is how you need to be playing in these crew battles. As the MP slowly regenerates, the bang doesn't find its mark. Bounce online as well, because you just don't want to deal with that blazing edge. You don't want to give them that tool, but the up throw is enough that time. Cortercia has done their job, but so has Olive, looking for this final hit, looking for this final kill. Can they find it? Ooh.
Wow.
Opportunity here. Ooh.
Two good up airs strung together. 107 now on Cortercia to 32 of Olive. One stock apiece here, but remember, it's still a full player advantage for the side of Colorado Boulder. They do not want to go down two full members and have Olive take 6 stocks, but it seems like Destiny has other plans as Olive's dash attack comes through. Cortercia gets shut down, and Colorado Boulder now have a 4-stock lead.
Ooh. This is not good if you're on the side of Arizona State. There's no way to put that. They're still in their opening player, and you're down 2. And Olive has shown that they're able to steal stocks immediately. That's what kind of settled it for me. Not even the 3 stock. The way they 0 to death Cortercia in about 15 seconds showed that even with a period of cooldown, Olive is not cooling down whatsoever. Ready to 0 death off the starting platform. Now, Arizona State's final 2 players were definitely formidable, but you've still got to deal with 4 on the side of CU Boulder. I see how they got to that match point position, and even with ASU fighting back, they're starting to get into miracle needed territory in order to make this happen.
You still got some dangerous hitters for the side of Colorado Boulder left in the ring. Think of TK3 TK3, the Kazuya player. You still got Blur, the Sonic, the anchor from last round, still waiting in the wings. It is going to be a difficult task for the Sun Devils to try and mount this comeback. I'm curious to see where they go. I believe this is Easyoi stepping into the ring here. We thought that was an L. Our apologies. It's an I at the start of that name. But the Robin player who was so strong last round is stepping into the ring maybe a little bit earlier than they would have liked. But this Robin was so strong, and I think if there's anyone to just get this Pyramithra off the board, this is the player to do it.
And with it, okay, we're seeing them come in now. It's Easyoi coming in on the Robin. We saw them put in work before. We actually saw them take down Olive before, but that was on the Wolf. That was when Olive was playing around those projectiles. This time, it's Olive scrapping. And even though I think Iseroy can do this without taking a stock, if it does happen without dropping a stock, then, oh boy, that's going to be difficult for them.
Iseoi entering the ring here on Final Destination. Olive, only 1 stock here on the Pyramithra. Interesting to see the change, too, between Pyramithra and Wolf, and how Olive has just not been, the way they've changed characters and still been very proficient. The Wolf got shut down last game, but here in this game, Pyramithra doing so much work. Meanwhile, here on Final Destination, both will back away, buy some space. Olive saying, hey, you've got to make a play against me. I know you want to use all these projectiles, but I am faster, and if you use up all these spells, all these projectiles, eventually you're just going to have to fight me outright, and I don't have the space as much when all of them are gone, but eventually you do close the distance here, and Iseoi tries to find the edge guard. They get a trade. It's the spike of the up B. The counter to play, the turnaround. They were just trying to get back to stage, and they'll deny any comeback from Olive.
Okay. So, that's one way to get your reversal going. See, the thing about when someone has a pop-off performance, like we saw from Olive, is that all you need to do is do exactly what they just did to you against the other person. And then all of a sudden, it's even again. Problem is, it's not that easy. I liked Olive's mentality in theory when playing against Easyroy. Izuyoi. They know that the resources will run out. When Robin is throwing those projectiles, they will come to an end. However, then they're at an end, and you still have to fight them. You still have to go in. And if you're cocky, you'll end up in situations like that off stage. Now, I don't think that's a situation you'll see that often, but great awareness from Izuyoi to get them in that situation to win at home. And it's going to be Brock and the Inkling coming in next.
Brock on the Inkling entering into the ring. Should be interesting to see. This was one of the things I mentioned right in between. What are the intricacies of this matchup? What are some of the ways they can kind of counter each other? Inkling might have or might be a good answer into Izuyoi for the side of Colorado Boulder because of the low profile, because of the way that they're able to weave in and out, and potentially maybe able to juggle this character as well. So we'll see if that comes to fruition. But for now, it's still a full player advantage to the side of Colorado Boulder. And I think while Izuyoi is probably happy to get that stock off the board, they also know that, hey, it was a scary spot to go up against Olive. That they had been on a tear through through the first two members, and you just kind of get a beneficial situation where you get that up B. I mean, when's the last time you saw the up B spike come through?
Not often, so I'll tell you that much. Not often. As you pitched this Inkling coming in as the counter pick before. I think the movement is clean, and personally, I'm just excited to see it. We haven't seen Brock yet because we dropped in the middle of this crew battle. Izuyoi, rather, has demonstrated a impeccable awareness of every single tool in their kit. I'm loving the way they use the Levin sword lingers to catch people out in the air, and it's going to be Brock coming in on the Inkling. So we'll see how they can get this done. I want to see them get approaching more than any other character because Inkling has the ground movement to do it.
Something I'm looking forward to seeing is how does Brock find a way to take a stock off the board, because for as clean as their movement can be, for the damage they can rack up, I'm thinking about ways they can actually kill Robin, and outside of getting them up to an absurdly high percent or finding something like Roller, it's not going to be easy because of the way that Izuyoi likes to position themselves. Right now, Brock is at the deficit in terms of percent. They have not even landed a scratch onto Izuyoi. Bombs won't land either. They've eaten 76% in the process of this. They got half a tank of ink here. They will be able to make it back to stage. Bomb thrown out, only finding shield. Backing away, kind of recharging, resetting the situation. But the Levin sword, being ever threatening, nearly found a way to knock the daylights out of this Inkling, up to 91% here as both players now in the corner once more.
Comes in now, Arc Fire on that corner, and finally able to steal the stock. Okay, like I said, if you want to get back into this, you just have to play exactly how you just played before, but against them. As Izuyoi playing from range. Out of the book, but it doesn't really matter, because with Brock not able to get a clean approach in, it's looking difficult. Only 9% too. This chip damage, playing the range game, I feel like just isn't the play when the projectiles act like a wall. Because even if that grenade lands, then what? That's my question.
Kind of a stalemate at center stage. Ooh, I actually like the idea to kind of Roller there, even though it's weird to do it on the platform. It's a quick burst in, and then maybe you can get something out of it. They get the ground of that Roller, and they're able to convert it into a jab. That's a good amount of ink landed, and remember the function of Inkling, right? You get that extra bit of damage if you're able to land more hits while they have ink on them. Right now, they're able to land 2 solid hits, get them up to 107. Down tilting at the ledge, won't come to fruition, but they will find another back air. Bomb thrown off stage. Oh, wow, what a play by Brock. Are you kidding me? They use neutral beat to interrupt Izuyoi's recovery, and they are able to even things up at 2 stocks apiece.
they use the push to force a pineapple right there. I take it back. I like how Brock is playing this because they have now demonstrated the threat of their aggression. When you play slow, the opponent has no reason to respect you if you do not show you can actually kill them. At this point, Brock has done just that. And even so, Izayoi is putting in work.
Ooh, wow. Scouted out the roll there, too, with the roller. But still, it is a full stock advantage for Izayoi and a full player advantage for the side of Colorado Boulder. So, Brock is going to have to come up with something here. Izayoi is going to have to come up with something here. 45%. And they find the opportunity. Side B lands. Trying to find a way out of this corner here. Pressure on. Bomb, again, not quite connecting. Izayoi doing a good job of just generally avoiding a lot of the projectiles that this Inkling can throw out between the down B, the neutral B. Not really using too many of them outside of that down B, but just very conscious of the spacing. Using a lot of their own projectiles now, but a trade will go in their favor for only a moment, but look in hand. Forward air to knock them off stage. Down tilt as well. Edge guard situation.
Pressure on the ledge, but Brock isn't able to find a kill. And even then, look at how much space they give Izayoi. Brock fighting from the edge, but the Bury, both of them were immobilized there just watching the other, knowing that that was their win condition. Heartbreaking. Doesn't get the Bury there either. Ran out of ink at literally the last moment, Soy.
Tough spot here. Izayoi somehow dipping underneath. 141 here on Izayoi to Brock's 84. Remember, every stock here for Izayoi matters so much more for Arizona State, who's trying to mount this comeback after a slow start here to game number 3. And a bomb will finally go off at the feet of Izayoi, and it will take that stock off the board. That was a massive one for Brock to take, but now they've got to find a way to see if they can get even more. They're at 135. Izayoi trying to clean things up early here if he can. He only needs one good, strong hit. Levin Sword could do the trick here as well, but a combo from Brock is going to give them a little bit of wiggle room here, but only for a moment's respite. It's the forward air to come through, and Izayoi shuts down Brock.
All of a sudden, it's looking more and more winnable. Of course, Izayoi still only has one stock. This is a much more winnable position than we saw before, and yet, if Izayoi is able to keep this run going, then maybe whoever the last player is going to be, whether it's Slick, whether it's Dr. Iggy, might just have the answer. Oh, we're gonna get that. We're going to get that back open in a second. But in the meantime, we got to talk about how carefully we saw Brock playing that. Brock was so choice in every single movement that they made. And I felt like I was scared watching it initially, but they showed that they had the wherewithal to actually take stocks time and time again, and that was incredibly important throughout that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like you said, there's a difference between playing patient, playing your own game, and then playing with a level of confidence behind it. And right, what you said, your quick bursts in have to matter. They have to be impactful, and that's exactly what Brock was able to do in that series. They were picking and choosing the right moments, even though the bombs weren't very threatening at times. It was an active hitbox that was thrown out. You had to respect, and then they could close the distance. I like their use of roller, even though it didn't always land and it wasn't always in the most impactful spots. They were finding ways to bury their opponent time and time again. They even used it on the platform as a movement option. So although Brock drops this spot and ends up dropping all 3 of their stocks, they've done a good chunk of damage, because we've seen also the flip side of this, where a Robin just takes over the game, has these big 3 stock type comebacks, because all of a sudden this aggressive player gets too aggressive, gets caught time and time again. They're so focused on their own movement that they get trapped and run down because of it. Doesn't happen here. It was death by 1,000 cuts, but they've done their job here for Colorado Boulder and gotten Easy down to 1 stock.
Yeah, and that I think in and of itself is a major achievement considering just how dangerous Izayoi proved themselves to be in that second crew battle. Izayoi brought them to a very winnable position, and yet only a single... they only clawed their advantage back by a single stock. Like, it's not like they've completely role reversaled here. And so, almost immediately, we're in a position where it's... If Izayoi is able to pop off, if Slick is able to pop off, we might see Arizona State move on here, holding on to their number 4 seed. But Colorado University Boulder is not making it easy for them and is looking like they want to get the upset.
It is a tricky spot to be in for both sides here now because Izayoi, this player who has brought the energy for the side of the Sun Devils, is down to 1 stock, and they are being counterpicked. But Colorado in this situation, it's been kind of a weird spot. You're going up against one of the tougher opponents, but who do you send in? Do you send in the Anchor? Do you send in Blur on the Sonic? Or do you send in TK3 on the Kazuya? It looks like TK3 is the answer here. Last time these two met, the Robin shut down TK3. It was not a good matchup for this Kazuya, but they're gambling on it now with a 2-stock advantage here in this losers semifinal. We'll see who comes out on top here. Or actually, this is losers quarters. My apologies. But still, both teams fighting for their tournament lives here. 6 stocks to 4. Izayoi will drop off stage. We're on to Hollow Bastion. But how do you adapt here if you're TK3? You do not want to get shut down like you did in the previous match.
Certainly not. And TK3 trying to avoid that right off the bat. 75%. Okay, my bad. Sorry, didn't mean to disparage. But the Arcfire gives Izayoi a chance to respond in kind. The drift back on the Levin Sword is nice, and oh my gosh!
I think we saw an attempt at the kick reflect there, but it just came out a little too late, or the range of the projectile just didn't quite hit. But still, so much damage after a huge opening combo of about 75% from TK3. Izayoi has brought it back, and now it's a dead even game, and this stock seems to matter so much now, because at 102, you feel like this hourglass is just working against ASU, but if they can find one more, it could mean everything, but they survived the up B. Izayoi, now back to the ledge.
Ooh, Levin Sword 2, back air sends them up. Izayoi on their last... Oh no. Okay, we're good, we're vibing. As this is a incredibly tense situation right here at the ledge. Any hit will kill. Shield getting low. Back throw not going to do it yet. But we saw Izayoi get a lot of kills on this edge guard before.
Ooh. There it is. Neutral air. Able to take that stock off the board. That's what ASU was looking for. Give your last member a better chance here. Izayoi, I think that's a jump cut as well. This could be everything. Trying to find the edge guard. Up B, side B still an option. Air dodge will do the trick instead. Neutral air, just barely coming out in time. Levin Sword about to be offline though, and it will be a command grab to do the trick. TK3 holds a 2-stock advantage, takes down Izayoi, and the Colorado Boulder Buffaloes maintain the lead.
We talked before about how it felt like if Colorado Boulder got into an even scenario to close out the game, then they could possibly take it home. They're in much more than an even scenario right now. Well, I feel like this is a prime opportunity for that upset. Slick put on a great argument for why ASU should stay in this, but as of now, CU Boulder is playing strong. They're playing fast. Olive's run gave them the edge that they needed to find a way into this fight, and this is, it's not unwinnable. We've seen much more unwinnable situations before. But with how evenly these two teams are matched, you don't want to be with your back against the wall like this.
So here's my question as we prepare to see who enters the ring here for Arizona State. Do you go with Slick on the Yoshi, knowing that it's 2 stocks of Kazuya and likely Blur on the Sonic as the anchor? Or do you go back to Dr. Iggy, who we mentioned at the top of the broadcast on the Bowser Jr., on the Iggy? Because those are matchups that I feel like on both sides, Yoshi versus Sonic, Slick was able to come out on top, but Blur was getting better in the matchup. Bowser Jr., I feel like might struggle a bit more with the Sonic, but maybe the range advantage they have gives them the edge over Kazuya. So which character matchup are you leaning towards here for ASU?
Well, we just got word it's Slick. And I do not hate it. Especially because Slick did so well last time as the closer. The thing that scares me is just how strong Kazuya is on the ground. The fact that Yoshi has the best airspeed in the game doesn't really matter as much. If you just get beat out by one hitbox, one bad move is all it takes to ruin your day. And I'm scared. So I think it's going to be incredibly hard for Slick to do this without losing any stocks. And just how many stocks they lose is going to impact their quality of life in the last game, assuming TK3 doesn't win outright.
Can TK3 close things out for Colorado right here, right now, or will Slick get to the 4th and final member of the Colorado Boulder squad? Small battlefield, the site. TK3's Kazuya will have to drop 1 stock. Slick trying to be the last lifeline for Arizona State. Here we go. They'll drop down from Halo, they'll taunt, lose their invincibility, and we are underway here. Slick putting on the early pressure, and tons of damage right off the bat, and a spike! That's a 0 to death! And what an opening! Just what Arizona State needed!
I swear that up tilt is like hard to hit. Like you have to be like inside your opponent to hit that. It's usually an anti-air. So the fact that Slick is confident enough to be inside their opponent like that shows their confidence in their movement, as trying to extend with the up air not going to work out. But you can't really get a strong combo off of the UWGF right there, even if you're getting good damage.
Good back air landed as well. Slick's going to find a forward air. TK3 under a bit of pressure. What? Oh, they hold the patience. But there's a jump armor that you mentioned. Again, coming through and saving Slick. That was very likely the stock with the charge up that came through. But instead, Slick gets to survive. They find a forward air off stage, and they'll find a third. Another one to come through, and Slick out of nowhere ties things up. The Sun Devils will not go down without a fight.
Right. So, remember when I said all you need to do is play exactly like Olive and all of a sudden you're in an even scoreline? They're in an even scoreline. Woo! Go Sun Devils! And now we're in a position where, well, the theory that we had is put to the test. Is Blur's Sonic in a one-on-one completely even match enough to take down Slick on the Yoshi? This time you have stage counterpick as well. That's important. But I'm curious right here because I can't say for certain. I felt like it was in that second match, but this is literally as close as it can get. Match point for both teams. Anchor on both teams. Even stocks on both teams. This is esports, folks.
You couldn't ask for a better ending for these two teams in particular. This is the best chance you feel like for both sides. When it comes down to it, your best players against each other in the final moments, 3-on-3. What an opportunity for both of these schools. We talked about how in the previous matchup, Slick had the stock advantage. It seemed a little iffy at times, but they did win by 2 stocks at the end of the day in set number 2. Here in set number 3, Blur was getting better. They were adapting. They were winning neutral more frequently. Do we go back to Final Destination, or do we see another stage mix-up?
I feel like if I'm remembering correctly, Final Destination was a counter pick from Slick on the Yoshi. So I have to assume that we'd want to go to a bigger stage. We'd want to go do something like Kalos, because I feel like the lack of platforms was good for mixing up Slick's movement. However, you want a wider stage. If Kalos is on the table, I'm thinking that's where we're going.
Kalos would be a good pick. They're on screen right now. They're hovering Hollow Bastion for at least this side of the observer camera, but we see that Blur is locked in. So here we go. Colorado Boulder versus Arizona State. 1 player each, 3 stocks apiece to survive and move on the loser side of bracket. Slick versus Blur. Here we go.
Coming in, and we're into this familiar dance, if you remember from when we started this crew battle off. Round and round we go, as where we'll stop, no one knows. The spin dash just keeps coming out, and this is where we began our journey, when we hopped into this crew battle halfway through. This Blur plays very disciplined in this matchup, and I do like the ability to fight through it as the shield gets lower.
A bit of damage. Able to sneak underneath. Tried to find a forward smash. That could have been a big reversal. Slick, I don't know, as the day has gone on, it feels like he's taken bigger and bigger swings. Some of them have landed, some of them have not. But the timeliness of these swings, I think, is what's important to pay attention to. Always taking these risks when the punishment, or at least the way they could get punished, is a very low risk. Even these forward smashes, Blur not really able to get over in time and get another hit on the docket. So even though Slick has had a little bit of a percent lead, start to worry now about the kill power that could potentially come through if Blur is not careful. They're continuing to dash away, spinning, holding, patience, using the platform, sneaks underneath, gets an up air, and it nearly finds a stock. Creative movement there from Blur.
I like it. Blur is making this happen, but if you get caught out above and get caught by the up tilt, I get scared every single time. Finding this final kill confirmed too is the ultimate test. Are you able to close out? Because that was kind of the tricky part. Once you get past a certain percent, you need some major damage to find the final kill. You need a brawl back air, you need something. Blur's able to get a bled, gets around that, and the trade will do it.
Perfect timing there. Trade comes through. Forward air for Slick did not. Was trying to find a way to land that edge guard. But he's sitting at 114 right now. So Slick starting to get a little eager and look for one of these big swings to take a stock off the board. But Blur's been so elusive on the Sonic, and the pressure's on now. And Blur knows it. Continuing to weave away one side of the stage to the other, throwing out an aerial just in case Slick tries to get too aggressive with it, tries to turn things around. For now, be looking for an opportunity, dancing back and forth. We saw this a lot in the opening stocks, and Slick just waiting for something to land, like an egg, some opportunity. One misstep from Blur was just not happening.
So I'm noticing a pattern here, so
I wasn't gonna say anything until it continued.
Like, but I feel like at some point we have to address it, because the pattern has been broken. Blur doesn't have a good way to deal with Slick on the platforms. Slick has all the time in the world to deal with Blur like that. And now that they're at lower percents, maybe we'll see that pattern broken, but there was no reason to. It was a little bit hypnotic the way it was going back and forth like that, but they were able to eventually close it out. So Here is the tricky thing that we find ourselves in. Blur cannot really fight Slick in the air. Slick cannot really fight Blur on the ground. So Blur's only option is to catch Slick in the landing of their jump. Blur's only option is to catch Slick's only option is to catch Blur at the peak of their jump. If they're playing optimally, neither of them will ever be caught in that state. Slick is ending up being caught in their landing a little bit more there, because when they go and attempt to catch Blur in the peak of their jump, they do eventually have to land, and that's where Blur can catch them. But without any variation, it can get a little bit repetitive.
And that's why you're kind of seeing this back and forth, right? This dash back and forth across the stage, left and right. But neutral air, almost able to take the stock. It feels like in terms of ease of execution, it's just so much easier for Blur right now. They find the neutral air a second time, and that will kill off the top at 163. A full stock advantage. If you're worried about time, don't worry about it. We got 5 more minutes left on that timer, but I doubt we'll get down to it as Slick is down to their last stock here, and only 22 onto Blur. Every little bit of damage now that Blur lands means so much more. Sonic certainly has the ability to kill outright with some of these aerials, especially with the way that Spin Dash has been connecting. But for now, we go back into this neutral dance where Slick needs one opening. They need to find something. They might have found it here. Patience pays off, and they get 2 quick up airs, but they get overly aggressive and eat a back air for it. And every little bit of percentage makes it that much easier for Blur and the side of the Colorado Buffaloes.
Yeah, you can see the energy kind of turning up for Colorado, but caught in a tech chase, Slick's not able to punish. As, when Blur is pulling the trigger too early on some of these back airs, Slick is able to find something, but a ledge opportunity, this is the best you'll ever get. But going high lets Blur get right back into the position. Ooh, up smash calls out as well. You can't fight Blur on the ground. It's so difficult, and yet it's the only real way I feel like Slick sees to get a kill.
They've got to change something up. These eggs from platforms are not working. They've got to find a way to be punishing. Like you said, on the ground game, that is so difficult to win. They're finding a couple neutral airs out of shield, but they have to hold shield for so long. It's nearly about to break every time they go for these interactions that they win. And that's not many of them. 106 to 77 in terms of percent count, but Blur still holds the stock advantage. Now spin dashing once more in the corner, throwing out the back air. And it's back to that synchronization, but oh, finds an up air. 95 now on Blur. Another one. They find forward air instead. 122, and now you're into that killing range. Has to air dodge back to the ledge. One good catch, one good aerial, and Colorado will be on to the next round. Can they find it, or can Slick give themselves one more chance here? They need to find one good hit, one good smash attack, a neutral air maybe to send them off stage, but instead they just continue to dash, dance back and forth. 122 to 106. Who can find the opening? Who can find that one clean connection? Timer now down to 240 as both of them continue to search, to hunt in the red percents.
Blur playing as cautious as you can. Slick will need a miracle here. They've been catching them when Blur gets tempted into pulling these back airs early. The question is, how do you tempt them? How do you get them to get that back air out early and give you an opportunity to punish? We're back into that dance now. Both players at kill percent, not wanting to commit too hard. When Slick is there on this percent, they have an opportunity, but it's so difficult. I see Slick is trying. Oh my god, the shield's getting so low. Up air out of shield, though, will almost finish them off.
The egg shield does not get more red than that. That was one frame, 1 second away from breaking. 128 to 142, but it's still a full stock lead for Blur. They find a connection, but it won't kill quite yet. And they'll find a forward tilt underneath. They can't grab the ledge in time. It's Blur with the forward tilt that sends the Buffaloes to the next round.
That was a difficult match for Slick. Blur had the game plan. Slick was forced to adapt. And in the end, even when Slick did find little opportunities here or there to fight their way through, they just couldn't do it. University of Colorado Boulder moving on through the bracket into losers round 3. I don't know who they'll be fighting yet. We're going to be determining that now. Let me just double check.
It's Kansas. Kansas won over University of Houston White 2-0, by the way. One of the first kind of sweeps that we've seen. So that is going to be an enticing matchup. Kansas, they played Oklahoma State, I believe, pretty close earlier. Oh, no, it was University of Houston Red earlier on winner's side. So that will be an exciting loser semifinals, and the winner gets a run back against University of Houston Red.
And with that, we're going to go to a quick break while we get that match set up. And when we return, we're going to have even more Smash Brothers action for you. So don't go anywhere. The Big 12 is not done.
everyone, and welcome back to the Big 12 Conference Tournament. We are getting ready for losers semifinals. These two teams have battled for a long time to get here, and it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top of this best of three crew battle. We just saw Colorado take down Arizona State. They're playing hot and ready. But on the flip side, Kansas has played close with a lot of the top dogs of this conference and wants to prove themselves here and now against the Buffaloes.
This is a team that wants to win. But Kansas has made a strong argument for themselves. Looking at the upper bracket, they actually took a match off of Oklahoma, they took a match off of Oklahoma, who are, currently sitting in winners finals. Oh, sorry, excuse me. They took a match off of the University of Houston. But regardless, this is a team who knows that they have what it takes to fight with the top echelon. Both of these players, both of these teams are hot and ready to go in here. We'll see who comes out on top. It's going to be, I think, Haz starting out here.
Brock entering the ring for Colorado Boulder. We saw them on the Inkling last round. Did a good job of mitigating one of the heavy hitters of Arizona State, the Robin player. And although they lost, did a good job of taking two stocks off the board, kind of slowing the pace of the match down, making sure that those explosive plays did not happen. And they're going to find some explosive plays of their own, shutting down the opening stock here with the roller to up smash combo.
And now that they're in the thick of it, this is the patient play we've come to know and respect from Brock. And we respect it because of things like those roller combos. They might, oh my gosh, the delay on that Toad was so long that it interrupted my train of thought. Blow cancel back air as well, interrupting the edge guard. You don't see people edge guard Inkling this hard ever. Almost completely out of ink from the offstage play.
Up to 145 as well. Gotta find a way to take this stock. And they find an opportunity. A couple of back airs will not find the mark, but a good neutral air to knock Brock away once more. Turnip snipe as well. Might find a second. Low recovery. The neutral air doesn't land, but there's the back air. That will do the trick. And all of a sudden, Kansas is on the board.
Oof. Goes in hard. Gets the turnip. Brock playing this very carefully. Rolling right through the grenade is interesting to me, but I'm liking the way that when Hazmat gets the advantage, they keep it so long. Using their aerial side B over the grounded side B. As Hazmat looks for a combo starter, and they almost get it off of there. One offstage situation, and I think Hazmat might be able to take this home. But a roller into forward smash. That's some day one stuff, but it still works just fine.
Still works just fine indeed. Now, pretty substantial lead starting to build as all of a sudden another roller combo comes through. 33% onto this Daisy, but now 78, make that 98 onto Brock. Trying to answer things right back. It does find a good forward air. Ooh, down smash at the ledge. Love the option. Now another low recovery force. Neutral air. Stitch face in hand, by the way. Almost connects, but get up attack. Just barely able to knock them away. Trade at ledge as well. Holding shield. Couple of neutral airs off of that shield as well to continue to knock this Inkling away. So a tricky spot here, both trading back and forth. It just plays to Colorado Boulder's favor, but they whiff on the up smash they'll find instead. Forward smash doesn't connect. They don't have the mash to get out, and Brock will take a 2-stock lead for the Buffaloes.
Brock with a strong opening right now, and that's exactly what you need to be seeing. Colorado is looking to take their momentum and bring it on into these losers finals, and well, if it works out, it works out then. Good stuff so far from Brock. The patient play, winning out strong in that opening setup.
I think it's interesting too. Brock now has twice felt like they've done a good job of just crushing momentum of their opponents. Not through big explosive plays of their own, but through scary moments they seem steady. It feels like, they get hit off stage by float neutral air right at the ledge, and the situation resets. And most players would, panic jump or something along those lines. Instead, they just hold, maybe roller, maybe bomb or something, and then all of a sudden use their up B again. And if they get hit again, it's no big deal. It's just resetting. The neutral air is not going to kill at these low percent. So despite being edge guarded, being in some tricky situations, Brock just feels like they've got the ice in their veins in these moments.
I 100% agree. Being able to take a hard reset at any time is so important to making sure you do not get snowballed. And I've never felt like Brock has gotten snowballed no matter what caliber of player they are fighting. And so we'll see if they're able to maintain that composure going in against Raisin Loaf here.
Raisin Loaf on the Olimar. I was looking up some notes before this tournament, and Raisin Loaf has actually done pretty well in the kind of Arizona state locals. So this is one of their top performers. And on the Olimar, too, a character that we really don't see a ton of at the collegiate level. So I'm curious to see how Brock deals with this matchup. A very large change in the pace of play from the kind of previous two types of matchups he's played here at this tournament.
This is a good way to start off. Raisin Loaf is not letting them get away with anything, but how many times have we seen Brock go into a deficit at first as they find their footing? And yet, I feel like Olimar in particular, I mean, he's the king of chip damage. Literally, no matter what you're doing, and he's got the double purple set up too, basically a moving wall. Welcome, it's the Myron zone. Like, and you got the white Pikmin on you as well. It's so difficult to deal with this constant barrage of hitboxes non-stop. But Brock is fighting their way through it.
83% to 119. They find roller into forward smash. Brock absolutely fighting through it. They take that opener. Now, Raisin Loaf looking for a way to try and get this stock off the board. They've got purple Pikmin, but they get buried instead. There, a last second aerial comes out to knock Brock away. Good grab. Blue Pikmin will do the trick outright. They'll toss one off stage, try and reset the scenario, but trying to get even more damage online. Like you said, just continuing to chip away at these stocks, and Brock has to play so carefully, has to throw out all these aerials the second that they get landed on by a side B. Whistle Armor also coming through as well to help Raisin Loaf escape a potential combo, chipping away time and time again. 63% on Raisin Loaf, and now all their Pikmin kind of depleted except for the purple. Doing a good job of making sure that purple stays alive for a long period of time.
Ooh, playing carefully there. That chip damage not really coming out. If you're not able to finish this stock, then is it all worth it? Goes through. Brock playing this as carefully as possible, but the parry on that into the grab with the blue. Brock's off the top, and Raisin Loaf is going to help stabilize for Kansas.
Big performance there from Raisin Loaf, the Olimar, to help bring things back within striking distance. They do drop a stock, so it is a full stock advantage for the side of Colorado. But Brock put in a lot of work in this one, and Raisin Loaf, I mean, dropping that opener gives Colorado the lead. It shows, again, that poise, that ability to sustain under pressure. Brock was just unmoving in his play style and was able to still take stocks because of it.
Yeah, I think Brock definitely had a read in the second half of that first stock. We saw the way they slipped in and out, especially keeping Raisin Loaf in the air, I think was crucial, because I think a lot of the chip damage from Raisin Loaf was coming from the horizontal game, completely just barraging them with Pikmin. Not so much happening in the later stages of that match. I feel like we did definitely see Raisin Loaf gradually just hold firm, hold strong, and as long as they were standing horizontal, it was fine. And with Olive coming in on the Pyramithra, it's going to be tricky. I mean, Pyramithra definitely does beat out in the disjoint, but I feel like the issue of the chip damage is not resolved. The Nair is going to purge any Pikmin almost instantly, but will it do enough? That's what I'm wondering.
And things like the fire Pikmin in particular are going to survive on Pyra because of the elemental effects that they have in this game as well. So something to watch out for, as specific Pikmin might be of more value here. Purple Pikmin always a lingering threat, but now you got to worry about some other ones as well. Maybe less so if Mithra is the mainstay, which we'll likely see. But in terms of getting kills onto this Olimar, you're likely going to need the Pyra, and it means that the chip damage can start to come online. So I'm expecting kind of a big early lead, I guess, from the side of Olive to come through, and then maybe a comeback of sorts for Raisinloaf, who will be down a stock again to start this next bout here on PS2 once more. We'll see how this one paces out. Olive is the first one to strike as they get some quick movements in. Quick 29% landed. The chip damage starts to come online as these side Bs start to find their mark.
Even with that chip, again, because of how fast Pyramithra's aerials are and how they just cover so much of her body, they just don't do that much. But chaining together hits like that, comboing off of the tech chases there is so crucial. And with the tether grab as well, Raisinloaf was so close to finishing it off, but Olive just barely holds on to the stock.
Oh boy, and Raisinloaf barely holding on to their stock as well, thanks to that up air. Down tilt, another up air, but the whistle came out, and either one needed to be landed there. 111 now, on to Olive. Doesn't find a grab in a situation. I don't think the Pikmin had came back to him in time there, so a weird spot where Raisinloaf thought he had a punish, but instead doesn't find anything, and now Olive gets to survive because of it, and that is a dangerous prospect because Pyra's out. Pyra's looking for a way to take some stocks, and now you see another interaction. When the Pikmin are on you, that lingering hitbox is going to stay, but instead it's a grab to come through. The blue Pikmin, off the top they go. Raisinloaf takes the first.
Coming in slow but steady. We've seen the forward tilts that led from Olive be lethal, but you've got to close the distance first. Nair, not going to do it either, but 140%. The next aerial from Pyra simply will. I don't think there's a single aerial that won't kill. Did Jab just kill? Oh my gosh, not quite, but almost. Oh
wow.
My gosh. What?
This is a heavy
I stand corrected. Yeah, no. Definitely used to some crash landings here because the flame re-entry is nothing compared to this. Ooh, finally back on stage.
Double roll into forward tilt ends up taking that stock off the board, but that was a long time to survive off stage. And now, I mean, all of a sudden, Olive's sitting here at 70%. Raisinloaf barely scratched on this next stock. Another forward air. They try and find a grab. These blue Pikmin have done so much work for Raisinloaf, but eventually that one will get knocked off the board. And now purple Pikmin also starting to get the bud, which means that even more damage can come online. Double purples also here might opt to pull a third, but instead air dodges around, just continuing to work away. This is probably the best lineup. You got the fire one there as well. Down smash to knock them off stage. Can they convert here? They don't get the down air. Somehow Olive survives off that side B.
Ooh, playing carefully here on the platform. 158 finally gets the stock. 1-for-1 trading as of now. Colorado holding on to their shaky lead, but if they drop this stock, it's going to be Kansas taking over. Raisinloaf putting in work for their team.
Down smash into grab. What a combo for Raisinloaf. But there's the conversion for Olive. Down air, into the up air, into another one. And Olive, all of a sudden, 3 hits, knocks down Raisinloaf. And Olive strikes back in this bout.
This is big. I think getting rid of Raisinloaf here and not letting this run go continued is crucial. If Boulder wants to stay in this fight, they want to keep... they don't want to let this Olimar get up to the next person, because we saw how quickly stocks can just evaporate. We saw that first stock from Brock. That was not a pleasant experience, as it's going to be Mander on the Pokemon trainer hopping in the ring next against this Pyramithra.
Yeah, Mander on the Pokemon trainer. I mean, this will be interesting to see. I believe, when I think back in the years past of Colorado, they've had some very strong Pokemon trainers on their team. So I'm wondering how experienced the players on this roster, in this new iteration, this new era of Colorado Smash, how experienced are they in the Pokemon trainer matchup? And we also like to talk about, well, what characters do we expect to see when we're getting into these specific matchups? Feel like Squirtle has got to get a lot of mileage here. Ivysaur as well is kind of the well-rounded one, but I fear for when Charizard enters the ring.
The trick is, are they going to be able to get Charizard to enter the ring? I feel like, even though these two shape-changing characters can match each other blow for blow in many aspects, I feel like Mithra might have the slight edge over Squirtle, but the existence of Ivysaur, those lingering hitboxes, are so tough to deal with. Olive, switching back and forth, tried to set up an offstage situation with the Pyra, but it's just not going to happen, as right now Mander can't even land a hit.
Really tough for the Squirtle to do much of anything, as this Mithra is smothering right now. 64% already onto the Squirtle. Wouldn't be surprised to see the change to Ivysaur come through relatively soon. Already going to Pyra, knowing they could potentially take a stock. They drift back into the up smash, and it nearly kills at 100%. Mander's got to be careful. Get to the up throw, into the up air. Patient play. They still have Water Gun in their kit, but instead they get jabbed. Off stage, switch to Ivysaur, tether recovery. This is where things can get a little bit more neutral or dicey, I guess, because Mander on this Ivysaur, a little bit heavier of a hitbox, but they can now contest from range here. How does it change the matchup? Olive still continuing to find chips, and they'll find the falling up air to strike first.
Olive's so clean. I feel like the frequent switches between Pyramithra speak to a game plan that's just not quite as set in stone as a lot of other Pyramithras you see. And whoa, a little bit of slow-mo there.
That was
very
cinematic.
Dramatic. Yeah.
I thought we were about to see like the slow-mo of like a down air come through from Ivysaur into a spike. That would have been
beautiful.
Oh my!
Oh my gosh! Mander's getting battered and bruised. Trying to land with this Charizard is tough. Charizard does have a pretty good ground game, as you can see, fastest up smash in the game, but it's still not enough, and Olive goes a little bit too deep trying to edgeguard Mander, and unfortunately that will be their doom, but not before they keep Colorado Boulder's advantage going.
I was so convinced we were going to get a ledge trump there. I was so shocked to see Pyra just plummet down after the up B did not reach the ledge. But still, Mander comes out on top, taking a stock off of Olive, but they do drop one in the process. So it's still a very close crew battle, only one stock separating them. But now the player with 2 stocks gets counterpicked by the team with 3 stocks remaining on their next member. So we'll see where Colorado opts to go. This is typically where we've seen TK3 enter the ring on the Kazuya, but it looks like based on the name we're seeing being locked in, they're going to send in Blur on the Sonic instead. And I'm curious as to why, but I also think, it's not a bad idea either way.
I feel like Blur on the Sonic being the anchor might have been a very specific countermeasure that they were trying to do with the Yoshi. Now you can kind of just feel them out. I feel like Blur might feel pretty confident in the Pokemon Trainer matchup. Might just be able to run through that. Sonic in particular does really well with keeping people at the ledge. The forward smash is basically a sword. Well, no, it's actually better than any sword in the game. And I don't really see Pokemon Trainer having a good time getting off of ledge, especially because Blur is one of the only other characters they have on the roster who can keep up with that Squirtle.
Well, we'll see how much mileage the Squirtle gets in this matchup in particular. Didn't get too much done against Olive's Mithra. Here against Sonic, going to be a little bit of a different fight. Maybe Ivysaur with the Razor Leafs can disrupt that spin dash that was so potent in the previous series for Colorado. We go to Town and City, and I think this is the first time we've seen this stage today. The sort of reverse tri-plat where the taller platforms are on the outside, whereas the platform on the inside is a bit lower. See how that changes things as well. Mander versus Blur, and so far, a couple seconds into the match, Blur continuing to keep to the outskirts as he did in his previous matchup.
Town and City especially is going to be tricky because of the fact that Mander doesn't have access to as many of the kill off the top options as on other stages. Blur's going to have a lot of space to run around on, and Blur will kill them off the side shockingly early with spin attack forward air. You can see they're trying to respect that, but landing like that is not the way to do it.
That must have been a misinput of some sort from Mander. No reason to up B there, and he eats a ton of percent forward. He's actually up to 80, make it 92. Has to find a way to land. Razor Leaf doesn't find anything. There's that forward air that you were talking about, and nearly killed, and he's just barely above 100. He's at 112 right now. So Blur potentially able to kill very early. Neutral air doesn't find it. Back air from up high. You thought the pressure was done? No, sir. Blur strikes again.
Ooh. On the ground, finding their way in. Blur doing loop-de-loops. Mander completely unable to track them down. 5% is absurd, by the way. I would like to see the Ivysaur out for the rest of the game, if I'm being honest, because of Razor Leaf, Razor Leaf, Razor Leaf. While it's out, you can be reasonably comfortable that Spin Dash is not going to be coming towards you at that moment. And in addition, all of the attacks are multi-hits. However, you've got to be confident in hitting your Razor Leaf up airs, Razor Leaf up Bs. If not, then Blur has no reason to truly respect it. And right now, they're simply not.
Double grab into up air. It's a good chunk of damage, but still, you're only at 45% here. These Razor Leafs, for as good as they are, they have just not found the mark. They've not interrupted a single spin dash. He can't find another grab there as well. Mander, controlling center stage best he can. Neutral air does not connect. Air dodge, but a down air instead. Barely gets the forward air out in time. Blur able to recover back down. Tries to go for up air. Gets reversed upon by Mander's up air. Spring actually chipping away at Mander's stock percentage as well. Now that they're both trending towards the red, I typically would favor the Ivysaur in terms of kill power, but the way Blur is maneuvering, this Sonic is so tough to deal with. They can't find a back air, they'll find another spin dash, they'll find another forward air, and that will be the end of Mander's run in this first set. Blur shuts them down, and Colorado strikes again. They've got a full player count lead.
And we've seen this before, and it was Colorado who did it. And if they're looking to win, I feel like they are dropping the axe on them. I don't know who the anchor's going to end up being on the side of Kansas, but looking at their roster, there's no one there that I'm like, oh yeah, obviously they want to take this matchup. Maybe Supple Seb on the Snake might come out to play. It would take away the ability for Blur to constantly spin dash without taking some chip damage of their own, but even so, this is a tough one to be sure.
A very difficult spot for Kansas to be in, and a team that has played a lot of teams close today. This is a tricky position. Now you got to find a way to take down not only all 3 stocks of Blur, but likely 3 stocks of TKE on the Kazuya as well. So we'll see where the Jayhawks decide to go with this matchup. As Kansas, I mean, their run through this tournament, again, they've played a lot of teams very closely, including taking some sets off of our top seeds in the bracket. And you look at Colorado, you look at Blur specifically, and Blur has been kind of the performer to keep your eyes on for Colorado, where Olive has made the big outstanding plays. Blur has been this sort of safety net, I think, for Colorado is the best way to put it. Not necessarily the anchor role, but just the way they play, right? Very patient. They play the game on their terms. They play outside the stage and they know the full extent of their character. That's why they stay so far away. You know, it felt like Mander, even on the Ivysaur, throwing out the Razor Leafs, good idea, but not a single one interrupted the game plan from Blur in those moments. So Blur certainly playing with confidence right now, at least, and playing with a certain level that is just hard to counter, I think, for the rest of the Big 12 right now.
Yeah, a lot of people, we haven't seen anyone confidently have a way to deal with Blur. Even Slick was only winning in the 1v1 matchup, as Supple Seb is on the Snake is going to be the answer. There's a lot of opportunities to trade with the grenades. You can take away space. You can deny a area of spin dash charge up with the C4. But you can only do so much, and we'll see if Blur's momentum can be stopped by all these roadblocks.
We'll have to see. Snakes today have been very good throughout the day, so we'll have to see where this one ends up. Supple Seb stepping into the ring. Can they shut down Blur for the side of Colorado? A heavy hitter in this Snake can certainly take stocks early and can interrupt that passive game plan from the side of Sonic and Blur. On the other hand, Blur has been very good in their decision making, choosing when to weave in, have the full extent of their combos, and when to kind of change the pace, as trading back and forth with the damage, with the grenades also being online, also playing to Colorado's favor, but Snake, a heavier character, can survive.
Ooh. Supple Seb trading 1-for-1, and for Snake, as we always say, that's a winner. But now you're off stage. Getting very close to death, but they holding on. Oh, Blur, where are you going, man?
That's like
going very high, chasing very high, but the spring isn't able to get the extension.
Tried to get the extension there. Yeah, when you dip down like that so fast, it's like when you're playing Mario Kart and all of a sudden you drift the wrong way. You're like, whoa, wait, hold on, I gotta get back right on track here. But we're able to make it work. Still only 67% on the Sonic as well to Supple Seb's 117. This has been really back and forth in terms of the neutral as well.
Question is, where do you find the strong kill options? I see where Supple Seb is going to, you know, get the damage, but Blur is shown consistently that they can get kills. Up tilt, that'll do it. But only if they're rolling around in front of you instead of spin dashing, which isn't that common if I'm being honest.
Yeah, they found one instance and they are able to punish it. Now, constant explosions on screen. Dash attack does not connect. Feels like Supple Seb's trying to beat Blur to the punch in a couple of these situations, trying to cover where he thinks Blur is going to go, but ends up getting there early and getting punished for it. Between C4 placement, these dash attacks, and now Blur finds a huge punish with that up air to take that stock off the board. This is a very substantial lead here, considering how much work Supple Seb has to put in order to take just a stock off of this Sonic. Now, another spin dash, only finds shield, grenade placements being landed. There's a bit of a trade, but he goes for back air instead, pressuring the shield. Still doesn't find a shield break. Supple Seb up to 52, holds his grenade, finds a down tilt, up smash, too slow, doesn't catch Sonic.
Setting up the trap, setting up the web, but Blur just powers on through them. Blur is once again falling off the stage, but you know what? It's intentional. I'm calling it now. Because of the fact that down there, Supple Seb, unless they commit to an Akita, really doesn't have a lot of options to deal with them, and pops them up. I have almost never seen that interaction. but that is something that Snakes Up Smash can do, pop you up for the finisher, as this is doable for Supple Seb to take the stock, but you gotta remember there's one more player on Boulder.
Can Supple Seb reach that final member, give themselves a chance at it? Grenades at the ledge, invincibility runs out now, down tilt, won't be able to find its mark, forward air, won't be able to find it either. Supple Seb goes high, gets caught, and oh my goodness, he put himself up there! The spring into up air will do the trick, and Kansas shuts down, or Kansas gets shut down by by the play. My goodness, what an up air from, I'm speechless from Blur.
You know, you might have watched the last game and thought, yeah, Blur's not that aggressive, but you've got to be aggressive to take them down like that. That is the kind of aggression you need to be seeing, and just like that, Colorado Boulder is on match point to go into losers finals and get some vengeance against Houston.
One step closer for Colorado Boulder. They take this series. Kansas drops. Kansas does have an interesting lineup working for them. We'll have to see how they can change things up. But right now, the player to beat on Colorado is Blur. You also have to worry about the explosiveness of Olive. That Pyramithra, ever since that character change from Wolf to Pyramithra, Olive has been on a tear and has been a difference maker for Colorado. So this is a tough character matchup to crack for the side of for the rest of the Big 12 conference. We'll see if Kansas can come up with some adaptations here for round 2.
Yeah, they're already gearing up for that round 2, so it shouldn't be long as Boulder had, looking back, they, just going back into what we saw, it really did feel like Boulder didn't even have to throw all their cards on the table. I mean, Brock was already very strong. I was just about to say TK3 didn't play that much, but with TK3 coming out on the Steve and Alex instead of the Kazuya, first of all, come on, Fighter Pass 2. But second of all, this is a player we didn't get to see in the last crew battle, and they had some performances, especially closing out in the kind of mid game, but we've never seen them open. So I'm excited to see TK3 in the flesh doing it now.
And on a different character, like you mentioned, right? We saw the Kazuya in their previous matchup. Now they're going Steve here to see what the kind of matchup will look like. I do like the initial change from Kansas to go with Mander, the Pokemon trainer, as their leadoff player. Seems like a well-rounded character, good enough to go up against some of these other matchups for the side of Colorado Boulder. However, this matchup in particular, it's not going to be very easy for Mander.
It definitely won't. But, well, can I be real? If you know the matchup, Pokemon Trainer wins this really hard. And the way people talk about it, it is Razor Leaf, Razor Leaf, Razor Leaf. Squirtle for some select scenarios, but for the most part, you try to avoid that happening to you. You get a free diamond tool out of that, but no up tilt, unfortunately. Goes in for the jabs, does not catch it. Goes in for that, does not catch it. Ooh, down air is not enough either. Down air into up smash, though, or up B. And TK3 is not really able to stack on damage like they were with Kazuya here. They're being pretty aggressive, and like I said, Pokemon Trainer has just the perfect amount of range and the perfect amount of lingering hitboxes to disrupt a lot of what Steve wants to do.
You can see that, right, in the opening parts of this matchup. Outside of that shield break, the Ivysaur did so much work to give them the percent lead. But now Charizard's online to get the grab. They won't find the platform. Do they need it? No. Yep, they do. And they find a back air instead. TK3 can't drift back down to the ledge. Now, Diamond equipment online. Switch to Ivysaur and continue to Razor Leaf away. Also shutting down that minecart, too. A big projectile kind of off the table here for TK3. Good forward air into up air. Good bit of damage landed. TNT lingering. Tried to forward throw into it, but too high. Mander has to back away to the corner here, allowing TK3 to farm.
Razor Leaf going in, putting in a lot of pressure. Down air 2, stacking up the damage. Mander really getting their redemption arc right now. And that spike too on the minecart. This is Mander playing a matchup and knowing it well. Excellent play from them.
You didn't see it, but my jaw dropped. I was shocked that the spike actually came through because TK3 just drifted to their own demise, and they find back throw back air as well, up to 50% now. TK3 drifting, gets caught by dash attack. Mander's at 160 and still on their first stock here. Oh, but they get hit. No equipment in hand, though. Maybe if something was there, that could have been the stock. But they're able to roll around down smash. They get grabbed, though. Surely a throw does it. But they've got the mash as well. And they flare blitz through the cart. Mander at 209 gets a 3 stock on TK3.
Cool. Awesome. Okay. That was completely unexpected from how the match with Blur went. And obviously, very different matchup. But for me, this was an example of them having this down pat. Because, can I be real? You gotta know the Steve matchup if you're a Pokemon trainer. You gotta know how to exploit that recovery. You gotta know how your hitboxes interact with the minecart in a way that most other characters don't. And Mander demonstrated all of that knowledge in the match against TK3. And, well, for Colorado Boulder, this is the shoe on the other foot moment.
And I thought that going into it, it would be a bit more difficult for Mander on this PT because the Ivysaur couldn't do much against Blur. The Razor Leafs were ineffective in that matchup. Squirtle did not get to do much in that battle. And if you don't have a projectile to deal with the blocks, TK3 can just set up the wall and there's not much air for you to do. But like you said, Mander knew instantly how to break through, how the Razor Leaf could beat the minecart, where to position themselves to get that spike at what? I think it was a mid-ish range percent as well. I want to say around 60 to get that down air, and then to risk it all on Flare Blitz. I mean, it felt like a little bit of a desperate play, but why not? You're up to nearly 200%, and you've got the 2-stock lead working on a 3-stock. So well done by Mander in that situation, and now you've completely eliminated a player that you didn't even see last round, who was a key member of Colorado's win in that previous series against Arizona State. Now you've forced Colorado's hand. They're sending in the Sonic. They're sending in Blur.
Yeah, Blur showed incredible competency in this matchup before, able to deconstruct the recovery, win in the neutral game, and even though Mander's playing hot, we'll see if Blur's Splash Water is able to cool them down. It's going to start off with the Squirtle versus the Spin Dash Shell. What is it? Shell Sprint? I don't even know. I'm making up words, man. But it's going to be Mander using Squirtle's ground game. It's one of the things Squirtle is best at. I didn't really see a lot of use of the tilts out of Squirtle, but if I'm okay. I like the water gun. I don't hate it.
I was actually going to say he had water gun charged up for a lot of last match and never used it. It's just something that I feel like could help interrupt, right? Because Blur, we talked about it, loves to kind of sit in this corner, use the spin dash, and then go to the far opposite corner. So why not just put up the wall, kind of mess with the timing so that it's not completely in Blur's control. You're not playing to Blur's game anymore. You have something to at least interrupt it or make them, force them to reset.
Ooh, Mander keeping this so even right here. Waits for the jab on shield. Blur going for that is a little bit uncharacteristic, if I gotta say. As Mander puts on the pressure. Back air, forward air. Not able to track them down, but Razor Leaf is what I like to see. Because of that lingering hitbox, Blur can't just spin dash. Has to commit to a jump or something. And that's when Mander can maybe find an opening. And yet, even with it even, Blur is still lethal, is still putting on the pressure at the ledge. Forward smash doesn't quite connect, but it doesn't matter because forward air will, and that's enough to take the stock.
Good forward air to knock that one off the board. Blur's at 82, but first stock off of Mander. First stock off of Kansas's opening representative in this second crew battle. Now what can they do here? Sit at 96 here, so Blur's got to be a little careful, but that up B is a little aggressive, and they'll switch back to Squirtle here. Good combo, but there's the change over to the Ivysaur. This Pokemon does a lot of work in this matchup, as we've mentioned. The Razor Leaf could be big. Stuffs out another spin dash. We saw a couple times Mander, again, looking for these big openings, looking for something like the up B, but unable to find anything there. Gets caught once again. Another trade comes out. Was that neutral air saving Mander's life? I think that up air would have absolutely taken the stock up in the bubble.
Mander is taking this incredibly slow, but where do you find the kill? Up smash out of shield, maybe? But even then, I don't know how often Blur's going to give you that opportunity. Finally gets the stock off of a pivot forward tilt, I think, right there. And back to Squirtle. And yet I find myself terrified, even with the Squirtle. I do like the use of the up B to push them off the stage, but this is looking a little dicey, I must say.
I mean, Mander's movement right now is actually pretty tricky. He uses the up B to stuff out another approach. He used a wave dash back and then jumped and down aired to try and call out Blur, trying to punish him for kind of what seemed like odd movement at the time. So Mander has, I think, a decent idea of what Blur wants to do and where Blur wants to go. See, even the tether cancels too, some tricky movement, but he just kind of runs out of runway when he rolls into that forward tilt along the ledge, and Blur, again, maintaining this lead, but only for a moment. Oh my word! Charizard back air kills so early, and my goodness, just like that, we are down to a tied stock count.
Mander, where was this in game 1? Shell Bash knocking Blur off stage, and Mander's in the lead out of nowhere. It felt almost insurmountable at first, but Mander could genuinely go on a 6-stock run and take down 2 of the best players.
Oh wow, landing neutral B. That's Shades of Bowser right there, getting a little bit of damage on line too. Mander and Blur so close in terms of percent. Squirtle now out, though, gets caught. That's a forward air, and that's the strike Blur was looking for, continuing to shut down Mander and keeping Colorado within striking distance.
Blur did a service to their team, and we saw some spectacular performances from the other members of CU Boulder, and now all those performances are going to have to get even more spectacular. If you think about it, really think about it, rack your head, all Colorado has to do is play exactly like they did in game 1, where they won with, what was that, a 4-stock lead? Yeah. And then just keep doing that for the rest of the crew battle. And Colorado moves on to losers finals. Kansas does not want to make it that easy.
Yeah, not by any means. So we'll see where Kansas opts to go. Got a couple different options. Now, the good news is they only have to take down 1 stock of Blur, the Sonic. The problem is Blur has been playing so well that, well, it is not going to be easy. And I'm curious to see where Kansas goes. You look at a couple of the characters on their roster. I almost want to see Raisin Loaf come in on the Olimar just because of, I know it's a little bit slower of a game plan, but the Pikmin I think can still interrupt. You've got that constant barrage of projectiles. It's a good defensive playstyle. Things like the Whistle Armor can help you get out of some combos. But instead, they're going to go back to Supple Sep, is what we're hearing. The Snake player who anchored them last round was not able to completely eliminate Blur in the previous matchup. So we'll see if they can get some redemption here in round number 2.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a good play. It forces Blur to do movements that are unoptimal, to throw out aerials that they do not want to. And when that move is forced, all of a sudden you have them in end lag that you don't want them to be in. We saw planting the C4 in places that they want to spin dash, throwing the grenades in those exact same places, throwing the grenades up to force them down to the ground. All these little things to force movements out of Blur that they do not want to be making. And if you're able to do that consistently, then you should hopefully be able to take down Blur without losing a stock. but Blur was definitely starting to warm up against Mander, so we'll see.
Small battlefield, the stage selection. It's where they went last time as well. So we'll see if Supple Seb can turn things around here and knock down the second member of Colorado, Blur, who has normally been held in the back of the lineup. Getting their opportunity to shine here is the number 2 man in this iteration. Blur untouched through the first 30 seconds. Already racked up 70, make it 80%, nearly 90 if they find another. They do find homing attack, but it's armored, so Supple Seb goes nowhere off the interaction. 100%, and Supple Seb looking for any kind of damage. They eventually find a grenade toss, but that is a substantial early lead.
Oh, just waiting for the commitment on the up smash. I feel like that's the exact moment when Blur sees the opportunity. You gotta pay attention to every single engage, and you can fall into your habits, and then where do you end up going? Back air at that percent will kill, and just like that, Blur is crawling Boulder back into this.
They get one off the board, and they're only at 15. What happens now is a big turning point in this matchup. Good stringing together of aerials, up airs, neutral airs, homing attack as well. Trying to threaten with the back air. The spring will connect and clank, but still little bits of damage being landed, and Blur barely taking anything themselves. They're up to 44% now. Supple Seb almost fell off stage with the grenade in hand. That could have been bad, but now they get comboed once more. Spin dash finds the up air afterwards. 122. Weaving away, caught by the one hit of neutral air, shielding the up smash as well. They tried to go for an up tilt, but the shield or spot dodge from Supple Seb gets them out of that tricky situation. Now, Nikita missile, little bit extra damage. Grab forward throw instantly from Blur. The decision making so quick, so clean from this Sonic. Trying to find another back air. Instead, they'll spin dash in the corner and wait for Supple Seb, and they get a grab off the back of it. Back throw nearly kills, trying to pressure, tries to find the up air, nearly found it as well, but it is just relentless. There is nowhere for Solid Snake to run to. The back air boots will find him, and all of a sudden Supple Seb is down to their last stock.
Oh my gosh. And the C4 is down as well. Blur, of course, is one up tilt away from death, but I don't even think they care. They took the first stock, barely taking a chip. I think they'll do just fine here as well. Never mind. Blur taking a little bit of a break. Just like, oh, finally, respite on the ledge. And that's when Supple Seb drops the C4 down and takes them down along with them. And just like that, we see a little bit of a resurgence from Kansas, but not that much. The lead that Mander established is slowly but surely went from 3 stocks to 1 stock. And that's not that much. So we'll see who Colorado Boulder sends in to continue trying to fight back against it, because this is not going to be easy for them.
No, not going to be easy. 1 stock differential now, thanks to the work of Blur on the Sonic. Curious to see now what Supple Seb's matchup will look like against the remainder of Colorado's lineup. As you know, we look at the cast of characters still available to them. Brock on the Inkling has normally been a lead-off man of theirs, but still remains to be seen in this lineup. And then Olive, the Pyramithra player, who has been so impactful. Looks like they're going to hold Olive back to be that 4th and final anchor. It's going to be Brock the Inkling to step in as player number 3 for the side of Colorado Boulder, the Buffaloes. Inkling versus Snake for just 1 stock seems pretty doable the way Brock has been playing.
Yeah, Brock, I think, is a good pick here. Very similar playstyle to Blur in how methodical it is and how hard Brock hits when they actually do get the opening. And so, we got to find that here and now. I feel like Supple Seb definitely can find an opening here. I feel like Brock has had a slow start a lot of the time when they've jumped into these matches. And if Supple Seb can exploit that, use their warm-up from Blur to continue to fight back, could go well for them. However, I don't know. We'll have to see.
As we wait and see here, a reminder: this is a best of 3 crew battle, and Colorado Boulder, if they find a way to win this one, they are on to that next round. They are on to losers finals, where they will get a chance to play against University of Houston Red Team, the #1 seed of the bracket. So big turning points of the match here is trying to back again. They played a lot of teams, very take some top teams, but this is the true test to see who is on the rise in this. Both of these schools looking to make a name for themselves in this very moment. Who can come out on top here? Brian stepping into the ring, down just a stock to Kansas and Supple Seb's Snake. Can they find a way to equalize on Hollow Bastion? Here we go.
Here on Hollow Bastion, what you're going to be looking to do is control the underside of this center platform. And I feel like Snake does that way better for one reason. C4 on top of the platform. What are you going to do when any bit of movement you can do is now taken away? As a nice parry there on the explosion. Supple Seb is down in percent, but is still controlling the stage, I feel, much more dominantly than Brock is, and Brock's out of ink, too. Supple Seb trying to catch them in that movement, but can't quite do it.
Ooh, wow. Still caught by the ink bomb toss there, so interesting spot now for Supple Seb, sitting at 86%. A little bit of rage built up. Dash attack through, breaking the distance. Holding his poise in there. Ooh. The grenades do a ton of damage, but that's a roller. That's a forward smash. No, he missed, but the grenade gets him out, but he still gets clipped by the forward air. Supple Seb now up to 158 off of that nade toss, but the C4 will land. When did he sneak that one out? Supple Seb steals one back, and that's a huge one to continue to keep Kansas in the lead. C4 is placed on him as well. He dashes away. Does he have the C4? He used it earlier. Gets buried instead. He's up to 228.
Oh my gosh, 228.
How does he continue to survive? Back air will clean things up, but Brock drops one. Kansas stays in the lead, but they're down to member number 3.
Well, Supple Seb did their part, maintained Kansas's 1 stock lead. And if they can keep that going all the way to the end, then they've kept it going all the way to the end. Additionally, you still have to deal at some point with the threat that is Raisin Loaf. I'm trying to think back at who dealt with them in the first game, but I'm fairly certain it was Olive, right? On that
Olive
on the Pyramithra.
Yeah, Olive was the first member in. I believe Raisin Loaf was... yeah, that was the matchup of round number 2. And I think it ended up being very close. I think it ended up being just one stock apiece. But still, interesting spot to see. Now Brock with 2 stocks gets counterpicked here. Raisin Loaf still looming in this lineup. I'm just shocked at how long Supple Seb survived for. 228 is an absurd percent. Well, how do you get buried twice and pop out of it because of both explosions happening? I mean, there's no world that Brock was ready for either of those interactions.
Like, I think the first explosion would have been... Like, the explosions are definitely planned. The problem is, it's not quite as easy to just avoid the forward smash as did happen. A lot of just, like, careful positioning, a couple flubs, but in the end, Brock was able to close it out. Now, going in against Raisin Loaf is going to be tricky. You're going to eat a lot of chip damage. A lot of Inkling's combo game is horizontal. But if you're able to edge guard, which Inkling excels at, and Alamar's recovery is slow, then maybe, just maybe, we can see Brock get a little bit of a reversal here.
We'll have to see. A reminder, the way this one kind of paced out in round number 1 was Brock did a good job of getting some good damage online, but Raisin Loaf eventually, the death by 1,000 cuts just happened faster and faster. Was able to slowly seal Brock's stocks away. Right now, 81% to 52, so off the start, it is Brock with the early advantage. They get the berry as well. They get a back air. They try and find the up smash, but the shield comes out just in the nick of time. Has to charge up a little bit of ink, but they get grabbed for it instead. Or thrown off stage as well. The splash hitbox, rare use, but finds a spot there to knock Raisin Loaf off stage and continue to keep the stock alive, but it's only for a moment. Forward smash will do the trick, and Brock is down to their last stock.
Showing just how lethal they can be. Going in, catching them. It's almost like pulling the football away from Charlie Brown. Like, going in with that roller, hoping to get the kill, but Raisin Loaf just keeps... But trying to force a pineapple is going to work against Olimar like it would against other characters.
Idea, but Raisin Loaf able to survive it either way. 69% here for Brock, and Raisin Loaf up to 1v6. He's forced off stage once more. Again, continuing to just chip away. Only one Pikmin in hand.
And close to the ground. Bomb will give them an offstage situation, but they can't quite get the ledge trap. And now, from this point forward, it's looking scarier and scarier to be Brock. Back air, finally gonna do it. So at the very least, you've given your team a little bit more hope, but even so, this is a tough situation to be in. Purple Pikmin will send them off, and can definitely to bring this back to a tie game situation, looking to put themselves on match point.
5 stocks for the side of Kansas remaining, and now just 1 player left for Colorado. And if Kansas wins, we've got a game number 3 on our hands of this series, and what an enticing game that would be, as this one has been back and forth. Kansas has kept it close. Colorado's had these big swinging moments, and the player that's been able to do it has been Olive. Mithra can do a lot of work, but they've got to find a way to deal with 2 stocks of Raisin Loaf first, and that is going to be tricky. Even the first time they played, it was relatively close right off the bat. I believe Raisin Loaf was trailing entering that first match. I believe it was 2 stocks to 3, and it still ended up being 1 stock apiece. But still, it's going to be difficult to see if Olive can find those explosive moments, those explosive plays like they have throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, Raisin Loaf especially made it difficult. We saw how Olive was able to use Mithra's Nair to basically never have Pikmin on them. But beyond that, it was really difficult to get an opening. Really difficult to find the conclusion. We need that pop-off moment if Colorado is this. Kansas is looking to bring to a game 3. A lot of game 3s today.
The potential for another one in store if Raisin Loaf can shut down Olive here and now. Stocks here on this Olimar. Difficult to deal with. Certain patience, a certain level of deal with this character. Off stage to this fight. Olive for Colorado here and now. If there's any player I think would be Olive the way they have played today, they'll just take a bit of damage to start things off. 30, make it 40, make it 59 with the neutral B. They might look for the stock here as well, as they've already switched to Pyra, but they won't be able to find anything quick or clean, so the switch back to Mithra is in store.
Raisin Loaf, well aware that by doing this, they keep their team further from elimination. Olive looking to just get themselves into losers finals, but that whistle armor coming in clutch, that could have maybe even killed if the DI was bad, but don't even have to worry about that yet. Ooh, Purple Pikmin out and about, putting on some damage. Tech chase, up smash, getting higher and higher in percent. Gotta find the kill soon, but off stage, watch the switch to Mithra, but it doesn't matter, get two-framed anyway.
Huge down air there to take that stock, all the pressure in the world, eventually leading to the demise of opening stock for Olive, making that next matchup a little bit easier. So it's tied in stock count, but a full player advantage for the side of Kansas. What can they do here? 125 on Raisin Loaf, the switch back to Pyra. Get the parry on the side B as well. They're forwarded. Now, rolling back, rolling away, 61%. They're able to snap back to the ledge. And eventually, that last little bit of the hitbox comes out before they land, and that will seal away stock number 2 of Raisin Loaf. But there's still so much work to be done here for Olive.
Ooh, playing this careful as can be, but Olive is definitely making this possible. If Raisin Loaf does get caught up like that, we've seen Olive get a lot of damage from those footstools out of the Blazing Edge. Additionally, a ledge trap situation, no double purple anymore as well, with that purple out of the picture. They're taking away Raisin Loaf's tools, and yet the percentage just keeps getting higher. And now you're in this edge guard situation again. Are they going to get another two-frame? Not this time. But don't need it with the forward air.
Huge forward air, now pushing Olive to their last stock. I mean, this would be a tall comeback for any player. But now Raisin Loaf trying to close things out, but they're up to 93. Pyra out. Looking for a way to seal this player away. They find a down tilt underneath. The up airs have been so good, so clean for the side of Olive. Another aerial to come through. Raisin Loaf surviving, low recovery, should still be able to make it back. The down air does not land. Roll behind, roll back, forward smash, doesn't land. The Purple Pikmin surviving. They've got flowers too, which means even more damage and knockback. Down smash from Mithra, nearly finding the mark, holding the neutral B, and another hitbox, pineappling underneath, doesn't have the tech. Olive will survive and find the last member of Kansas.
Olive has brought it as far as they can, but oh man, Raisin Loaf did not make it easy. That initial run from has been revolutionary for them. Now we are going to see Olive come in, and is on a hot streak for sure, but that is a momentum killer if I've ever seen one. Kansas does not want to get eliminated. Kansas wants to bring this to a game 3 and see if they can take home this winners round 3 or losers round 3 so they can get into the losers finals.
A reminder of the stakes of this tournament too. You have to win the grand finals to earn your place at May Madness for the CECC. So it is still a long road for both of these teams, but it feels very doable with how close a lot of the matchups have been throughout the day. Everyone feels like they can win it. So that shows Big 12 conference is. Olive trying to be that explosive player for Colorado. We've seen we've seen players pull off 3 stocks, but normally they have that extra stock to spare. Olive has no wiggle room here. They need to make big plays. And when we look at the cast of characters, if there's anyone who's going to make a big play, it's going to be this Pyra that Olive is piloting.
We've seen it happen before, and against this Daisy, it's definitely possible. Spinky didn't really get the chance to show off what they could do last time. This is their chance to redeem themselves. But conversely, if Olive is able to do their part right here and now and take them down, that would be huge for them. They would move on with a confidence into the losers finals. A lot on the line for both of these players right now. You do not want to be that player.
Here we go. Spinky entering the ring. Second time today, they led the opening match. They were the opening player of round number 1 between these two, but were shut down very quickly by Brock's Inkling. Now we get to see a little bit of a different matchup. They go up against Olive. Only one stock on the Mithra, but certainly the damage output is there. Oh my goodness, 2 forward airs to up to 65, and that's just going to be it. No chance of a recovery. Technically a 0 to death. Olive could not find a way back to stage. The jump was caught. The side B wouldn't get there in time. And just like that, Kansas has bought themselves a second chance at life. We're going to game 3 of the series.
And here in this game 3, I feel like we're going to see a lot of back and forth between these two teams. They have already shown just how much they're capable of. Oh man, Zoe. That performance from Mander set this whole thing in motion. We gotta harken back to that Pokemon trainer getting a 3-stock to open this up.
A 3-stock against a player who had been kind of a counter pick player for Colorado. TK3 on the Kazuya was a problem for Arizona State. Although they didn't have these big swinging stocks, they were a player who was taking down, a lot of the kind of middle ground for Arizona State. Kazuya is a dangerous character, but instead they go Steve this time around, and it gets completely locked out, blanked in this matchup. And like you said, that was the difference maker in the previous set. We'll see what the difference maker is between these two as we get to that deciding crew battle after a short intermission. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more SSBU action. Welcome back to the Big 12 Conference Tournament. We are getting ready for series number 3 between Kansas and Colorado. The winner advances to losers finals for a date with Houston and a chance to go to the CECC May Madness. This will be game number 3, series number 3. We are getting ready for a full 4-on-4 crew battle, and I'm curious to see what adaptations these two have brought to the table. We saw Colorado take the first series, but Kansas looked real strong in their response.
I hate to point fingers, but can I be real with you, Soy? A little confession time. I'd like the teams not to listen. I don't want to see TK3 Steve again. I liked it. I like the idea, but as a blind pick, it is a scary prospect indeed. As a counter pick, sure. But if you want to avoid going into that Pokemon trainer again, you definitely have to be careful about picking that one up. As we are looking to see what the starters are going to be as the players are getting the bands ready. We're getting in there. Players are moving fast, they're moving hot, they're playing hot. You saw that in how they were trying to fight that back, but after that initial match 1 wake-up call, it's really looking like the teams are playing at their full capacity towards the end of that crew battle. Kansas in particular, with Raisin Loaf, is just such a wall, and I feel like the only one who's very comfortable in dealing with them is going to be Blur, but the problem is Blur is also having trouble with that, so it's going to be Olive opening up against Mander, two people who have gone on runs before. We'll see who gets it done this time.
I like this play from both teams. Mander was the lead that helped you win last time for Kansas. Olive is the player that's been very explosive for the side of Colorado, but also on this Pyramithra, pretty well-rounded, depending on what you were going to see from the side of Kansas. Felt like they were going to be a strong option either way, so you can see the logic for both teams behind these picks. But now, who comes out on top? It was Mander's big performance that, like you said, made the major difference in the second series. They completely blanked, shut out a character for the side of Colorado, whereas Olive has been really good in these spots, but they've normally been a counter pick or an anchor. They haven't necessarily led the day in terms of the Colorado lineup.
Yeah, big percentage so far on the side of Mander, but we've seen how quickly Olive can turn around these stocks at ledge with the forward tilts, with the down tilts. I love these fadeaway aerials from Olive as well. Really putting Mander on the back foot, avoids that up smash. You knew it was coming, and now just drops the ledge to avoid the flare blitz as well. Unfortunately, though, that up throw might just do it. Not quite, though.
Ooh, not quite yet. Neutral B. There's another Prominence Revolt. Still holding the ledge. Oh, they mix them up. Instead of going for a second or a third, they go for the side B. And a trade will come through. DBZ, hello. And that's going to be another tie game. Somehow that equalized us.
This is very difficult indeed. Ooh, goes to the side. Air dodges right through that, and up smash as well puts on some serious damage. Up B puts them up. Olive making sure this happens. Ooh. This is looking very scary for the side of Mander, who had such a big lead opening up, but Olive fought back into it. Prominence Revolt, though, doesn't combo, which gives the opportunity for the Ivysaur to get some damage in, and all of a sudden it's even again. I love the way this world works.
102 to 81. Oh boy, big down air. And every time I see Ivysaur down air anywhere near that platform, I immediately think of Quid and the way that he's able to maneuver himself around those platforms. We haven't necessarily seen that from Mander, but it feels very close, very reminiscent. Somehow these trades off stage don't result in a death. And now Mander using all their jumps to get back, and the back air comes out in time too. I thought he'd land before, but no, it's perfectly timed, perfectly spaced by Mander to take Olive's second stop.
Okay. Mander, after clawing their way back into this, is really putting on a showcase. bash as well. Olive looking for the opportunity, forward throws and as well. Oh my gosh, Mander's just stacking on the percents, barely making it back to stage. I was scared for them, I'm not gonna lie.
Pressure's on. Oh, wow, what an air dodge around that up B. But they get the down air. That's going to be the spike. That will do it. Mander strikes first for the side of Kansas. 2-stock advantage for the Jayhawks. Colorado Boulder will have the chance to counterpick.
Ooh, and 2 stocks to open it up. Mander is, maybe it just wasn't the Steve. Maybe it's just Mander. And you might want to send in Blur here. The problem is then who is going to deal with that Alamar down the line? Raisin Loaf is a looming threat. Kansas is putting together a portfolio of why exactly they think they should be in losers finals. And if I'm being honest, Soy, they're starting to convince me. They're really making this work in a variety of ways. Besides Spinky, being on the back foot as well, it's really difficult for me to say for sure who Colorado Boulder is going to counterpick. I think TK3 is not a bad choice on the Kazuya, but even then, if you send in Brock as well, that's a little bit risky. You don't want to get caught up without someone to deal with the Olimar.
Their answer in the past to this Olimar has been Olive as well. So that is where things get really dangerous for the side of Colorado. With that player already off the board, you now have to consider some unorthodox options. But if you're going to be the championship team, you got to find ways around it. And I tend to agree. I think Blur is probably going to be that player that they're going to look for the potential counter pick. Maybe TK3 on the Steve, but instead we're seeing Blur locked in now as that second name for the side of Colorado. So the Sonic stepping in, and it's sort of the reverse logic of, okay, instead of how do we deal with an anchor down the line, let's deal with the immediate threat, which is this Pokemon trainer. Who has the best matchup? Who has this character or this player's number? That would be Blur. This Sonic has stepped in twice now to deal with this Pokemon trainer and done a very good job of it.
I think the main kicker here is you've got to do it without losing too many resources, too many stocks, because Mander is getting better and better at dealing with this, and Kalos is what I like to see. And, can I be real, Soy? There's no better way to say it. Blur locks in when the match is on the line. So if Blur can lock in here and really force this game and get a 2-stock on Mander, that would be crucial to just get this game back for Colorado Boulder.
For Colorado, I mean, leading off with a lineup of Olive and Blur right off the bat is an interesting idea. 2 players who have hit the heaviest throughout the day. Trying to get this team off on the right foot here. It's all up to Blur and how they deal with this matchup here on Kalos. Mander continuing to buy space. Even though it's Blur who's kind of dashing back and forth across the stage, that water gun constantly kind of making Blur reset in these scenarios. Wall jump used along with an up B. They find a quick little get up attack as well to tack on a little bit of extra percent. Dash underneath, 65% now onto Blur. Neutral air lands as well. They find the up B here. Might see a change over to Ivysaur after the water gun. Trying to time this down air, but not quite the right timing yet. Blur able to survive up to 85%, but this Ivysaur could put in work. There's the up B, but it does not quite connect. Blur dashing back in, 97%, and here comes the Charizard. Big, quick hitboxes, including the forward tilt, and Mander takes down Blur's first stock.
Mander is making it harder and harder, first of all, not to call them the MVP, but second of all, to see Colorado taking this home, with Blur being kind of the last resort in a lot of these cases. All of a sudden, they're just getting thrown around Kalos, the stage that they counterpick them to.
Well, what a grab from Mander as well, getting them out of the spin dash. Caught by the up air, though, into a back air. Blur holding center stage. What can the Charizard do in this mid-high percent? They switch now to Squirtle. believe Water Gun's still available to them. Now they switch to Ivysaur, but homing attack will land instead. 70, make it 80 off the up air. Relatively even in terms of percent, but still a full player count lead for the side of Kansas. They find the up air, they find the up B, they find the stock as well. And just like that, Mander again taking full advantage here. It is a substantial lead unless they can find something here. The forward air, maybe a chance at an edge guard. Tether recovery? No, they switch to Charizard instead. Hit by the spring. Flare blitzes into the wall. Another spring will land. A third one will land. A fourth one. Rinse,
oh my
repeat.
gosh.
But they still survive and thrive. They don't go for the back air though. They play patient. They're holding on to this stock at 139 on the heaviest character in Pokemon Trainers kit. What a sequence for Mander here. They are playing so well, so strong. They're still holding on, and they try and Flare Blitz, but they won't get away with it this time. Blur will shut them down.
The infinite recovery finally comes to an end, and Blur is on even footing with the person that they were sent in to counterpick. And here on Gallows, they're fighting through this ground game. The tilts are really tough to deal with. The water gun goes a little high, though. Opportunity right here as Ivysaur is forced out. Oh, spin dash right in your face. Oh my god, they're flashing their shield looking for a parry, but Mander's not able to get it. Blur is running circles around them after all of that in the first two stocks, but even if Blur goes down, we're still left in the exact same situation we were before, and that situation led to Kansas being taken down. Mander at 150%, and yet still part of me believes that they could maybe still take down Blur.
There is a path, there is a way, it's going to be narrow. There's a window, but can Mander find it? 28% here on Blur. Maybe an opportunity. Off the spin dash, it trades instead. A little bit of percent both ways. Blur changing things up. Across the stage once again, the Razor Leafs doing so much work here in the neutral, covering space that Blur wants to occupy. Mander does not switch here, sticking with the Ivysaur, looking for an opening, knows that he needs one good combo, one little bit of extra percent to get Sonic into kill range. He has to hold shield for so long, rolls away, gets hit, and that's going to be a shield break, and that will be the end of Blur's run here. Forward smashed, and Blur, what a performance. Holding the homing attack for so long was the trick.
Oh my gosh. After all the spin attacks, all the homing attacks right in their face, finally Blur's able to take them down, but not before Mander does 5 stocks. 5 stocks, Soy. That's a lot of stocks. And now they're all gone. And now we're, again, in the exact same situation we were before, where Blur can maybe even things out. But to do that, Blur will have to take 3 stocks from whoever is about to come out next. And that just didn't happen last time. Kansas has such a solid game plan that always starts with Mander as this battering ram at the front of their team, and they're really making it happen in the beginning of this loser semifinals.
This Pokemon trainer that they held for the end last time just did not work out, but Mander has heated up as this tournament has gone on. They have played better and better, especially in this matchup in particular. And I love what you said. They are just completely disrupting the game plan of Colorado right off the bat. Throw everything you know out the window if you're Colorado, because Mander is the problem of the series. Now that he is off the board, they can try and get to work, but they still only have 1 stock here of Blur, and he's going to get counterpicked by the Jayhawks. Where does Kansas go with their lineup? They've gone a couple different directions with it in the past, but it is going to be Supple Seb locked in. We saw a little bit of this in the previous set as well, so Kansas said, well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it right now. They're locking in the same lineup thus far.
So if it ain't broke, it don't fix it is kind of right, but also kind of not, in my opinion. Because if you remember, this exact matchup came up before. 1 stock on Blur versus 3 stocks on Supple Seb. And Supple Seb at the time went in and lost 2 stocks and barely managed to take down Blur in the end. And Kansas did end up winning. So it's not broke, but like it could be better. I think this run back, I hope it will go differently. Supple Seb, it took them some time to get a lock on Blur's rhythms, to get the chip damage, to get the kill. This time, if they're able to turn things around, maybe Kansas suddenly has a much bigger advantage than we saw before.
It's like the duct tape fix where you're like, yeah, it'll work for now.
It works.
It functions.
Uh-huh.
So we'll see if that is more or less the case here as Supple Seb will enter the ring, likely on the snake here. And like you said, right, they were eventually able to take the stock, but Blur absolutely had the reads, the download in that first set. I think even the first stock they took was only at, I want to say 15% or so in that kind of opening matchup. So Blur absolutely put in the work to bring Colorado Boulder back and give them a chance in that series. The problem was the rest of Kansas stepped up when they needed to and shut down the third and fourth members of Colorado's lineup. So we'll see what Blur is able to do here. I'm curious to see the stage selection as well. We went to Small Battlefield last time. We've seen a lot of Hollow Bastion in these moments as well. We'll get that stage selection underway momentarily, but another key turning point for this series, because Colorado, you look at this the stock count where they are trailing 9-7 here, and they've had these big explosive moments, and it feels like they're going to need to find another one if they're going to come back in this series.
Yeah, this is if Supple Seb can take them down with only losing one, they're fine. If they can take them down with only losing two, it's okay. They've done it before. Kansas can do this. But you don't want to be in that position. You want to put your team as ahead as possible. And Supple Seb, this is a big chance for them to redeem themselves. But can I be real? Even taking down Blur with only losing one stock is huge for them. Simply because they... I don't know. I feel like Blur is the kind of player who can go on a run through your entire team. So even dedicating a whole player to just taking them down, I think is worth it.
And if there's anyone who could do it, I've already talked about it with the snakes that we've seen today, the damage output of this character feels like they are strong enough, especially with a lead, to be able to find a way to take a stock off the board. And that's just what Supple Seb's job is here. Get rid of this Sonic. 14, make it 19% onto it so far, but they've eaten 50 in the process. So what can they do now? Grenades will trade. Homing attack as well. They catch the jump. Edge guard attempt here. Goes high. Now fading. And they catch the air dodge. So well read by Blur. That was perfection.
Oh my gosh, Supple Seb's struggling to get this damage in, but Blur's just chilling on the other platform. There's no need for them to approach when Supple Seb has that C4 in the middle. It's no fair. It's no fun.
Good parry.
Going.
Not too much off the back of it.
Ooh, keeps trying to put that C4 right at the ledge. It's just not working out for them. As Supple Seb caught in the middle, all those grenade explosions, gets 30% onto Blur for it. That's what you want to be doing.
It's a 76 here. Snake's got good kill power. Oh, I actually like the idea there from Supple Seb to throw out that forward air. You know that if he goes for a spin dash or goes for a potential aerial, you can reverse on him and maybe get the spike hitbox or at least get a good chunk of damage, because that forward air does a decent amount of percent. Let's up the C4 on the platform as well, following the grenade, trying to close the distance. They're sitting on it. Oh, yep, holding shield. Blur knew that the C4 was there. Still in a dangerous spot. Doesn't find the back air. Now be able to fade underneath. Tried to C4, crouched underneath it, planted it back on that platform, hovering around it. Had to be very aware of its positioning to make sure that Blur does not dash into these landmines. Oh boy, nearly found it. Neutral air. I think the first hit actually connected there as well. And all of this percent starting to mount up as both players up well above 100.
Blur finding their way through, navigating. Literally one stray hit is all that's needed, and oh my god, they're up there for so long. They had added extra blast zone. Oh
wow.
my gosh, Blur is chasing them through the sky. They get a hit and it still keeps on ticking. These are ludicrous percents. Snake off the top, Supple Seb on their last stock, and they just need one hit, just one trade with Blur. That's all they need, but that desperation could get you in a bad situation, but that forward air will do the trick in the end, and it will be Blur off the top. And we are in a duplicate situation to last game. If it ain't broke, just keep doing it. They worked before, it'll work again, I guess.
Another crazy situation between the two of them. Blur battles it all the way back to make it just a one stock differential at the end of the day. Somehow, some way that forward air connects while he's behind Snake, but it is what it is. Blur will drop, and now Colorado Boulder, they have 2 players left. They've got to find a way to take down one more stock of Supple Seb, and then the last 2 remaining players of Kansas. This is a tricky position because they had Olive as that sort of anchor, that safety net before. And even though Olive did not get the victory, you still felt that potential, that pop-off ability. And now it looks like they're going with Brock, the Inkling player, in that 3rd slot, the one who has been calm and composed throughout this tournament day, but we haven't seen that big explosive moment from them. I think the largest margin of victory we've really seen from them was a 2 stock. I think they got 4 in total. So this is a big opportunity now for this Inkling. 1 stock of Supple Seb, and then they've got to deal with the counter pick.
It's doable. It definitely is. But I still keep going back to the Inkling. Raisin Loaf is just so scary to have to go against. Especially now that both Blur and Olive are out of the picture. 2 of the best counters to them. Mander has just run through them, but Supple Seb did their job too. And we're getting into this now. Brock on the Inkling is going to be the one to answer this. I know I'm just recapping what you said there, but this is we're just waiting for these stage picks to come out now. In the past, if I'm remembering correctly, Supple Seb was able to get 1 stock off of Brock, right? So like we're looking to see if they're able to keep that 1 stock lead intact. But oh man, that's tough.
It is indeed. Just 1 stock is going to be tough to take off of Supple Seb, the way things paced out. Brock, I think, did a better job towards the end of the match, but it is still one of those cases where every stock is so important. And I think this is a good time to emphasize that this tournament has been running for a long period of time today. So these players have been locked in for this tournament for a good number of hours. And you have to wonder how good these players' stamina is at some point, because there is a certain level where you just feel like, I gotta stand up, I gotta, walk away from the screen, right? But for these players to be locked in for this long a period of time in the online format, you have to wonder how clean and how calm, how composed they can stay when, well, the pressure is on yet again. And we still have many sets left to be played, but for these players in particular, they've had to play on winner's side. Now they've had to grind for a few crew battles on loser's side. And like we've been mentioning, a lot of them have been close. A lot of them have been timely, but a lot of them have gone to set number 3, like this one has. I'm curious to see if stamina now plays a factor as we get into the crunch time of this loser semis matchup.
It's an important thing to think about, especially looking towards the losers finals, especially looking towards the grand finals, as those players may not be as warmed up, but they've certainly had time to eat, to rest, to not be thinking about Smash the entire time. That is the benefit that being on winner's side gets you. And we'll see just how big a role that benefit ends up playing as Brock is just getting as much chip damage as they can. Again, playing this long game against Snake is never the best thing, and yet Brock is the only one I trust to do it. Oh my gosh! That was terrifying from Supple Seb. That could have just been the stock.
That forward smash, you know, charging for a good long period of time. Oh no, he up B's back into the missile. This is a really bad spot for Brock, and he's going to die for it too. The missile will strike true, and Brock drops the opening stock. Now, Supple Seb still holding on to one of their own, and they're only at 38.2%. This is a tall task for Colorado.
Ooh. Brock already down. Supple Seb has done their part, preserve the lead, and getting the parries consistently on these rollers too is making it difficult for Brock to get one of their main openers. And they're going in, just rolls right on through it, and off stage as well. The strongest spike in the game? Okay, Kansas has not come to play whatsoever.
No nonsense in game number 3. They have woken up. Supple Seb, who hasn't had much time to shine in this series, has found their moment, quickly eliminating 2 stocks off of Brock, the Inkling player, and now sitting at only 62%. They're about to lap Brock in percent, but they have a grenade detonate in their hand, so they'll be back aired off stage. They're up to 81. And pressure from down low, and Brock looking to try and take this stock here. 107. Now a high recovery. Air dodge is back, but they get caught by the grab. Another chance at an up air, but their well-timed air dodge will bring them back to safety. But they get buried instead, but the nade will help, but only for a moment. Can't mash out at that high of a percent. Supple Seb will drop, and Brock holds a stock.
And that stock is important, but it hurts. So, first of all, props to Supple Seb. Able to get that done in a way that getting 3 stocks in a crew battle is not easy. I will say that first and foremost. I've seen a lot of people not get 3 stocks in a crew battle, and getting that is the first step to the turn around. But oh my gosh, now Brock, who's usually playing it slow, feeling out their opponent, is not going to get the opportunity to do that. Is going to have to think so carefully about all of these risks. That's not a way to be when you're trying to clutch out here. You want to go for those big plays. You want to go for those risky moments. But where are you going to get the opportunity to do that if you are Brock, now that you only have 1?
It's going to be interesting to see where Brock, how they can try and bring things back here for Colorado Boulder if they can. They're going to go up against Spinky 96. So this is the Peach Daisy player that we saw earlier today. And I'm actually interested to see them in this spot in particular, because in this series as a whole, this is probably the player we've actually seen the least, because they opened up the tournament or for Kansas, they opened up this crew battle as the first member. And then they were the anchor in the last round where they only had to take 1 stock. So we've really only seen them twice for very short periods of time, because they got 2 stocked by Brock in the opening match of this series. So I'm curious to see now if Spinky can bring things back, can earn his redemption here by locking out Brock and securing a massive lead for Kansas to get to the anchor of Colorado, or if Brock can bring things back. He got 2 stocks last time when he had 3 to use in the previous matchup. But this is no easy feat.
Brock is going to be playing very carefully here. Getting this immediate bury too is exactly what you need to be doing. Catches the turn up, uses his clank with the down air. Brock is going for some very good plays here. Very comfortable in this floating matchup, it seems. But it's still not going to be easy, even if you play like this the whole time.
Already sitting at 107 is Spinky. Oh, wow. Chance on the platform. They find an up smash out of seemingly nowhere. They forward tilted shield, and Spinky just walked in looking for an opening, maybe a grab potentially, and instead gets up smashed for it. So a stock gone off the board a minute into the game, and now quick conversions by Brock. It feels like they've started to come alive a little bit in a faster-paced matchup. They're starting to find the damage.
Ooh, man. Almost gets the bury there, too. That would have been a stock, but Spinky with the intelligent DI up to avoid any tech chase situations, because I have a feeling the next tech chase could be a stock if Brock is able to get the roller. Ooh, but a nice land and shield from them. Covers the platform as well. Gets the drag down with the up air. If they're able to end it here, that would be huge. And they're able to avoid the toad as well by snapping right to ledge. Even so, Spinky is holding on here. Catches them with that 2-frame. Goes up onto the platform to avoid it. Spinky is definitely woken up here, trying to redeem themselves, trying to shut them down. Brock trying to keep their team in this fight.
Doing everything they can. A lot of crazy interactions. Pulling the trigger on a side B was very risky, but they find a back air. So many quick aerials from Peach are so difficult for Brock to deal with. But they find the roller. This is the stock. There it is. They find the up smash, and all of a sudden, things have gone back to even now. 6-4, no longer the stock count. It's tied at 4 apiece, but Brock is sitting at 137. He's trying to find another combo, but the side B will land. It won't take the stock quite yet, though. 152, using that wall to recover. Now, getting the gun online, too, to land more, but this one from center stage still won't do the trick, but he gets sniped from downtown. The bubble will connect, the turnip will land, and all of a sudden, Kansas regains the lead.
Fantastic stuff right there at the end to finish that stock off, because sometimes when when it does the screen freeze, it doesn't kill. That can do something to your mentality. But Spinky able to get themselves to the most even finisher that they can, going up against TK3 on the ending here. And TK3 is an explosive player, not a fun player to close things out against, and yet this is a matchup that I don't think TK3 has had to play. I don't think these players have had to play TK3 either. I assume the Kazuya is coming out. It could be the Steve, but this is, I have to say, shades of the previous match.
Well, I asked this of Arizona State earlier when they played against Colorado. Which character do you opt to send in for this matchup, knowing you've got one stock to deal with of the opponent, and then you get the counter pick? Now you look at Kansas's roster here, and likely that last member is Raisin Loaf. So knowing that it's probably TK3 entering the ring here for the side of Colorado, and we've seen the Kazuya, we've seen the Steve, you like the Kazuya more to deal with the Peach and the Olimar?
I don't think You know what? Yeah. I'm going with simply because at the end of the day, if you get the hit, you get the stock. Whereas I'm going back and forth because I feel like it is easier to steal stocks on Kazuya than it is Steve. I think Steve has a more consistent game plan overall, but when you're going against these two characters in particular, who are going to be in the air, descending on you, you want to be able to just invalidate all of their chip damage and deal with them. And I'm thinking more of the Olimar here than I am the Peach, but Peach in the same way is going to have to try to scrap with Kazuya, who you never want to be scrapping with.
Well, TK3 is the last hope of Colorado Boulder to stay alive in this tournament. They have to find a way to take this stock, give themselves a chance in that final match, hopefully not drawing any blood here, but they need one, just one, off of this Peach, off of Spinky. Can they find it here on Final Destination? Players are warming up here, getting the movement online. They taunt, and here we go. Everything that Spinky gets here is gravy on top. And on a stage like Final Destination, they can find strong combos like that. Quick 65 dealt in the first seconds of the match.
This is exactly what you want to be seeing if you're trying to close this out. One stock, and look at how much they've done. Ooh, TK3 with Rage Drive online, so like you got to remember 2 interactions and Spinky is dead. However, okay, hold on, 2 interactions and they are dead. 2 interactions and they are dead, Soy, but they're just barely holding on here. But Rage Drive will be the finisher if they're able to land it. You got to be aware, got to watch out for it. Ooh, ah!
I can't believe they've both survived at this point. Look at the percentages, 119 to 137, and somehow Kazuya's up air didn't kill in that other sequence too.
Nice delay off stage, air dodge back in. They're doing fine, they're doing dandy, catches the turnip as well, so you have a good way to get off of ledge, but throws it down instead. Back air means TK3 has dropped the stock. Kansas inches closer to victory.
One step closer. It is still up to TK3 to take the stock off the board. They try and snipe him out with the lasers twice, not quite finding that second hit, but they'll find the up B, calling out the neutral get up. TK3 with the JV. They'll end up getting that one off the board, but they do drop a stock in the process. So Kansas, the Jayhawks, hold a 1 stock lead, and TK3 is locked in on the Kazuya. We'll likely see Raisin Loaf stepping into the ring. Hazardous is also on this lineup along with Rocknerad, I believe, is that substitute member that we still have not seen. But the way Raisin Loaf has played, I'd be shocked to see another name enter.
Yeah, Raisin Loaf, again, Olimar's ability to force you to do inputs that you don't want to do by putting Pikmin on you and forcing you to remove those Pikmin is just so disruptive to people's flow state. And TK3 needs that flow state in order to win. You either ignore it and you take damage, or you don't ignore it and you are all over the place. And it's going to be difficult for them to try to grapple with. They're already back in. Raisin Loaf versus TK3. Winner moves on to losers finals.
2 stocks to 3. 2 of Kazuya, 3 for Olimar. Kansas versus Colorado, and a date with Houston in the losers finals. Who will come out on top here on small battlefield? In a crazy turn of events here in this tournament, it has been so close the entire time, but only one can advance from this stage. Here we go, quick interactions right off the bat. Raisin Loaf, Death by 1,000 Cuts has been the name of their game, but TK3 wants to get their cuts in quick and sharp here. Look at the damage output, already up to 82, tracking down this Olimar, not giving them any space to work with.
Ooh, man, TK3 playing like their tournament life is on the line because it is. Raisin Loaf with the double purples online, so much zoning, so much potential, but that tech chase is going to be their doom. The neutral tech leaves them wide open to a forward smash. Meanwhile, with the double purple, their wall is still up. The white Pikmin is still up. Oh my god, up smash into up air and up air and up air already is stacking on the percentages, and as TK3 chases them loop after loop after loop, it's just so difficult for them to find their way back onto stage. Constant pressure, Soy.
Already up to 96, and budding purple Pikmin as well, so extra knockback, extra damage on these 2 purple Pikmin who have survived since they spawned. Now, maybe an opportunity, they avoid the down air too. But there's the up smash. That's a huge one for TK3 to find. 1 off the board of Raisin Loaf, but they need to find 2 more. They've got Rage Drive here, but they get down smash. They're off stage. Neutral B will land. TK3 makes it back. Finds a quick aerial. Finds another up air. Already up to 42. Make it 57. Whistle used, but roll behind forward smash will do the trick. Raisin Loaf will get the job done, shuts down TK3, and Kansas reverse 2-0s to go on to losers finals.
Into losers finals for a grudge match against UH Red, who they went on a they took a game from earlier. They went 2-1 with UH Red. They know they can take it home. But here in Losers Finals, who's going to get knocked out? Who is going to move on to Grands to take on Oklahoma? That remains to be seen. We're going to go to a quick break soon enough. And when we get back, it will be the Losers Finals to determine who goes to Grand Finals. Big 12 is still ongoing.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Big 12 Conference Championship. We are getting ready for losers finals here. It's going to be Kansas going up against University of Houston's red team. The Cougars versus the Jayhawks in a best-of-3 crew battle, 4v4 style, and this is going to be an exciting matchup. A team we started the day with versus the team on fire through the losers bracket.
And more than that, so these two teams have fought before on winner's side. And so this is a revenge match from Kansas. If Kansas goes down here, they've been double eliminated by University of Houston Red. Meanwhile, Houston, they want to get back up there and take on Oklahoma.
It's going to be exciting to see who steps into the ring here, who will be that key performer for both sides. In the last series for Kansas, we pointed out numerous times Mander had a huge performance on the Pokemon trainer. Numerous times he had a 3-stock in the second series that got them off to a big lead. He also won the opening series to give Kansas the lead in that third and final pivotal set. Meanwhile, for the side of Houston, they had a bit of a slower series in their opener, or at least for our stream opener, against the University of Oklahoma State. But they've got some big players on this roster. Suit on the Aegis was their typical leadoff man, but instead it's going to be Richter leading things off here on the Minden.
Yeah, Richter is putting on a strong showcase, showing that if you don't mess with Snake too much and up close and personal, yeah, he'll leave you alone for the most part. Ooh, caught on the platform too. It feels like Supple Seb just can't get a single moment of sanity on the ground, and gets the 2-frame as well. Supple Seb, I think it was just the Cypher that got caught there. But regardless, Richter is putting on serious damage right now.
You're sitting at 160% to the 13 of Richter right now. Forced off stage once more. Supple Seb will make it back to the stage. Just barely timed around that arm swing, but eventually they get caught. It's the grab up throw that will do the trick around 170, 180. So there's your kind of kill threshold to look at. Supple Seb, see if they can find a way in. Remember, Kansas took a set off of Houston in that winner's semis matchup. When you start to look at these character matchups, I'm curious where the adaptations start to come in. As we also have to note, it's been a minute since Houston and Oklahoma State have played. So Kansas has been on the grind, playing online for a couple hours now, whereas Houston has had the opportunity to take a small break, but they still had to be worrisome of who they would play in this matchup. Supple Seb all warmed up, but still trying to find some wiggle room here back into this matchup.
It is really a question of stamina versus warmed upness, because at the moment, I gotta be real, it's looking like stamina is definitely winning that battle. As Supple Seb is making their way over, making this work, but even as they fight their way back into this, it's looking like Richter might get another clean stock.
I mean, they're sitting at 155 now. Richter only up to 98, just barely able to air dodge past that arm back to the ledge. Second time's a charm here, holding shield on that neutral get up, so threatening, rolling in, then dash attacking, but it's well-timed, well-spaced. The neutral air of Richter gets the job done, seals away the second stock of Supple Seb.
Richter making this happen, making it work, is able to use that Ram to create space, as Supple Seb, it just can't even get grenades out there. Even that half-hearted toss doesn't come close to connecting with Richter, but Nikita could finish the stock there, tries to catch a roll, doesn't work. 71% on Supple Seb as well. This is getting kind of dire if you ask me. And if you go down a clean 3-stock to open it up, Houston is poised to just run away with this game, even just in the war of attrition.
Trying to find a way off the ledge again. We talked about the last time Richter was on stream how you want to approach Min vertically. For Snake, it's just a little bit harder. especially on a smaller stage like this, you can see the control Richter has over the space. Right now, Supple Seb just cannot find a way in, trying to roll, trying to dash attack, trying to lead themselves in with grenades, but nothing to avail yet. They'll find a way back to the ledge once more, but the hourglass is starting to shatter and break, and the sand is pouring out. They're up to 131, and there's nowhere to go on this ledge. They end up air dodging back to the platform. They throw another nade out. They roll in, but Richter buys more space, covers the platform, and that will be a 3-stock to kick things off.
1-2 combo, and Houston opens with a vengeance. They do not want to be knocked down here in losers. They want to be up there in grands, proving why they're the #1 seed. And what a way to open that up to show your dominance over this region. And that's the thing. We saw crazier performances from like 3 other members of Houston Red. They came to play, and they intend to keep this momentum going. Supple Seb going down early is not the worst thing ever. I mean, consistently, Supple Seb was only getting like 1 to 3 stocks in the other one, but even then, he was still getting 1 to 3 stocks. So we'll see what else he's able to pick up here as we move into whoever the second player from Kansas is going to be.
We'll have to see who they opt to send in. When I look at the cast of characters available to Kansas on their roster, Mander on the PT, you got Raisin Loaf on the Olimar, Supple Seb's Snake got shut down, but you also have Spinky's Daisy or Peach readily available. I'm curious to see what their answer is now to the Min. I don't think the Snake was the intended option for this type of matchup, which makes I think the Richter blind pick a smart play by Houston early to have just a solid read of, okay, this is what Kansas was trying to do in that semifinal. Let's lead off with a player that didn't get a ton of use in the winners final set that we saw, but still has a very high potential.
I feel like Mander would be... Oh, hi, Mander. Mander would be the best pick here. A lot of the other characters would do fine, but they'd struggle in that matchup. They wouldn't get to use the strengths of their character. They would be playing purely player to player, and that's not where you want to be, especially not right now. Mander has the adaptability to approach Min, to deal with Min, to edge guard Min, crucially. And so with Mander getting on stage, that will be nice. Unfortunately, Mander might struggle at ledge a bit. You saw how frequently Richter was getting those 1-2 combos at ledge, just obliterating people when they tried to recover, specifically Supple Seb. So if Mander does get caught out there without a strong option to get off, that could be dangerous, but it will not be world-ending in my opinion.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Mander was also the player for Kansas that had those big performances that helped them secure the win against Colorado not too long ago. So we'll have to see how Mander can do in this matchup. I agree they're gonna potentially struggle around the ledge, but at least with this character, the ease of access to that vertical entry onto Min for combos, it's a little bit more streamlined. Squirtle's fast enough to be able to jump over. Ivysaur has that ability as well, especially if they're maneuvering around some platforms. So there are easier windows of access, I think, for Pokemon Trainer. Goes to your adaptability point.
Yeah, I wonder who is going to be the dominant Pokemon Trainer to play out this matchup. I feel like it will likely be mostly Squirtle. I mean, Charizard's got some nice range, but you really don't want to be getting caught out like that. Squirtle with some of the best tilts in the game. Will be able to approach with Shell Smash. I feel like Squirtle will be the play. And also, we see Mander use a lot of that Water Gun. Normally, I don't love that, but I feel like Water Gun as an approach option won't even be that bad. Pushing Richter into the corner will be a crucial component of this game plan, I feel.
Yeah, I agree. The way they used it against the Sonic player for Colorado was very good at interrupting that game plan, right? Where they were constantly on the outskirts of the stage, dictating the pace of the matchup because they were the ones weaving in and out. At least Water Gun forces you to use some sort of defensive option. Even though it may just end up resetting the situation, it forces a different action from a character that normally commands the neutral.
And going to Smashville is a very good pick, in my opinion, closing the distance. And of course, it gives Richter more stage, or less stage that they have to control. But when you're on top of Richter, there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And Richter is going even for now, but now Mander is on top of them. Now Mander is putting on the pressure with the Razor Leaf and whatnot. Not for long. Richter is finding ways to fire back.
Trying to find an up smash. Be able to do so. Caught once more. Mander's now got to recover. Tether recovery keeps him down low there. Was worried he might get caught, but instead he'll make it back to the stage. Now Charizard online. What can Charizard do here for Mander? Tried to dash attack through, but the foot just does not quite reach. Up smash still won't kill. Trying to cover that platform, but a well-timed air dodge will help him grab the ledge. Will help him survive. Gets a grab. Tried to get a forward air. Won't be able to connect. Tether recovery here. Snaps back, rolls behind, won't find the up smash. Charizard doing a lot of work here, but the up B dipped a little too low, and that will be how Mander forfeits his first stock.
Yeah, Mander going down early is not a good sign when Mander was taking 5 stocks in the previous match, and this is a good start for sure to the second stock, trading back and forth, but again, you don't want to be going even when you're already down 3 stocks. Oh my god, that was a quick test of like, I think I know how far Ivysaur forward smash goes. I think.
Ooh.
But catching the jump right there will be enough to finish off the next stock. And now that they're down for the count, Mander needs to find a way to maybe get back onto Squirtle, but I think they might just want Ivysaur. The fact that they have really good disjoint with the up air and down air, in fact, all of their moves are disjointed, I feel like is really helping them in challenging the nair of this Min.
Yeah, it's doing a fantastic job of that now. Sneaking underneath. Wow, great movement on that platform, too. Trying to potentially get a spike, but doesn't quite time that tether up with the down air. Can't quite sync it together to take that stock off the board. Mander trying to find a way back now as Charizard. Forced to recover low. Won't be able to get back cleanly. Gets clipped once more. Still rolling behind, tries to find a dash attack. A dash attack of Richter comes through. Flare Blitz shielding the first arm. Ready for the second as well. Crossed up once again. That's twice now Richter's been able to really put the schmicks on Mander.
Yeah, really moving around, trying to get the edge guard now. Oh my god, just obliterating that Flare Blitz. Stacking on damage, and it just keeps going up. Now that the Squirtle is back out to play, they are going to stick with it, not going to waste time going over to that Ivysaur, and I like that down there as an opening. Interrupts the tether as well, and we're at an even game, so just like that.
Perfect execution, just what Mander needed to help try and bring this one back within striking distance. They find a back air into the stage, can't find the tech on it. Now an early switch here to Ivysaur, but one that could potentially help with pressure in the corner, but gets out for the moment. There's a quick switch now back to Charizard. Wouldn't be surprised to see the switch back to Squirtle here. And there it is. What can they do here in these mid to high percent, 61 to 56?
And even game right here, but as soon as Richter is off stage, they actually get a reversal. I stand corrected. Avoiding that situation right there, and I love the up B as an answer. Sometimes when every other option is not afforded to you, the big disjoint committal is what you need. And going in right there with the Ivysaur.
Oh.
It's weird. It's actually the forward air and back air on the Ivysaur there doing so much work. So not the moves I would expect, but it's the long, lingering disjoints that are really helping. Uh-oh.
Oh, this is a problem. Has to flare, but he's able to snap to the ledge, though, so Mander's able to survive. But he tried a forward air, and he only found shield. Richter survives, takes down 2 members, and the Cougars have a 2-player lead.
Oh my gosh. They are making this happen. Richter, after not really having like the craziest performance, when we saw them up against Oklahoma, is coming in strong and saying, hey, hi, we're Houston. We're the number 1 seed. We've been the number 1 seed. We are winning the Big 12, and this is our proof. And I'll be honest, it's pretty convincing. You would need a miracle to come back at this point. You'd need someone to come in and take 4 stocks in a row without being touched to equal what Richter has done. 6 stocks from Richter. That's ridiculous.
That is a massive performance from the Min. Again, a character that we didn't really see in winners finals, but showing their proficiency here in shutting down the early members of Kansas. Now, I do think Kansas has been more of an adaptive team, right? They got off to a slow start against Colorado, dropped the opening series, then won the next 2. I believe they even won game 2 against Houston in that winners finals, although I'll have to go back and see if that research is correct or not. But still, it is interesting to see how dominant Houston has been right out of the gate here with this one character. Min is a character that I think you can see has this high potential, this high pop-off potential, and they're living up to it. This is what this character can do, and Richter piloting them expertly on this stage.
I'll be real. I like the Spinky pick. I do. Actually, I changed my mind mid-sentence. I think the Spinky pick is probably a little bit of desperation because of one thing. They don't have a very strong approach. They're going to rely a lot on the turnips to close the distance. Turnip out a shield, rolling through the arms and using turnip. And if they're not able to pull it because they're not able to be on the ground because the arms are punching them, how are they going to attack? Of course, there are a lot of good diagonal approach options that Peach has, but she's a defensive powerhouse and so is Min. They're just going to wall each other out, and it's going to ultimately be whoever edgeguards harder is better. I do think the reason why I initially said I like it is because I think Spinky edgeguards Min very, very hard due to her ability to float, and I think she will do a great job of just dealing with the options at ledge, but for the most part, I do think it might still be the Richter show. I think Spinky might be able to take down one stock though, because they're both defensive powerhouses. They'll be going back to back to back.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mind it. The thing that sticks out in my mind of Peach versus Min as a character matchup is I always think of Min as the character that just covers a lot of space, right, with those arms, especially being on the ground or even on platforms, right? We saw Cookie, I believe, from DePaul was infamous for this, right? Just slide that arm along a platform to maintain coverage of an airspace. And when I think of Peach and Daisy, well, the only way in then is to be shielding these arms or to jump around them, which means your float kind of gets mitigated by the space that gets covered because you have to be on the ground to use shield. You have to be on the ground to pull turnips. And so your approach in terms of that diagonal angle gets quickly stuffed out if all of a sudden Richter just jumps and uses an arm instead. So we'll have to see if Spinky is able to navigate around that, because right now, so far, they do have the percent lead. They're being chipped away at. They're able to pull a turnip. And they get in real close, but they get grabbed instead. And Richter forces them to the outskirts of the stage.
Turnip harassing, forcing them to the other platform. But again, just forced right back out. One mistake and you got to repeat all that neutral to get back in. That is the power of these arms. But fortunately, Spinky has been able to consistently do it. Gets up to close enough to do a grab. They're being tricky with these float movements, and I love to see it. The double bears, too, are showing a very good understanding of how to approach diagonally into Min's threat range. Oh, and just interrupting the tether too. Spinky stabilizing, kind of, for Kansas. Because Spinky will still need to take another full 3 stocks to equalize, but they've made it much more doable because you don't have to keep sending in people against the same person, which, let's be honest, it's demoralizing.
That is true. The way Richter was running through players, that it was a dangerous prospect for Kansas, but they're able to stop it for now. They take one player off the board, but now we get to see. Looks like Puffles is being entered into the ring here for the side of Houston. Puffles was the anchor throughout the vast majority of their series against Oklahoma State. This is the Young Link player, and I think that this is another solid matchup here for Puffles to go into because, again, the airspace Peach likes to occupy versus the number of projectiles that Young Link brings to the table. It's not going to be easy for Spinky to navigate or get through this sort of area of coverage directly in front of Young Link. How do they break through that neutral zone?
It's difficult because when we see Spinky get in there, Spinky does get some good damage. The problem is Puffles' combo game is insane, and we saw that against, I need to look back at the Oklahoma State roster, but I'm fairly certain Puffles frequently was just dissecting, it wasn't Micro on the snake? Just getting in there and blowing up a character who's not supposed to be comboed like that. So if you can do that to Micro, what are you going to do? I feel like Young Link also notoriously does well against anyone who's floaty in the air, like even more so than Min Min, even though it's for the exact same reasons as Min Min. The only reason Min Min isn't the same is because she does it to everyone. But, Puffles, I feel like, is going to be very good at harassing. I think it's a great counter pick against Spinky right now.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Spinky's got all 3 stocks, though, so they've got time to potentially adapt, but this is a crew battle. Every stock matters, and this is just the opener, but for Kansas, they'd like to be able to gain some ground back, gain some confidence here, because getting the first 2 members of your team eliminated before getting the first member off the board is a little disheartening in its own right. So Spinky, they're looking for a big performance from them. Didn't see much of them in that semifinal matchup, or the loser semis matchup, I should say, against Colorado. They go immediately in on Puffles, and I'm not even sure if Puffles was ready or not, but either way, they'll take 31.5% for it. Final Destination, the stage pick as well, seeing more of this as the day has gone on, or this stage, I should say. Puffles able to answer back with 39 of their own.
Ooh, getting in there. Spinky has managed to get an initial spot of that damage, but even so, Puffles is trading back and forth and is actually unable to land a lot of projectiles just due to, well, Spinky chasing them down in an aggressive fashion that Peach does do a lot of the time, but not as often. Throws them out there, gets them hit by their own bomb damage, and Spinky's covering like every option Puffles wants to go for right now.
Right now, well, good grab, forward throw, pulls the turnip, low recovery, they toss the turnip up high. Don't go for the regrab instead. Neutral air landed. Good back air by Puffles. Trying to find their opportunity. Oh, sneaky side B. What a window of opportunity to use that move. A move that we infrequently see. But instead, both players trend towards the red here. They're looking for one strong hitbox. Tried to throw out that side B again. I guess we have seen Spinky use it, I think, more frequently than we see a lot of Peach and Daisy players use it, but it is Puffles to strike first thanks to the area.
Oh, Spinky answering right back, and Puffles keeps trying to open with this falling up air, and to be honest, I don't hate it. Sucks them in with that, but isn't able to convert it into a back air, unfortunately. Puffles just looking for whatever opening they can get. To be honest, I love that up B as a get off me tool. Especially with the way Spinky has been moving around them, crossing them up. I think it's a much more consistent tool than a lot of their aerials out of shield, even if it doesn't give quite as much reward, as Puffles does end up off stage, looking for a chance to reestablish control of this final destination, as Spinky is off stage once again. Oh my gosh, Soy!
Wow. I mean, what can you say? Puffles just controlled the airspace. There was nowhere for Spinky to go. And now, Puffles is on a bit of a tear. 72% on their own stock, forcing Spinky to try and trade with every projectile. The boomerang, such a good active hitbox. Perry tried to find a back air out of it, but just can't find the spacing on it. And Puffles, looking for the down tilt. Will recover low here. Good patience. Bomb in hand. Connecting everything. Another side B to break through, but it feels like an act of desperation. They're up to 65%, needing a ton of chip damage for it. In the up air, they nearly died off that combo. Puffles, all the momentum in the world right now on Final Destination.
Oh my god, just going in with the float cancel back airs and then waits for a second and then goes back in. Tries to go for a counter hit right there. I mean, first of all, Spinky being the hero for their team right now that they need. But second of all, Puffles is maybe gonna get the opportunity to close it out here. Will back air do it, or back throw do it? Not quite. Going very low, but with the bomb recovery, Puffles will get one more lease on life. Uh-oh, and that's it! Puffles! That bomb recovery soy literally saved the game. They were dead without it. But, they were able to get back on stage. Spinky was not able to punish them, and that's that. That's all she wrote.
Yeah, I completely agree. The bomb did save them in that instance. And, you know, it's Link players, right? They like to have that bomb there just in case they need it. For moments like that, you thought, okay, here's the edge guard. Spinky's going to get the stock. Okay, well, he got the bomb to save him. It's still going to be a reset of the situation. He's still off stage, and yet he makes it back. He finds the upbeat. The counterplay from Spinky there, tried to use the down B, did not actually end up landing. And all of a sudden, it's a quick turnaround. And like you said, a second lease on life that he took full advantage of because coverage around the outskirts of the stage. Players on the ledge, he throws the boomerang, he throws out the arrow, and he knows instantly how to follow up. And it's a simple roll read, an easy catch for Puffles in that moment to seal out that stock, projectile into forward air, and now Houston with a commanding 8-3 stock lead, and Raisin Loaf has to climb a tall, tall mountain to try and bring this back for Kansas.
I think that Kansas knows where they went wrong with Richter. But also, it's not an easy task to just be like, yeah, just play better against this Min. You know they're sitting there warming up against Min right now. Like that is a tough situation to be in. Raisin Loaf on the Olimar as well coming in. Is a difficult opponent. We were talking about Raisin Loaf being like the wall that anyone had to go through. Raisin Loaf along with Mander. But if I'm being honest, I don't think either one of them has like a strict advantage right here. I feel like a lot of the projectiles will be invalidated by the fact that Raisin Loaf always has like a Pikmin out in front of them. Raisin Loaf is just so aggressive. It's crazy.
I mean, even in that sequence, right? Felt like Puffles might have had the advantage for a moment, and then all of a sudden, 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hits from Raisin Loaf, and just like that, the percent is tied.
Sends them off stage. I like this slow game that's being played, and yet, when you play a slow game against Olimar, it's Olimar who wins, consistently. Puffles, we talked about it before in the matches against Micro, needed to find opportunities to make this happen. Also, got to plug in your controller. But, like, I felt like Puffles was not getting as much combo game as they'd want. The problem is, Olimar's really hard to combo. He's small, he's floaty, however, he does die like that. So if Raisin Loaf, if Puffles is able to catch Raisin Loaf on the ledge, that could be a big avenue into taking home stock.
128 to 131. Find a forward air. Won't seal away the deal quite yet. There's a forward air from Puffles, though, and that will take one off of Raisin Loaf. Well done by Puffles. They have put in the work here to deny some big playmakers for Kansas. Raisin Loaf sitting at 2 stocks now. What can they do? The Pikmin are wailing away at Puffles, but Puffles just does not care. He is sitting at 170 and 2 stocks. He will take all the damage in the world. Bomb recovery used
Oh,
here.
he's back!
Wow. Well timed and well spaced. I think Raisin Loaf even knew, just didn't even bother threatening off stage. He'll find a down air to seal away stock number 2. But Puffles, he has the potential to close things out now, especially if he gets this combo game going. That was nearly a crazy sequence. Raisin Loaf up to 57, but there, jab reset, tying up the percent count.
Ooh, sneaks back onto ledge, gets in an edge trapping position, but Raisin Loaf fights their way out of it. Raisin Loaf gets a tech chase, gets that, but the bomb actually interrupts the momentum. It actually keeps them in it. And, ooh, the DI on the stage as well keeps Puffles alive. I feel like Puffles' defense is insane, but Raisin Loaf just keeps surviving. Off the top, though, Raisin Loaf able to put in some work. 1 stock remaining for this first crew battle on Kansas.
What a sequence for the side of Houston. I mean, a dominant victory. We've been talking about how the matches have been close all day. This would be the largest margin of victory if he's able to close things out. But he's sitting at 159 here. Raisin Loaf's at 45. Can they find an opportunity? Can they find another combo? Is this about to happen? Puffles looking for one, has the bomb, has the boomerangs, and is chipping away at these Pikmin, being thrown out constantly. But maybe an opportunity now. They go to the opposite side of the stage.
Plucks another. Puffles is just trying to avoid these double purples, but that up B on shield is actually going to be safe somehow? Purple back air took so long to come out. And as we're waiting, this, can I be real? 1 good bomb arrow, 1 good boomerang, and Puffles is in fact just dead. Bomb recovery, makes it back, cannot tech that. Raisin Loaf. Finally, the unkillable has been slain. Puffles is down, but not without significant effort. And before I can say it, before it becomes too cliche, Puffles down aired a lot of Pikmin during that. It's like, that's like the thing. That's like some month 1 stuff, but like, he down aired so many Pikmin during that, and it was beautiful to see.
I think he even used one to extend a hitbox to take a stock off the board. So that was, really well done by Puffles to take 2 stocks off of Raisin Loaf. And now, I mean, just look at the stock count. 6-1 here. 2 full players for Houston to try and take 1 Olimar stock. Raisin Loaf has got their work cut out for them. We'll have to see where Houston opts to go. But 2 players for the side of Houston now have put in a ton of work. For 12 stocks per team, you had Richter take 6 and Puffles take 5. That is a ton of damage dealt to a team that, for Kansas, has been good, has been adaptive throughout the day. They have got to find a way to mentally reset and try and, there's still an opportunity for them to bring this back. But the chances are getting slimmer and slimmer with every stock and every percent.
Ooh. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and be like, Raisin Loaf could do it. It's almost certainly not going to happen. I'm just sitting here trying to think of what they could do in the upcoming match. I think Mander might want to be your starter. Because who else is going to realistically take down Richter? I think Mander as the starter worked out so well for Kansas in the previous matches that if it's Richter, awesome, cool. I don't know. I don't feel like all of their characters are as adaptable as Mander is. I do have to applaud Spinky, though. Spinky definitely needs to be brought in to box with the enemy team sooner, because that was very fun to watch.
I do think there is a world where Supple Seb can find some ground and do some damage to Richter, but the play style, the initial kind of take was just, it was so strong for Houston. They knew exactly what Supple Seb wanted to do, and they shut it down right from the get-go. Richter had control of really the first two matches of the game. Even though Mander did give them a run for their money, it was indeed Richter who came out on top. So I agree. It feels like Mander has to go in a little bit earlier, but they were the number two guy. So we'll see what Houston opts to do. They're figuring out who they want to send in now. Their options right now with Richter and Puffles offline. You look at Suit, the Aegis player, maybe Nimble, the Sheik. We saw a little bit of Mello, the Daisy player. And that's something that we didn't really get to talk about either. The familiarity of these two. Obviously, they just played earlier today in winter semis, but also some of the familiarity of character matchup, right? The fact that they both have a Daisy Peach player on their team means that there's probably a little variation, obviously, between the two play styles, but they're at least familiar with the hitboxes, with the hurt boxes, with the pace of play between the two. So it's a tall task for Kansas to try and overcome the number one seed for multiple reasons. And Houston's kind of showing you why in this opening series.
Yeah, in whatever happened between the winner side set we saw at the beginning of the today and now, they have definitely locked in. Um, who? Mr. Officer Mancop? Hello, welcome back. Haven't seen you in a while. Coming in on the King K rule against the Olimar. Don't hate this at all. King K rule has a lot of hitboxes, and sure, he'll eat a lot of damage. However, at a certain point when Olimar only has one stock, you can kind of just ignore the damage buildup and hit him. And yeah, you'll lose in the long run. The problem is there is no long run for him because he's already half dead. He's already 2/3 dead.
Yeah, I agree, right? And I've said it before, I'll say it again, but I feel like in crew battles like these heavies, these super heavies, they're just meant to take at least a stock off the board, even though it feels like
Mm-hmm.
they're combo food. They'll get 100 to 0'd. Yeah, but they still have three stocks to play with, and the damage output of these characters. You look at the other big heavy characters too, like a Charizard, like a Ganon, like a Donkey Kong. They just output so much damage that they're bound to take one eventually, even against some of the worst matchups for them. So it feels like if you count these stocks as an hourglass and the sand is ticking away, feels like that funnel is getting wider and wider with every little bit of percent, and with every interaction against King K rule, that's exactly what's going to happen.
And so we'll have to see once they're in the game. Probably just having a little bit of trouble hopping in the lobby. But I don't know. Like we talk about like, yeah, these players are not gonna get 100 and zeroed. Raisinloaf is one of the most aggressive Olimar players I've ever seen. Like, I don't think I've seen an Olimar player that's more like a bear hunting salmon than I've seen Raisinloaf. Like, he's just unrelenting all the time. Like, I feel like he goes through Pikmin so fast that they just are always double purple. Like, I don't know how it happens. It's just it becomes double purple almost instantly, and then they stop disappearing. I don't know. There's a magic at work here that I don't fully understand, but I'll learn.
It reminds me, when I think of Olimars, right? I think of the very defensive. Obviously, the side B whittling away at an opponent, and then doing things like up smash at a shield, or going for the kind of the extended grab if you've got all three Pikmin. But like you said, they're just not playing that kind of sit back style. They're not playing as passive as you typically see an Olimar play. They're playing far more aggressive, and it feels.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking of like a comparison. It's like a cyclone, right? It feels like they're just a wall of damage around themselves, basically, with these Pikmin, constantly throwing them out and cycling through the number of Pikmin just to get what they want, and still they find a way to make it work. So we'll see what Raisin Loaf can do here all three stocks online here for Mr. Officer Mancop. So the King K Rule trying to seal the deal here for the opening set of losers finals against Kansas, trying to bring Houston one step closer to a rematch in Grands. PS2, Raisin Loaf versus Mr. Officer Mancop. Here we go.
Mr. Officer Mancop, knowing that this could be, well, could be combo food material, but also even when you're eating a lot of damage, you still have to find a way to track it down. If you're just taking damage, well, then you are not really getting the option. But it's hard to recondition your brain to play at a 3-stock to 1 lead. Like, you still want to play that sort of avoidant play style. The problem is that's what Olimar thrives off of. And I'm going to be honest, Raisin Loaf is downright oppressive right now. He's saying, I am not giving you a free win right now.
Ooh. Let's take a good stock there. And I think the kind of range you're looking for here to make this 3-stock feasible is roughly that 30 to 40-ish% range, right? 36% here is a good range to be at, showing, hey, you've got some confidence. You've only been hit 2 or 3 times through that opening stock, and you're continuing to chip away at this King K Rule. Nearly finding another off that forward air, trying to throw another purple Pikmin, but he's got no Pikmin left. Has to recover here. How does he get out of the corner? Tries to use the whistle. Crown back in hand for King K Rule, up to 61. If Raisin Loaf can take this stock here and now off of something, off of a forward air, off a smash attack, I think this 3-stock is very feasible, but he gets clipped once more. 75% now onto Raisin Loaf, continuing to whittle away, but now he needs to find that killing blow. Now he needs to find a purple Pikmin swing, but he gets clipped again. Another forward air comes through, and now things start to look very desperate for Raisin Loaf.
Ooh. Tries to get a trade with the Nair. Using this crown is very important because it basically always has super armor, but the grab, the Tether grab especially, is a great way of avoiding that super armor until your jump gets called out, and we are into the next crew battle almost immediately.
Mr. Officer Mancop gets the win for Houston. The Cougars take the opening series, but the story is their openers. Richter on the Min doing so much work, taking 6 off the board. Then Puffles, the youngling, taking another 5. It's going to be up to Kansas to adapt in round number 2 to change things up. But what can they do to stop the onslaught of the Cougars?
That is something I'm sure they're grappling with as well. There's a lot of strategy I could talk here, but there's not a hard answer, hard and fast answer. Like strategically, yeah, there is a slip up here or there that they could have made, but what I have to fall back on is that they did it before. They were able to take a game off on the winner side set. They have proven themselves capable of doing it. Problem is, Houston Red just looks so dominant right now. Richter in particular definitely took some adapting to take care of. And while we did see eventually a counter to Puffles kind of take shape, it still wasn't easy. And Puffles was just immortal. Can we talk about that? Like, it felt like Puffles literally never died. And sure, like, usually they wouldn't end up getting another stock because they never died, but sometimes they would. Think of how many more interactions you're forced to play out because Puffle never dies.
Yeah, and for how long you have to keep that mindset going of just continuing to whittle away until you get your window, until you get your opportunity to take another swing too. Puffles played that very, very well and continued to mitigate one of the top players or top performers for Kansas. And I think that's one of the biggest struggles right now for the Jayhawks is that it feels like if Raisin Loaf is the anchor, if Raisin Loaf is the player to beat for the side of Kansas, well, Raisin Loaf doesn't have a great matchup into some of the big problems for the rest of the roster. The Min did so much work in that opening set. The youngling does a good job of controlling the pace and can contest Olimar from distance very well. So the fact that the key member for the side of Kansas is being mitigated means that someone for the Jayhawks has to step up. Someone on the squad has to be the difference maker, take the control of the spotlight for themselves. And I'm curious to see which player it is. We felt like maybe it could be the Peach player, Spinky, but they had very little opportunity to shine. We only saw them get to about a one stock advantage, I believe, and or they only had to take down one stock of Richter in the opener to close them out, and then they were really up against it in that battle against Puffles. So we'll see how things spin out now, as Spinky is that player to be locked in for the opener of round number 2, and Richter, well, they're back in for this round as well to open things up for Houston.
I see no problem with this. This makes complete sense to me. And we talked about how this would be a difficult matchup, and I think it all comes down to the edge guarding for Spinky. Spinky proved that they can close the distance, but if they are able to consistently get edge guards against them right here, right now, and shut down Richter before they have the chance to pop off, then you have met the both strategic and player improvement goals you needed to meet in order to begin to take down Houston.
It was right at this point, roughly, that Kansas was able to mount a comeback and bring back a whole set against Houston in winter semis. We'll see if they're able to do so here. Find a dash attack underneath. Don't get the neutral air, but they get a grab. Back air. Dash attack as well. Don't quite get the forward out in time. Neutral air just a bit faster here for Richter. But there's another good forward air. Spinky trying to get real aggressive with these edge guards, just trying to force Richter away, but these last second forward airs to try and really close out the stock are getting punished.
I love, oh my god. You know, I forget how much disjoint that counter has. It's frankly impressive. But, yeah, Toad really putting in some work there to help Spinky take down that first stock, and I change everything I said about maybe closing the distance being a little too hard. Because now that the edge guarding has proven to be the decision-making factor, Spinky is by far one of the most impactful members on this Kansas roster.
This is how they were able to come back against Colorado as well. Remember, Mander had to be the player to step up against some of the key members of Colorado, some of the big swinging members that were able to take multiple stocks, get through multiple members of their opponent. It was these early counter picks that worked in Kansas's favor. Spinky will die, though, to the up smash, taking that first stock off the board. It goes to show these early adaptations mean a world of difference for the Jayhawks. They can't find the back air, though. Both of them whiffing in that instance could have set up for a potential edge guard, but instead, Richter gets back to center stage.
Yes, he does, and now you have to deal with this Min constantly approaching you, harassing you. Can you get to the platform? Able to survive getting to the platform, but the down smash just running in like Fox McCloud. And now, after avoiding the down tilt as well, Spinky has been gradually taking back space, has closed the distance. Richter has lost their window, but they're able to fight their way back onto stage. Back air sends them off stage. Ooh. But with that recovery, this is looking more and more even by the minute. The problem is, it's not supposed to look even. Last time, Richter took 6 stocks unanswered.
Gotta find a way to deal some damage here. They're up to 125 to 102 for Spinky. They get a grab in instead here. Forward throw. Immediately throwing out the counter. I actually kind of like the play. It nearly worked out, but instead it leads to Richter getting back to stage, but only for a moment. Back air connects. Weave around the arm once more. Turnip in hand. Forward throw will do the trick here, but still hovering low. The down airs threatening that tether recovery, but still Richter's able to snap to the ledge. First arm won't take the stock quite yet. Spinky trying to float, gets caught, has to recover low now. Parasol back to the platform, back to the right side, will be able to make it back to center stage, and he jumps around all the arms to find the forward air. The crown takes stock 2.
And now, Richter trying to hold this ledge, but the turnip, the approach option, Ooh, and with this, ooh, they can't do enough shield damage either, not at that close range, not without Megawatt, and so Spinky is able to close the distance, but not for long. In the scramble situation, the down smash is the end-all be-all of saying, I do not know what side of you are on, but I am going to take you down regardless. And now, on the platform, Spinky does get harassed a little bit, gets sent to the off stage a little bit, but are they able to get back on? Just playing right outside of the burst range of Richter, trying to avoid any sort of laser setups that they can. But at the moment, it's just the Richter show all day, every day, as they're trying to end this. Forces the umbrella out so early, no resources left, but Richter whiffs twice in a row.
Wow, that was huge to get back to stage, but Spinky's still in the corner here. How do they get back? How do they get out of this wall? They try and side B in to break the distance, but they get caught once more. Buying time. Richter's only at 43%. They rolled in, but the back air doesn't land. Another side B to the platform. They somehow get around the first laser arm, but they rolled in, trying to break the distance, doing anything, everything in their power to try and get back in. They need another window of opportunity, but Richter is closing this window fast. 137 on the Spinky. They get a grab, an up throw. Won't do the trick quite yet. Changing up the float distance now. They'll try and find an opportunity. Get the grab, no. They go for a neutral air, still only finding a shield. Maybe an up air here, but they whiff. They find a side B. Now a potential for an edge guard, but another quick arm out, saving Richter from a potentially dangerous situation. Turnip Snipe will do a good chunk of damage.
Oh my
but they
gosh.
were DI'd the wrong way, tried to go back, and Richter will shut down the opener of Kansas once more.
Spinky put on a show that match, but it took everything that they had, and then they fought their way back into it. Richter really earned their position as a incredibly important member of the Houston roster there, because like obviously they took 6 stocks the first time, but maybe the other team just wasn't ready for them. Maybe they were getting used to fighting Houston again. But this time Spinky was ready. This time Spinky had a game plan, and it was destroying Richter all throughout the beginning of that match. And then Richter started to get wise to it. Then Richter was actually holding Spinky at the ledge until they were out of resources. And then once they had resources, they were covering the platform that they like to go to. And then they were finding these trades, and Spinky didn't make it easy, but Richter clutched out in the end, and that is what makes them a champion to fight their way back into this and keep Houston in the lead.
We talked about the composure of Brock for the side of Colorado for a couple series, but there, the composure from Spinky helped keep them alive for so long. But how about the composure of Richter? Even when things got close, even when things looked dangerous, they stuck with their game plan. They stuck with the distance, the control, knowing exactly what Spinky wanted to do, knew what their opportunity back into the game was, and just never gave them the chance on that final stock. So, it's a 1 stock lead, but we all saw Richter moments ago take 6 stocks off the board. Now they're sending in the next best bet, it feels like. Mander has a good matchup against Min with this Pokemon trainer. Can they take this stock and even the game without shedding too much more blood?
Signs point to yes in my eyes, but even a single stock could cement Richter as having that like huge impact at the beginning of the game, because Mander's stocks, you really don't want to lose them here. I feel like in this rushdown, Squirtle does have the edge, but look at this, they're like jumping in with the neutral air dodge. I like the idea. They're trying to bait out a move, I feel like, but I feel like they're still getting clipped every single time nonetheless. Clipped by the small hit, of course. Clipped by the Ram, but they're still taking damage. It's still stacking up. And if you're not, what? I totally forget how that interaction even happens, if I'm being honest.
Well, for an, good snap back to ledge here. Richter actually doing a good job of pressuring Mander here. 102 now. We get caught by the Dragon Arm once more. Manor does not want to drop this stock. This is danger territory. Might see the switch to Charizard, but then your options of getting in are even more limited. Trying to Razor Leaf, but it's just not working out. Oh, the
my
mix-up.
gosh.
Pretended like they were going to cover high, instead covered low. They catch him once more. There's the Flare Blitz. Able to time the get up just barely around it. How do you break through? How do you get in? The coverage of this character is just so strong. You're at 180 now, and you get grabbed and up thrown. Even the heavyweight of Charizard can't survive that.
And I feel like Charizard is just so scary because even with the multiple jumps, you're still stuck with a very linear recovery, able to slip right past all the Ivysaur pressure back on in, and the up air still doesn't find the kill. Richter's already taken more stocks than the enemy can take from them, but even so, Mander is putting in some pressure, putting in some work. Up throw, gonna finish the stock, not quite. One more chance, and they're going really deep, but they too deep! Because they drifted away from Mander's potential back air, Richter is not able to get back onto stage, and thus, taking only 4 stocks instead of 6, Richter is down on the side of Houston. Mander taking them off the field.
The looming threat of the edge guard does the trick, and although tether recoveries traditionally cover a lot of space, Minmin's always just feels a little bit shorter, and there, Mander taking full advantage of it.
Yeah, it's not shorter, it reaches higher and not wider, than a lot of other, people. And that makes it very difficult to navigate, but hey, characters gotta have weaknesses somewhere, right? As now you're in the position of trying to counterpick Mander, and there's not really like a hard, invalidating counterpick for Mander. I would not be shocked to see Puffles come in again, though. Like we said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and they've definitely shown why this character is so strong. Looking now at the other members of the team, I would not hate to see Nimble come in to take them down either. On the Sheik, or Suit on the Aegis, who was just the opener every single time and just isn't against Kansas for whatever reason.
Well, whatever the reason may be, I do think Suit is probably the play here, if I had to guess, just based off of the characters that Kansas seems to be holding in their back pocket, and knowing that they've typically held Puffles back as a type of anchor role here. You know, knowing that Raisin Loaf is still back there, I think they would like to leave Puffles for that matchup. Curious to see where they go, though. They've got a couple of different options, but still, Richter doing so much work, and Mander on the PT. This is the other player that we talked about. If Kansas is going to win, they're one of these players that has to have that pop-off performance. They're one of the players that has that big moment in the tournament that got them here, right? Against Colorado, they were the impact performer. They were the one averaging more than the stocks that they had. They weren't just going 1 for 1. They were able to get 4 or 5 stocks off the board. So you have to have those big performances. Crew battles have this kind of weird math of where you want to be able to draw more than even, right? You don't want to just you want to take more than the stocks you have at 3, but you have the rare opportunity to do so, right? You either get 4 or 2 typically is kind of the range. And so we'll see if Mander is able to do that here as Nimble steps into the ring for the side of Houston.
Nimble coming in, and this is an interesting one. If you think all the way back to Winners Finals, Nimble had an insane pop-off performance in which they, I gotta say it, trounced the opposing team in Oklahoma. Oh my word. That's not good.
I'm imagining here we'll get just a full reset, since it was literally like 2 seconds into the match, or something along those lines. So we'll get that all sorted out, go back to Final Destination. But yeah, I think, we were talking about potentially what characters or what players could go in. I was leaning towards Suit, but I do think Nimble also makes a lot of sense here. Sheik is a little dangerous, I think, into Pokemon Trainer at times, but I think the way Nimble played, obviously with their proficiency in their movement, they have the ability to sort of drag this out and make this Pokemon trainer work a little bit harder for some of the stocks. And that's after already dealing with a difficult matchup in the Min Min. This is a very different style, a very different uh, a pace of play, but I still feel like Nimble's proficiency can make this matchup in particular a bit more difficult for Mander for the side of Kansas.
100%. So we are going to go to a quick break while we get back into this match, and when we return, this losers final set will continue. So don't go anywhere. Big 12 is still trucking along.
Welcome back to the Big 12 qualifiers. We are well into set number 2 now, and we just got word that Nimble won their matchup against Mander with one stock remaining. The Sheep player still with one stock for the side of Houston, who holds the lead against Kansas and is trying to close things out in 2-0 fashion to get the rematch against Oklahoma State in grand finals. And now we get to see what Kansas has in store for their counter picks in series number 2.
Yeah, Nimble ended up winning with one stock there, and that means it's going to be a little more difficult for them. The fact that Mander is down and Nimble has proven their ability to just go on a full run. Problem is, this isn't Nimble warmed up. So maybe you have a little bit more of a shot. Sorry, I just keep thinking back to Nimble taking, what was that, like 8 stocks versus Oklahoma? Like, I know one performance does not a player make, and yet at the same time, I've just been thinking about that the entire time Nimble got counterpicked out. So, looking at this, how do you make up this slight deficit? That's what's going to be on their minds as they work through this, because it's only a stock now. It's not the same insane 6 stock down deficit that they were at before. This is very doable. You just have to be strategic about how you counterpick against this Sheik and then into whoever comes next. It's going to be Supple Seb.
We're seeing that third player locked in. It is Supple Seb, the Snake player. Supple Seb was the difference maker, I think, in that third set against Colorado, right? Their performance on a player who had typically been shut down throughout the first kind of 2 matches of that series, didn't have the strongest of performances against Colorado, had a big enough performance to give the Kansas Jayhawks a bit of a buffer. And now they are in here in this third spot, trying to take down one stock off of Nimble. Now, Nimble already has experience in this matchup today against Oklahoma State's Snake player. Supple Seb a little different style, but still the same theory still applies for Nimble. They've got to be very careful picking and choosing their time to go in, because one overstep, one oversight, and the up tilt's coming out, and bye-bye goes that stock.
But they have been known to run snakes through the ringer. Like you were kind of touching on before, Nimble lives up to their name in that their movement is impeccable. And I'm sad we didn't get to see it against Mander of all people. That would have been a treat. But unfortunately, Nintendo. What are you going to do? As Supple Seb is going to have to deal with the fact that Nimble will only commit when they don't have a grenade in hand, when they don't have a C4 set up, when they don't have a Nikita in the air, when they don't have a mortar in the air. Nimble will drop down with a dolphin kick and kick him right off the stage. And then all of a sudden you're trying to recover and you're getting needled and you're getting everything, and it's just a whole hassle. At that point you might just want to give up your stock. But you know what it is. Like, it's very difficult to deal with. But at the same time, as long as you keep a steady but still unpredictable flow of those defensive options available, you should still be able to make this happen.
In theory and on paper, but we'll see what happens here as Supple Seb steps into the ring. Again, only needing one stock to even things out. And this is where Kansas, again, similarly to that winners semi set, they were able to steal one off of this very Houston squad by keeping things close and letting their players do the work in moments like these. Eventually, you got to find a way to take the lead. So it's up to Supple Seb to make sure they've got a good chance at it here. One stock off of a sheet. That's all they need. Snake's got plenty of kill power, but Nimble does not make it easy. PS2, here we go. Nimble, they'll have to drop off stage there. I thought we were going to have to reset because of the grenade explosion for a moment, but both players know their spacing on that. So here we go. Player gets to the platform, Nimble drops down, the taunts will signal they're ready. We are underway here, 7 to 6 stocks apiece. Kansas with the Snake, Houston's Nimble on this Sheik. We can find the first strong opening here, get that early percent online.
slipping carefully through all these little bits of defense until they finally get a grab, no grenade in hand, and they're able to put Seb off stage. Supple Seb going to be repeatedly trying to always have this grenade in hand, approaching with the back air as well. Interesting to me. But going for the ledge trump as well. Nimble actually knocks them down, gets caught by the Cypher though, and now they're taking a bit of damage.
I think they were going for the down air spike there for a moment, but the Cypher actually interrupting them at the last second. Down smash catches and sends to the right there, so weird hitbox connecting, but Supple Seb survives, avoids the needles as well. Nimble doing a fantastic job of getting so much damage online, tried to up tilt on the roll and doesn't catch it. Air dodges back, another up B, sliding back to the ledge. We saw this from Nimble a lot, right? Multiple times up being back to that ledge, kind of refreshing the invincibility, and up B will actually kill outright this time. Nimble taking a stock off the board, guaranteeing that the Houston Cougars maintain the lead regardless of how this remainder of this stock will play out. 124 onto Nimble's Sheik. But now they get grabbed, back thrown. Nikita Soul still able to snap.
Little bits of chip damage here or there. Up tilt coming out as well. Knowing that a down throw will kill, an up tilt will kill, and yet Supple Seb is off stage and trying to get back, has no resources. Nimble smells blood in the water, no jump still until Supple Seb is finally able to get back onto the ground, but this pressure is still ongoing, especially with the needles, especially with the forward smash. Nimble is not letting this go, not at all. Down smash catches the landing too, and Supple Seb, you still gotta be thinking that, oh my gosh, I'm not gonna lose this. I had them at kill percent, I have Sheik at kill percent, and yet look at this, just throwing out the up B over and over again. Just one hit and Nimble is dead, but they are fighting their way back into this. They're slippery, this one.
Oh my goodness, too. They get the up air as well off the down tilt conversion. Nimble putting in the work here. Houston, they want the run back and they want it badly. 157 here. Supple Seb will find a down air, and that will be the doom and demise of Nimble's last stock. But still maintaining the lead for Houston. 6-4, the lead for the Cougars.
Yeah, Houston wants to get back into that grand final set, and they're demonstrating it. 2 stocks off of Supple Seb is a fantastic performance if I've ever seen one. And now, not only did they get to counterpick, but they also soft get to counterpick who the last person is twice. Yeah,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I really, really liked the way that Nimble, even when the combo wasn't going, the advantage state was unrelenting, never ending. Nimble just danced all over the stage, caught the landing, kept the jump from ever coming back. The jump did come back at one point, but regardless, so many good options picked. And now we're seeing Puffles come in the exact matchup they were playing up in the upper bracket against Oklahoma. It's Young Link versus Snake.
Yep, and Puffles, again, like you mentioned, very weary of this matchup. I'm curious to see how this one pans out, because in my mind, they would hold Puffles back till they saw Raisin Loaf enter the arena, because we're likely to see them as the 4th and final member of Kansas. But you look at Houston, you've still got Suit on the Aegis, you've still got Mello on the Daisy still available. So one of those two is very likely the anchor, or could be Mr. Officer Mancop on the King K. Rool as well. But this feels like you're pulling the trigger early on one of the more proficient players for the side of Houston. And it leaves some room for, well, if Seb is able to take a stock or two off the board, all of a sudden it makes the matchup far more manageable for the anchor for the side of Kansas here. But we have to see how this pans out. Like we saw before, Puffles already experienced in this matchup. They ended up taking a series off of the Snake player for the side of Oklahoma State on that winners finals match. How can they do here against Supple Seb, now on Town and City? here for this second series.
A big stage with a lot of room to play with. I feel like Young Link's projectiles benefit more from the distance than Snake does. Snake loves that middle distance and almost immediately in with the combos. Do you remember what I was talking about? How when you're playing Link against Snake, you have to get in there before all the walls of projectiles, the mines and whatnot are set up. 85% off of one interaction, make it 112. Puffles isn't touched. Puffles isn't perturbed. Maybe they didn't pull the trigger too early. They were just setting up to pull the trigger. This was just reloading. A 0 to death, barely holding on right now. But finally, at least, the very least, Supple Seb gets a hit.
A projectile landed, but they're sitting at 163. They've dipped way too low. They've already used their air dodge, and the C4's on stage. They can't recover, and that will be all she wrote for Supple Seb in set number 2. It's back to a full player count lead now for the Houston Cougars, and all of a sudden, all the pressure is back on the shoulders of the astronaut. Olimar gonna enter the ring. Raisin Loaf has to deal with 2 full players of the number 1 seed in the Big 12.
And that is a tough task, but if anyone's gonna do it, it is Raisin Loaf. We saw how Raisin Loaf was able to battle through Puffles, making it happen again and again and again. I felt like, didn't Puffles only have 1 stock when they first played? Yeah, like, and it was still a difficult match, but at the very least, Raisin Loaf is warmed up against Puffles, has played them once before, and even though this is the healthiest Puffles they've fought, they still can maybe go even, and then you just have to hope you can clutch on whoever the 4th member of Houston is going to be.
We'll have to see. Starts with an even 3v3 in terms of stock count, and everything that Puffles gets here is gravy on top. Everything they get is extra credit for that 4th and final member of the Houston lineup. But Puffles would love to end it here and now and book their ticket to grand finals. Remember, the expectations for this squad, they were the number 1 seed. They've been the number 1 seed in this conference before. They've found a way to the national stage, but only one team out of this bracket can make it out to May Madness here. That's the reward that these teams are looking for. Kansas trying to make the miracle run happen. And it has to start here and now with 6 stocks, 3 for Puffles, 3 for the last member. But they gotta start with a win on PS2.
And it's, not gonna lie, Soy, not looking great at the beginning of PS2. However, now Raisin Loaf is on stage and almost instantly even percents. I take it all back. Literally 1 moment of even footing is all Raisin Loaf needs to even the percents. And to get the kill, well, Raisin Loaf just needs to keep playing it aggressively. Pikmin need to die, the purple Pikmin come out, double purple online, but it doesn't matter because the down smash will finish the stock. Puffles is in the lead. 2 stocks remain on Kansas.
That was such a huge read there. The fact that they find a down smash in that instance, a move that, again, Puffles had really not used all that frequently. It was really the one time Raisin Loaf had rolled in a scenario like that. But still, covering it well was Puffles, and they end up taking the stock off the board. Now, well, Puffles is sitting at 126, so they're in kill range, but the opportunities to find that big swing are few and far between. These smash attacks, Raisin Loaf had typically been able to kind of wall themselves in to find the smash attack, using the side Bs, using the constant barrage of these Pikmin, using multiple hitboxes, but here and now they cannot find any of that. It is smothering from Puffles right now.
Ooh. Puffles, projectile after projectile, hit after hit, and they're making this happen. Ooh. I'll be honest, I get scared every time I see that down air come out. Puffles is looking insurmountable. Houston is looking like they want to go to the grand finals, and I believe them. A whiffed grab gives Raisin Loaf the opportunity they need, but at this point, it might be a little too late. Puffles is manifesting all of this damage out of nowhere. And now you've got the yellow Pikmin online. There's going to be some big damage coming in if any of them land. But regardless, it's Puffles who gets the opening first.
They find the stock. They find the opening now to answer back. It's 46 on Raisin Loaf. Make it 68 off the forward air. Bomb placed, bomb thrown, boomerang landed. Doesn't find the arrow. The whistle used early, but another bomb from this young Link will land, converting so much percentage. 94 onto this Olimar. Raisin Loaf trying to find any wiggle room back into this game. Has to hold shield. Finds an up smash, but the up air doesn't land. They're looking for another smash attack. Converts into the up B, into the up air, and Puffles will shut down Raisin Loaf. Revenge will not happen for Kansas. Houston's got a date in grand finals.
Yes, they do. As is foretold, the number 1 and number 2 seeds will be fighting it out, but it's going to be the number 2 seed who does have that advantage moving into the finals. This was a brilliant winners finals set, and now we get to see a rematch in grands. These are the 2 most evenly matched teams, and I can't wait to see it, Soy. We're going to go to a quick break in a little bit, and when we return, it will be University of Houston taking on University of Oklahoma. So don't go anywhere. We will be back in just a couple of minutes.
It's time for the grand finals of the Big 12 qualifiers. We are ready for a rematch of winners finals. It's Oklahoma State going up against the University of Houston, the Cowboys versus the Cougars, and we cannot wait for this best of 5 series.
This is what kicked off our entire night, Soy. And in the beginning, we did see Oklahoma State take it home pretty convincingly. Then Houston fought back with a vengeance, and then Oklahoma State cleaned up in the end. And we're going to see if they can work that same magic again. Oklahoma State, in this best of 5 grand finals, will have a 1 crew battle advantage. So Oklahoma State needs to win 2 crew battles in order to take this all the way home. University of Houston needs to win 3. So that's the disadvantage you get from coming from the losers bracket. Now, looking at the players, looking at the matchups, we previously saw SPZ be the perennial opener for Oklahoma State on the Ken, and it was Suit who was opening every single time on the Pyramithra. We'll see if that pattern remains true. I don't know if we have our starters the players are doing a blind pick for their starters, so we'll get that in, and then yeah, we'll get this match underway because it looks like the players are just about ready to take each other on.
This one should be a lot of fun. We do see those names locked in. Again, Oklahoma State coming from winner's side. They only need 2 sets, like you mentioned. Houston, they need 3. So a bit of a change up from that winner's final set already, which was a best of 3 bout. There was, like you said, Suit was the typical leadoff man for the Houston Cougars. But this time around, it's going to be Richter on the Min. This character, this player, just went on a tear in the losers finals, taking down Kansas, taking down numerous players, often getting 4, 5, 6 stocks even on that first matchup. So how do they fare here against SPZ on this Ken? Let's get ready for grand finals. Series number 1 starts right now.
These 2 players, I don't know if they've clashed before, but I'm curious to see how well Richter does. In theory, I feel like Ken does very well in this matchup. I remember SPZ, when they did fight before, it's coming back to me clear as day, was really good at reserving that focus attack for the second hit of Richter's 1-2 combo and approaching diagonally and confirming into the Shoryuken, but Min at heavy last. She's gonna hold on for now. And recovering there, right into another Shoryuken, and she somehow lives that.
Yeah,
honestly, that surprises me.
It shocked me too. I'm right there with you. I can't believe neither of those killed. But well, the first one certainly had a lower percent. The second one, though, you felt like maybe had a chance, and somehow Richter survived. Still, both players up to above 100% now. 103 to 124. SPZ looking for an opening. Doing a good job of timing when to put that shield out. Closing the distance, but a dash attack from Richter breaks through. Now they've got to find a way back down to the stage. With upbeat to cover, there's that focus to help break through, help themselves make it back to the stage, but now they've lost that percent lead. 145 to 124, and all the way from across the stage, SPZ continues to survive, but they are caught on this platform.
Yeah, ludicrously high percents for both of these characters, if I'm being honest, which I think is a great sign, but some shield pressure into a nice little forward tilt is more than enough to give Oklahoma State an early advantage, with air quotes, because, I mean, come on. Someone had to lose a stock eventually, but what really matters is how Richter's escapes from this pressure. SPZ goes in, gets a tiny hit of a jab, and then immediately answered back by an up smash from Richter's. But this shield pressure is just so difficult to deal with. Reads the tech in as well, follows that with the jab, but SPZ holds on, dashes all the way back to avoid the side B, but SPZ knocks Richter's off the side of the stage. Ledge pressure is intense, but a whiffed grab is all SPZ needs. The problem is, SPZ isn't converting up until right now, and you're off the top. twinkling off into the distance, and it's SPZ with a very clean lead over Richter.
I mean, SPZ, the way they're playing, it just feels so thorough, so well thought out. Every motion, every action of theirs has intent. They dash in, they hold shield, they use the focus to break through. All of a sudden, they close the distance a little bit more, and they hold shield for so long, pressuring 1, 2, and then eventually they dash in, get shield pressure like they did in the first stock. They find a way to catch a roll in instead. So they're slowly, smartly closing the distance and working their way through the repeated arm pressure of Richter. It's so well thought out by SPZ, and they're trying to find a third stock off the back of it. They got a lot of good damage online here. Quick forward throw, and that neutral B will also land for some extra bit of damage. It's up to Richter to really find a way to take the stock and cut into the lead that Oklahoma State has built themselves here. SPZ sitting at 100, and Minmin certainly not shy of kill power. You've got to be careful with this arm movement.
Yeah. SPZ doing a great job approaching, but ooh, that's a little bit scary. Nice grab out of the focus attack, though. Can't really armor through that one. The Dragon Laser will catch them out, even stocks across the board, as SPZ looks to track them down, rolls right out of that shield pressure. Brave move, but it does pay dividends as it gives Richter another chance to find some spacing, find some moves. I'm surprised there wasn't a grab that time there. Tries to extend with the up tilt, the up smash. Richter stacking on some real serious percent right here as they get the back throw as well. Waits with the arms, but SPZ was careful on their recovery.
And now, check out the percentages. SPZ is the one in a deficit. He's sitting at 96, but pressure on shield, and now with some rage, but they get down smashed instead. Somehow SPZ rolled through, and the connection on the arm, he can't snap to the ledge. It's two-framed. Richter strikes first. Houston takes the lead.
They hit it! I'm fairly certain they sent the Ram out right as the Dragon Laser went out on purpose to try to disguise their intentions, and despite SPZ taking the early lead there, it is going to be Richter taking that home with a combination of very strong ledge pressure and off-stage pressure. And in general, just avoiding any situations where they're getting caught out. I like the way they were choosing very carefully when to roll away from SPZ's shield pressure, never falling into too many frame traps, because we know SPZ's always tracking them down there.
And SPZ was a player that got better and better in that winners finals series, and for them to be shut down very quickly here, a reminder that these are the two schools that we started the day with, and then we had a long losers bracket run, but Houston is fresh off of a kind of, I don't want to say grueling series, because they made Kansas work for every single stock they got, but they were the ones kind of in control. Their hands are warm already. Oklahoma State has kind of been waiting in the background after that winners finals victory, and Houston's coming out the gate swinging, so we'll have to see who can answer back. It's Mason locked in as the second member for the squad of Oklahoma State here. The Fox only having to deal with one stock of Minmin feels very doable, with especially things like how they want to approach. Immediately my mind jumps to down air into up smash.
I agree. Mason in general also is always doing those forward air drag downs, so Richter has to be ready to tech those. But in general, I worry. I worry a lot. I worry about a lot of things, Soy, but in particular, I worry about Mason getting edge guarded, because, literally at zero. At zero, Mason could be dead. One grab, one back throw off stage, and Mason gets clipped and dead. Clipped and dead. It's not the easiest thing to do, but I've seen Richter do some highway robbery with those big, long noodle arms. So, we'll see. We'll see how that ends up going.
Player's about to enter the ring. We'll see what stage selection we get. Probably PS2, if I had to guess. Just run it right back for one stock. But this is absolutely an opportunity, right, where Fox, it feels like they have the initiative in this matchup where they can get in, can do damage. But like you said, there are ways to really punish a fast faller like Fox, and Minmin can absolutely be a character to do just that here. So, running it back to PS2, 1 stock to 3, Mason trying to make sure that they draw even here and get to that counter pick stage. Whereas Richter trying to build an advantage. No drag downs required on those forward airs, though. They quickly rack up into an up air into 49%. They'll get a forward tilt as well. They get eager with a forward smash attempt, but it only finds the air. Rolling in. Won't be able to find too much. Side B, an odd option to break the distance, but still, they get an up tilt out of it, and they're still putting the pressure on.
Oh my gosh. See, that's the thing about Fox. It's not true, but it might as well be, because if you're picking an option, then you're dead. And jabbing on the shield, that's technically an option, and you're technically getting up smashed. Technically, you have a way back on the stage, but you're also against Fox trying to back air you off the stage, and now you're dead. And just like that, we have an even scoreline, Zoe.
Only 18% dealt there by the Min Richter in that sequence. Strong performance from Mason right out the gates, showing no sign of fatigue through a long day of Super Smash Bros. Looking very strong here, but now the counter pick will come in for Houston. They'll deliberate here, try and figure out who is best fit for this scenario now. Mason on the Fox locked in for the remainder of this series. We'll have to see who steps into the ring. We've seen a couple different characters and players step in for this matchup, but as you can see, the name is being selected already. It's Nimble, the Sheik, for the side of Houston, being sent in for round number 2.
Nimble versus Mason. If I remember correctly, this is a matchup that went back and forth and back and forth, and I remember Nimble coming out on top in the initial stages of things, but Nimble has gone through a whole character arc while Mason's been sitting up here in winners. I feel like Nimble has shredded through the competition in multiple stages.
Yeah, I think for this matchup in particular, we only got to see it, I think, once or twice, and often at uneven stock counts. Be it Nimble trying to take just 1 stock off of Mason, or Mason only needing to take 1 stock off of Nimble. I do think that in terms of the overall stock count between these two, I think Nimble has taken more off of Mason than Mason has off of Nimble. But Mason has been mostly reserved for other matchups, for dealing with Richters, for dealing with Suits, the Aegis player, for dealing with a couple of other characters and players for the side of Houston. So now we get to see these two on even footing, which should be interesting to watch, because it feels like both these characters so fast-paced, and I know I already said this at the top of the broadcast, but I will say, shades of Melee, right, with how fast-paced these two characters can be.
Nimble is just tracking them down. I feel like in the slight range of disjoints and whatnot, and just the pace at which moves can be put out, Richter has more combo potential. However, Mason, I feel like, just hits harder, especially when those drag downs come out to play. Trying to go for that dash attack nair, but instead the up air starts racking on the damage, and suddenly we're on an even stock percentage. Oh, the crawl just gets you right past that. I kind of forgot about that.
Just low profiles all those lasers, and right now sitting at about even in terms of percent. So you can find the first opening here and take the advantage in this series. Mason jumping around, finding an up tilt, but it only finds shield. Nimble, ooh, I like the idea. Tried to get a real early stock to go for that forward smash, but instead it's a roll in from Mason that gets them out of dodge. Now 74% to 87. Nimble, gotta be very careful, right? A lot more moves on Fox's kit will kill this early, but instead to trade the back air, now a side B has to use that up B, and somehow hits Nimble before the vanish can come out. Now he'll be able to snap back to the ledge. Mason throwing out these back airs. Parry on shield, runs away. Now the up B back to the ledge once more. Nimble using bouncing fish. It's caught. All the shield pressure in the world here. Now rolling away. Throws another neutral air, both in a screen on shield. Going back to the crouch, staying underneath the potential late aerial from Mason. Hasn't anything quite yet. The back airs, patient one, but still find it. All the dashing Now a down smash, and
That was stock number 1? And yet with the drag down smash, we're on stock number 2, clean as a whistle. Mason trying to stack on a little bit of percentage, but Nimble is ducking under that limbo style. Tries to get a drag down, but not quite going to do it. But that last hit of up air is just enough to keep the combo started. And yet it's just no percentage. Fishing for a forward air, but can't get it. Mason is just getting walled out, but again, one opening is all Fox needs to kind of make up this deficit. Some up air, some offstage shenanigans, some ledge trapping. That's where Fox shines.
9% on Nimble here, but Mason might have found an opening. Ooh, trade there off of the down air. Maybe a footstool. Good neutral air landed. Nimble continuing to chip away. Now backing away completely, as Mason was looking for a little bit of extra laser damage. Doesn't grab the ledge here. This could be an edge guard attempt. Tried to get a ledge trump, but instead just double jumping away was Mason, making sure that the vanish did not connect, but he gets his jump caught by the back air. Another edge guard attempt, but this time straight to the ledge goes Mason. That up B is ill-advised. Maybe Nimble will get punished for it. Only one hit, but he's neutral airs right back. Still trying to find a tilt into a conversion, but back to the ledge they go. Good forward smash from Mason. Maybe an attempt at an edge guard here. Stuck on the ledge. How does he get back? Neutral air doesn't find anything. And both are just so clean on their movement right now. This is truly a battle of the ability to weave around each other's hitboxes. Both are so smart, so fast. It is so fun to watch despite it being just so tense.
Yeah, trying to catch them on the landing doesn't quite work out. Even percents now as Mason goes for the ledge trap, but you know they're smoke bombing back to stage. They're not risking going straight into Mason, straight into the up smash. But that side B a little too high to really get you any sort of advantage. Up B will get you back on. Nimble has not been able to quite trade with that in any way that's satisfactory to them, but they will catch a jump, will get that stock, and Nimble now with the slight advantage.
Sitting at 113. Fox not shy of kill power. Can they find an aerial here? Or maybe a smash attack? They go for the up smash. It trades with something. I believe it was neutral air that was coming out there for Nimble. So a little bit of damage tacked on. Find a forward tilt. Dash away, down air. Again, getting the shield out just in time is Nimble. I feel like right now, if you're Mason, you need one of those big setups. You need something like drag down forward air or a down air on top of Nimble, but Nimble's defense has been so good. What a well-spaced back air. My goodness, that was while he was crouching too. Last frame, last second, Mason has those and ties up the stock count.
Yeah, not so quite safe on shield though, a lot of these options, and the needles make it very difficult for them to approach, but the drag down air is not safe on hit actually. Unfortunately, that will be Nimble going off stage. Trying to get off stage is always a little tricky, but man, that landing there down tilt, it feels like it's just programmed into the move. It always just works out.
Caught on the platform for a moment was Mason, but he will be able to escape. Lasers the side of the stage instead of towards his opponent, now trying to find a way back. Will be able to side B, throws out a forward air. You start to see a little bit of panic here, I think, for Mason, knowing that he's been trailing, he's been losing these even stock exchanges. But he's got the rage on his side, he goes for the forward smash, won't be able to find the mark quite yet. Now goes in for a neutral air. Now it's Nimble, trying to find an opening. Vanish, on stage, caught, now on the platform. Mason sneaks underneath with an up smash, won't be able to kill quite yet. Another 20% or so could do the trick. Dash attack. Won't find the back air. Well-timed air dodge. But he jumped back into the up B. He will be able to survive. Took him all the way to the other side of the stage. He somehow avoids it, but he air dodged too early. And that will be all she wrote for the first match of Nimble versus Mason. It's the Sheik, Nimble, coming out on top.
With Nimble taking that win, it's a slight lead for Houston for the first time. And that, first of all, what a long and hard-fought match. And yet it never felt like any one of them was like necessarily stalling or anything. It was just time. It was just, you never wanted to put yourself in a situation where you were the one at a disadvantage because you knew they would be on you as quick as they could. But now with that done, we're faced with a different situation. Vapor versus Nimble. Now, I remember this matchup very clearly because Nimble was running all around the stage trying to get it. And it really did feel like Nimble would. We're just remaking the arena real quick. But yeah, it felt like Nimble would frequently end up in situations where they'd run in, they'd get like 3 hits on the Game & Watch, and then they'd get out of dodge as quick as they could because they knew if they stayed there welcome too long, it would be up B, nair, 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 forward air. You know how it is. You know the way it goes.
Yeah, the turnaround for a player like Vapor in those instances very strong, and so many multi-hit combos can certainly rack up percentage onto Sheik, a character that is on the lighter side of the cast, and Game & Watch certainly not lacking in kill power, so every little hit they get matters so much more. One of the, I think, staples of Vapor throughout the winners final set that they played was using that neutral B as an edge guard, right? Continually racking up percent. Didn't really challenge off stage all that much, maybe once or twice with a back air, but I think maybe only converted a stock or two throughout the entirety of the set. So we'll have to see if there's any change ups here. Not going to be easy to track down Nimble on this Sheik. I think it's interesting. Nimble on this Sheik has done such a good job of using that up B to, I think, its really fullest extent. I mean, the only thing they probably haven't done is gotten like the weak hitbox of it when they appear. You know, it's the explosion that does all the knockback, but they're able to use it to slide off to the ledge. They're able to use it to kind of break distance at times. They used it as a trap once, as an hey, I'm going to be here. No, I'm not. I'm out, and you just walked into a hitbox type of move. So when I'm thinking about the battle along the ledge here, once one player kind of gains their advantage and gets that big combo to knock their opponent off stage, that up B is sort of like it's become a key staple of the way Nimble plays this Sheik. Now, they haven't been able to use it necessarily against that neutral B, and it's hard to contest, but I think it's interesting to watch and see a different style because no one is using up B like Nimble has.
They're really not. It's a nice little 50-50 that you were going over, and against a character as light as Game & Watch, it could kill as early as 90%. So we'll see if they're able to land it consistently here, as even with that air dodge, you really don't want to challenge it. Nimble trying to stay out of Vapor's burst range, knowing that any trades could lead you to a situation where one mistimed move gets you smash attacked, and then you're dead. Playing carefully around that dash attack, but the up B used much more aggressively this time. It's a combo ender as much as it is a get off me tool, mostly because it ends the combo by just putting you up in the air in a position that Nimble can't really challenge.
Good air dodge around that up air as well. But we'll see. Things are relatively even off the start here, 45 to 47. He gets needled instead. Vapor does not want to drop this stock. They want to keep things as close as possible. So trying to find this stock here means everything. As there's the weak hitbox I was talking about. Finally landed it. And now I think he's done everything with that up B today. But here's a good grab. But bouncing fish away means he can't really contest. Now he finds a neutral air and the up air as well. This is good damage and practically kill percent. Can Vapor find that strong hit? Can he find a forward tilt? Can he find a down air like that? It actually trades, and Nimble comes out on top. The up air beat Game & Watch down air. Nimble, what a huge stock for him to take.
Yeah, that is incredibly impactful, and now we're in a situation where Houston could take this lead and run away with it. I mean, obviously it's still a one-stock lead, and while that's not insubstantial, Nimble actually gets hit out of that last hitbox, I think. But Vapor, as it stands now, is just looking for a grab, looking for some sort of opening right here. As Nimble, it's difficult right there to find the final hit. Rapid Jab won't do it.
one of the few moves in that instance that just didn't have enough knockback to do it. But still, able to land good damage. They've got to find a way to take this stock. Don't want to give Nimble another route back into the game here. Down air lands. It's another good chunk of damage on, but that should surely do it. The berry of the down smash into the forward smash, and Vapor will eliminate player number 2 off the Houston Cougars lineup.
Slight advantage for the side of Houston, but not without a significant drawback. And it's already Suit locked in. Oh me, oh my, they have this planned to a T, and if you think about it, they've had time to think about how they want to rematch this. Now, I think Pyramithra is a great matchup into this Game & Watch. What I do worry about, as always, is Pyramithra have less options off stage to deal with the chef and other such implements that he has, but the disjoint is nice. The ability to challenge Game & Watch in both the ground and the air, if you do it right, is nice. And the just pure mobility you have over that little floaty flat man is also very nice.
Yeah, this feels like it's going to be a struggle for Vapor on the Game & Watch. And it's interesting, you know, again, Suit was always the leadoff man for the side of Houston in that winners finals match. So now we get to see a little bit of a mix-up. I don't think they had the chance to go up against Vapor in the previous series on winner's side. So this could be the big turn point here for the side of Houston is, hey, we've got a matchup that we know on paper is pretty favorable to us. Do you have an answer to it? Do you have a solution to this problem? And we'll see if Vapor can maybe have something of their own, another trick up their sleeve, as they're at the stock disadvantage. It looks like they'll be running it back to small battlefield, but Suit, this is their moment to shine. Remember, as the series went on in winners finals, they slowly got locked out. They trailed in game 1, brought it back for a victory. Then they got locked out in game 2 after taking only 2 stocks, and game number 3 was their largest margin in terms of deficit, in terms of their loss. So, can they earn some mileage back here in the opening set of this grand finals, help the Cougars get that much closer? Time to find out, as so far, a couple seconds into the match, and Suit playing pretty aggressive, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really go for long extended strings on Game & Watch because a reversal can hurt you much more than it'll hurt them. But challenging the landing of the key, challenging the up B in general, but down smash is scary. And Vapor is getting, for every trade that they have, I feel like Vapor is getting a little more than Suit is.
Unable to find the follow-up there. Good up B. Now, finding the rapid jab. Vapor. Oh, that's a huge back air. That one was clean from Vapor, catching the jump from Suit in a situation where Suit had every option available in terms of recovery. Vapor perfectly follows the fade, and now they're all over this Mithra. Suit cannot get out of the corner here. Another back air lands. All the multi-hits starting to rack up.
Oh my gosh, Vapor's running away with this. And as Suit tries to stabilize, it's looking more and more difficult for them. Oklahoma putting on a strong showcase thus far. Vapor goes for the chair at ledge, doesn't quite connect, and now tries to run it down using their ground movement to its effectiveness. Oh, the double bomb is always a little bit scary. It makes the ground approach nigh impossible. You pretty much constantly want to be rolling as Mithra on this approach. I mean, it's not the best, but when your opponent is demonstrating that they are just constantly throwing out hitboxes, it's a thing to consider as the Pyra comes out. Suit looking for the finisher now.
Can they find here? Looking for an aerial swing. Instead, it's the dash attack for Vapor, sneaking underneath. Bomb planted, but no. They will instead get reversaled. It's the down air into the up air. Suit strikes back. Takes one more off the board of Vapor. Down to the last Game & Watch stock. But now, Two dash attacks to knock them off stage. And Pyra back here as well. Up airs will start to land, but how does Vapor find a way to take the stock? The last hitbox of that side B of Blazing Edge will connect, but now good aerials from Suit underneath are putting the pressure on Vapor. Vapor's got to find a way to land. Vapor's got to find an opening. They find a dash attack once more. Will throw out that forward air, but it will not find its mark. 196 or 169 in terms of the percent onto Suit right now. And they find a way to use all this rage. Game & Watch on the lighter side of the cast. One good swing, something like a forward smash, and this could absolutely be the stock of Vapor.
Even forward tilt with the wrong DI could do it. And you can see Vapor is definitely trying to play around that, definitely trying to hold on to their lead. Up smash not going to connect either. Vapor playing strong, playing careful, but an offstage scenario, gets caught by the down tilt. Up air up B needs to be used to just keep yourself alive. But even with that parry, they don't go for the up smash, just the up tilt. And now Vapor has them at last stock, even stocks right here, but they're so close to death.
Vapor has to be so careful. 84%. Mythra with all the speed in the world. Now the change to Pyra, and it's just what they needed. Look at the switch, look at the up air, and look at the stocks disappear. Houston retakes the lead.
Yes, Suit holding on to the lead that Nimble earned, and it wasn't easy. Vapor on that beginning of the first stock certainly didn't make it look like it, but now you've got to deal with Micro. Remember Micro? Oh my gosh, he was running the show for a while. And it felt like the Micro Puffles show. So first of all, Micro's got to make his way through Suit, which is a matchup I don't think Micro has played at all. I'm fairly certain Micro was always towards the end, Suit was always towards the beginning. They didn't really cross paths, but it's not a great matchup in general. But when they played in the anchor battle of the anchors, Micro and Puffle, it was all about Puffles really getting the edge on the punish game, on the combo game. If that is once again able to be replicated, then it might be Houston who's taking things home. However, if Micro is able to hold strong, hold it together, it might be the other way around. Remains to be seen as of now.
We'll have to see. Micro the Snake was the anchor really for the vast majority of that winners finals series. Very proficient, very strong opening player for the side of Oklahoma State when they were able to take down some of the anchors of Houston. In a couple close matches, we haven't seen them had to make that big, 6 stock type swing, but still dangerous in their own right. We'll see what they can do against Suit here. Only 1 stock of Pyra/Mythra to deal with, but it's a matchup that we haven't really seen today. The Pyra/Mythra having to go up against the Snake. Can they break the distance? Can they break through the heaviness of this Snake on the things like the Cypher, the grenades trading constantly? Remember, Mythra on the later side of the cast could die very quickly if they are not careful. So, what conversions can Micro find here as we go back to small battlefield with a 1 stock advantage? Players will taunt, and here we go. Who can find their advantage in this 1 stock bout?
Micro with the initial opening tries to go in for the grab but can't quite connect it, as Micro playing very close to the ground, looking for an opportunity, going up high as well. I feel like when there is a little bit of an opening, when there is a little bit of leeway, Micro is able to play with it, but as soon as it vanishes from their grasp, suddenly Suit is in the driver's seat as this Nikita repeatedly interrupts the recovery, and Micro demonstrates matchup knowledge plenty to eliminate that first player. And now, to decide the first crew battle of our grand finals, we got 3 stocks to 3 stocks. Micro, and almost certainly Puffles going head to head.
Puffles, the young link that was so impactful for Houston when they took a series off of Oklahoma State, taking, I want to say 5 stocks off the board in that winners finals match, and then against Kansas doing it again. closing out the anchors of that Jayhawks squad. So here we go. We'll see Micro versus this Young Link, and I don't know. I'm curious to see the adaptations, right? It's been a long time now, it feels like, since they've played at the start of today's tournament, really. So we'll see who comes out on top. I think, my mind says the way that Micro has played, they've got the combo game. They play better with a lead. The damage output that they have is so strong. But Puffles had that one game, that second series, where they just locked in and it felt like everything connected. And I honestly feel like what you said at the time was perfectly true, where it felt like game number one, things just weren't connecting. They didn't pull the trigger on any big swings. They couldn't find the forward airs to close out stocks. All of a sudden, they moved 5 units closer, just about a step and a half forward. And all of a sudden, it was like everything was unlocked. They found all of the hitboxes they needed. They converted all the damage, and they were all of a sudden able to quickly eviscerate stocks. So we'll see which one is true here, which player finds the better spacing in this matchup. 3 stocks apiece to try and grab this next series.
See, I feel like Micro does have a punish game, and they just showed it off there. Their punish game comes in the exploitation of other characters' weaknesses. If they're able to fight back against it here, like getting that Nikita edgeguard, getting consistent damage with the grenades, cooking the grenades to get perfect setups into up airs and stuff like that, we might see some more damage. But in the meantime, it's gonna be this neutral game. You've got to avoid these big pop-off combos from Puffles.
So far through the first 30 seconds, they're able to do so. What can they find here? Nade interaction. Oh, trade on the up tilt. Still very close in terms of percent here. Only 3 separate them, but there's the up air underneath. Micro was very good at sneaking in those up airs as well to take some stocks off the board. When you thought it was safe to land, he'd quickly jump up instead of just waiting for you to land into his up tilt range. But Puffles forgot where the C4 was, planted on the platform a long time ago, and Puffles will die to the explosion. So, first stock off the board, Micro taking the lead for the Cowboys.
A great opening start right there, and catching them on the landing too. It feels like Micro is getting such a read on Puffles' movement that every time Puffles wants to land, Micro has left a convenient little grenade for their aerial to collide with and explode. And there's not an easy answer to that, just like hit them better, but also it shows, it's a testament to how Micro adapted to stop those combos that were such a problem in the earlier matches from ever really manifesting to begin with.
Good back air there as well. 90% lead. Up tilt nearly killed too, despite not getting a strong hitbox on it. And oh my goodness, the patience from Micro. Puffles was a deer in headlights in that shield. Had to do something, and all Micro did was wait for them to drop that shield.
Alright, so a nice little opener from Puffles, but again, it's been Micro playing right outside their burst range. So while Puffles gets a stray up air, a bomb, a boomerang, are they really getting big conversions off of it? I'm not seeing anything really combo, and that is just Micro's defense. Now, again, Micro isn't getting their chip damage, which isn't good. Puffles is actually winning the chip damage battle, which is kind of not what we would expect. But even so, in the chaos, Micro is still fighting back with the down air. A little bit of a momentum reversal as we speak.
It's interesting too. You saw that chase down on the platform. Puffles loves these 2 platforms. Micro going high. B reverses. Got the C4 to land as well. A good chunk of damage to help give themselves the lead. But that forward air should do it. Dies off the top. Star KO means that Puffles has tied this game up at 1 stock apiece. Big turning point in the match here. Oklahoma State, if Micro closes this out, they only need one more set to take the grand finals. Puffles trying to get the Cougars on the board here for the side of Houston, holding shield on this bomb for so long, but now back to the neutral, playing defense, good parry into forward tilt, and Puffles is up to 74%.
Puffles eating some more chip damage, and even though the puzzles pieces are falling into shape, is it too little too late? Well, with how 90% was stacked up out of nowhere, I'm thinking not, but that's a sudden reversal. Is the Nikita gonna come out? No, it just trades with the mortar. 121, anything will kill at this point from Snake, any of the big hits anyway. Micro approaching. You can see Micro really wants this kill. Shield getting low, Puffles stuck at the ledge, forced to go high, but they're not giving up anything. Boomerang not connecting either. Boomerang not leading to anything. Puffles just stuck there at the ledge, but Micro respecting it through it all.
Such dangerous movement. You can tell absolutely Micro wants to get aggressive. They want to take this stock. They're trying to scout out some jumps too. They're throwing out things like back air, holding and putting themselves in position to maybe find an up air underneath, but Puffles holding themselves steady in the corner. Grenade in hand, detonates as well, and now the percent lead shifts in Puffles' favor. The forward throw nearly takes the stock. They're sitting at 138, but now Boomerang won't land. Arrow guarded as well, holding shield. Grenade won't pop quite yet. Still holding the center stage. Can they find the opening? It's dash attack to burst through like a linebacker tackling a quarterback. Micro gets the sack, and that will be the second set in favor of Oklahoma State.
Oklahoma State leading 2-0 over Houston, and not in dominant fashion, but still in an impressive one. Micro, in the end there, really found a way to make their mark by just, how do we even go into this? Like, it really did feel like they let Puffles almost get comfortable with hitting them, that Puffles is putting up this wall that they're jumping into, and Puffles is keeping it up, racking up the percentage, not really getting any kill confirms, and then all of a sudden Micro sees that they're not covering low, that they're not pushing those hitboxes down below, and that's where the dash attack comes from. That roll through to clean it up, caught them in the DI away, and that was all she wrote there.
And even the timing of the move, right? You think of dash attack as this quick burst option, and you don't often think of it as a kill option, although it can kill at higher percents like it just did. But in that moment too, like you said, constant hitboxes up high, but he rarely used dash attack. The positioning of Micro throughout that series, right, was all about the grenade placements. It's all about the C4 lingering on a platform and them maneuvering themselves while holding a grenade in hand. Their positioning throughout the entire match, they never really used dash attack until that moment right there to seal that stock away. So good patience and well recognized by Micro to take that set, and now Oklahoma State, they are one series away from capturing grand finals and earning a spot at the big mayhem for CECC. They are one step away. The Cougars, well, they have to pull off a 3-0 sweep in the next couple series.
This is a tough match. This is a really tough match. Because if Houston wants to get into May Madness, doesn't want to have to play in the Texas qualifiers, doesn't want to have to play in the last chance qualifiers, they're going to have to fight through 3 crew battles. Can't slip up once. Can't have one player slip up once. Because if one player lets themselves get 3 stocked, we saw how close this entire series was. One little crack in the armor is all the enemy team needs to take them down. We're looking for some updates now if the teams are running it right through, if they're taking a little break. But, yeah, in the meantime, we've got Richter and XPZ opening up again.
Run it right back, they said. SPZ. This has been the strategy for Oklahoma State all day. SPZ, the leadoff man, this Ken, he wants the run back every time, no matter what. And Richter's happy to give it to him. Richter's took down SPZ in the opener. Was a close match at the end of the day. But like I said before, SPZ did this whole dance with suit earlier in the series, earlier in winners finals. They got better and better as the day went on. Richter's playing a dangerous game on this Min, but this Min can be so impactful. Again, one of the few characters that we've seen just dominate a series, take half the stocks of a team off the board. Can they do so here and give Houston the edge once again?
I'm trying to think back to when these players played in the first crew battle ever. Not the first crew battle ever, but the first of this long, long day.
I don't think they
I don't
did.
know. No,
I think... No, because Richter's was the... Oh, well, actually, I think you're right. I think SPZ, when they took the 2 stock off of... suit in the first match for the third time, then Richter's came in. That's where Richter's came in. So it was a 2 to 3 stock, or 2 to 3 stock count when they first met.
Yeah, but forgetting about that for a moment, just buying some time while they all get in here. I think that SPZ, if they tighten... The thing that sucks about any fighting game character is, in theory, if they just tighten their execution a little bit, they will 0 to death anyone in the cast. The problem is when Richter gives them fewer and fewer chances to pull off that execution, it looks like they've gotten worse. That's what I feel like we saw when these two met in the last crew battle we just saw. So, when we see these small openings, landing nairs, jabs, we need to see the conversions as quick as possible.
Well, things off the start here. Relatively even, but trending in Richter's favor. The pressure on Shield so good. SPZ, again, is doing such a good job of finding ways to get into the face of Min, not allowing Richter's to buy themselves much space. But they're caught out by the neutral air, stuffing out the aerial approach. Now, dash attacking through, but only finding Shield. 72% to 59 here off the start. Opening stock for SPZ could be everything because of how quickly Min can take control of a match.
SPZ going high because it's one of the only places that Min can't burst, and yet here they are going low, avoids the Ram, and now SPZ is forcing Richter into the corner. Did you see that though? Richter rolled back 3 times and still finally was able to get that stock. Get that neutral win. There's so much stage to play with here, and Richter uses every inch of it, but a whiffed grab, is that enough to finish the stock? No! Even with full rage, Richter just barely holds on here, putting on pressure at the ledge, looking for an opportunity, but I'll be honest, this feels way more even than it has any right to.
Just tanking hits from the megawatt arm is absolutely that sound effect is perfectly implemented as, oh boy, that aerial will connect. So Richter's first to strike, and now maybe a conversion back the other way. Yup, up tilt and the kick will do the trick. SPZ ties things back up at 2 apiece.
Here at these early percents, I feel like SPZ is stacking on percents harder than ever. Tries to interrupt them, but the Tatsumaki interrupted, just fighting through the arms with it, actually. I didn't even know it clanked with those. In the early stages, putting on this standoff at ledge, but even with perfect DI into the corner, Richter is able to survive.
You go for a move like that, you are feeling confident. SPZ will catch the landing once more. Richter's is getting called out here in the second match between these two. These uppies are landing. There's so much pressure in the corner. He's eating so much damage. throws out both arms to try and knock SPZ away, but it's really the first time he's scathed him on the second stock. Now another knockoff, but he'll fall away instead, just away from that last hitbox. If that connected, that could have been the stock, it could have been the game. This might be it right here. Maybe a follow-up, won't get the forward air. Instead, opts to dash away, holding the left side of the stage, but he just runs in blindly. No fear in this man. SPZ with a 2-stock lead. I did it.
If Oklahoma State is looking to take home this qualifying spot, this is exactly how you start out doing it. Richter going down early is not a sign of good things to come, especially when you only got so close you only got so close to victory last time because everyone kept things so tight. Everyone took a good amount of stocks. This is Oklahoma State warming up, and if Houston does not heed this warning and tighten up their own gameplay, then I fear we might be seeing a 3-0 in grand finals.
I have to see now where Houston opts to go. SPZ with a 2-stock lead and only one more series to take the grand finals and book their ticket to May Madness, the CECC Invitational. What a moment it would be for them, because again, this has been a conference that Houston has been one of the more dominant teams at this scene. Could it be a changing of the guard moment? That's the narrative that Oklahoma State is trying to write, but Houston, not out of it by any means. We've seen these players have some big swinging moments, some pop-off performances. Can they find one here with their backs against the wall? They need to find a way to slow down the momentum of SPZ, and I feel like the biggest problem here is that, again, SPZ is an adaptive player. You put him in initially to see how he does. He's kept it close. And now in the rematch, he's gotten better and better at it. They need to throw a curveball, something a little different, a different pace of matchup, something he hasn't seen before, I think, to really throw a wrench in his game plan and make him try and change his style completely. Because right now, he's got the read on Richter's for a solid 2-stock victory, and he had a good idea of how to deal with Suit earlier today.
Yeah, and I'll be real, I'm scared of anyone going up against SPZ, because literally, remember what I said going into that? If he tightens up his execution, then he tightens up his execution. And what is anyone going to do if they get hit? When you are playing neutral, you're playing neutral against a player. When you're playing punish, you're playing against a character. And sure, they can DI however they want, but ultimately, if you control the flow of the punish game, then what are they realistically going to do against you? So Houston taking their time, choosing who this counter pick is going to be, and then SPZ has their work cut out from them. It's Nimble, a character. And a character is a character that can be exploited, a character that wants to scrap with you. However, Nimble is not likely to give SPZ many opportunities to get that punish game online.
It's interesting. Nimble, again, we've seen this a couple times, and always in this sort of uneven scenario where the stock count isn't 3 apiece. It's 2 one way, 3 the other, or 1 one way, 3 the other. So we'll have to see how this one paces out. Like you said, the opportunities few and far between. But if SPZ gets one catch, one opportunity, one up tilt on a dropped shield, if Nimble isn't careful once, the amount of percentage that could be flooded their way could be instrumental. It could be everything for Oklahoma State. So once again, Nimble has to play careful. They have to make smart decisions. They have to know the full extent of their combos, and they don't want to get reversaled upon. So let's see if Nimble can do that one more time and keep the Cougars in striking distance here. Because again, 11-9 the stock count. So it is a close game yet again here off the start. They do not want to let this Ken get more momentum on their side.
Certainly don't. A runaway Ken could be the end of this Houston roster in the Big 12, and that is a dangerous thought indeed. Houston, off the side of the edge. Or Nimble, oh my gosh, what am I saying? Oklahoma State's SPZ off the side of the edge. As here in this scrap, what I'm worried about most of all is these low percents where stuff really isn't true as much. I love that shield pressure right there, but right now going pretty even. But I feel like Nimble has the better frame data in these scramble situations.
Yeah, just a little bit faster. It could make the difference. Both kind of backing away for now. A couple of these interesting moves by Nimble. Throwing out, I feel like, a little bit more down air than I'm used to, but it's a decent mix-up at times, especially considering the positioning. If they get an outside hitbox, they could potentially follow it up. Here's a good jab reset. There's that down air I was talking about. They try and get creative with it. They throw out a side B, but it leads to a shield grab now. Maybe an opportunity. They land the up B and sends SPZ into the stage. How did they get that hitbox? But either way, they'll take it. Dropping SPZ to their last stock here, and only 61%, certainly still in kill range if they get the correct combo. Nearly calling out a jump there. I like the idea from SPZ, but still a big turning point for these players in particular.
Yeah, I feel like Nimble playing around this crouch. Look at that. Crouch out of shield is enough to just avoid the jab pressure, avoid the falling nairs from the side of Nimble. It's just not enough to track them down. So SPZ running all the way across the stage. They have some percent, but they go in, but the down tilts immediately are just low profiling everything. How low can you go?
SPZ is starting to adapt and throw out these down tilts repeatedly, but still can only get so much off of them. Went for the up B, gets called out now by the up smash, tried to focus through, but the multi-hit of the up air means everything. Dashes away. Wow, what a run-in! Are you kidding me? How many times is he just going to run straight at his opponent and find these up tilt conversions into the up B and take another stock off the board? Look at all the damage. 44, make it 65 off of that interaction. Nimble, back to the ledge here. Dangerous spot, finds Needles, doesn't find the grab afterwards. And SPZ, they get grabbed here and they make it back to stage. Yes, they can. Dashing back and forth. Nimble going way down low to try and reset here. Slipping off the ledge once more to get invincibility. Caught out with some damage, and now you're in kill range.
Oh my god. They miss input! And now, because of that, SPZ has another opportunity, but oh no. We gotta run away SPZ on the field, Soy. And it's not looking like it's stopping anytime soon.
Oh my goodness, we saw some technical flubs, but now they've found that stock, they found the momentum, but it's a multi-hit, and it still will not kill. Down to 150, SPZ staying alive, finding another aerial, turning around here, trying to find another stock. Pressure in the corner, Nimble does not want to be here. So much pressure, has done so much work for SPZ, but it's finally the multi-hit of the up air that will slow the pain train down. Nimble stops the bleeding, but Oklahoma State have a solid lead.
5 stocks from SPZ. A dominant performance to open up for the team on winner's side. 2-0 lead right here as Houston, who brought 3 teams to this conference, is now down to 1. Is now down to 1 crew battle to take home this spot for May Madness, and it's slipping through their fingers. We will need not just a miracle, but multiple miracles consecutively to take home this trophy. And it's going to start off with someone has to do something about Vapor, who's up on the screen for Oklahoma State.
Back to the battle of Game & Watch versus Sheik, and I think it's interesting to see Oklahoma, no change up in game plan. Again, they won on winners finals. They won in the first round of this grand finals by going with these matchups. They've forced Houston's hand. SPZ has done the damage, done the work, found a way to take out the Min, and Vapor now has come in numerous times to try and deal with Nimble, the Sheik player. So these difficult matchups, you're starting to see really pay their toll on Houston. Houston has got to find a way to bring things back here, rip the momentum out of the hands of the Oklahoma State Cowboys, but it's not going to be easy. These defensive matchups, players or characters like Game & Watch on the table, Nimble, once again, has to play so smart for so long. And again, this tournament's been running all day. Players have been either in a match or warming up for a long period of time. You have to wonder, how good is the stamina of this Houston roster? How hot are the fingers? Are they locked in and ready to do this not once, not twice, but 3 times in a row? And it starts with this match right here. Vapor stepping into the ring with advantage against Nimble the Sheik.
We saw this before, and we talked a lot about how Vapor makes it so difficult for Nimble to do anything, and yet Nimble finds a way to do it. Like, on a character matchup, I feel like this sucks. On a player matchup, Nimble is so good at making life miserable for this Game & Watch.
See who can find potentially an early advantage here. Vapor did a good job in the previous set of mitigating what Nimble wanted to do. And only one stock too. Nimble knows they've got to be so careful. They can feel the pressure right now. But it's just one hit at a time. That's got to be the mindset for Houston right now if they want to bring back this grand final. But can they do so? With the multi-hits starting to rack up. 47% here. Down air won't land. Somehow the up B slips through. Vapor caught for the moment. Only one forward air though, so not too much damage. There's a neutral air. Trading as well. 35 to 50 in terms of percent. All these trades are going in Vapor's favor.
Ooh, these down airs are getting called out by up Bs, and now the chef is making it really difficult. Normally Nimble is better on the ledge, but just an up B straight to center stage, and Vapor's not falling for it. A parry on the up B. Nimble's movement, which has tripped everyone up all night throughout this conference, is getting called out by Vapor.
And that's just going to do it. Outright forward air landing on the platform shuts down Nimble. And just like that, it is back to a full player count lead for the side of Oklahoma State. The Game & Watch putting in the work, shutting down the most nimble of characters, Nimble on the Sheik. And now, backs against the wall for Houston. The momentum is starting to snowball for Oklahoma State.
This is scary. This is dire. SPZ and Vapor together are proving to be a regular old battering ram. And this is painful. If you're Houston, you fought so hard through the losers bracket to be here. And now, it's going to have to be Suit clutching out. We talked a little bit about how Suit was a high-performing player in the first crew battles. All the way back in Winners Finals, Suit was doing well, getting like 4 stocks taken at one point, but you're going to need more than 4 stocks taken here. I mean, I won't lie, it'll help, but we saw how they got edge-guarded very, very hard to end their previous run through this. So I think Suit has to be a little more careful about preserving their resources off stage. And on stage, well, if they're able to get just a few cheeky little pyro moves onto this Game & Watch, lightest character in the game, well, second lightest, he'll go down quick as you please.
Can they find those opportunities? Can they find those windows? Pyramithra's got the kill power, but as you said, Vapor had a game plan and shut them down in the previous matchup. This Game & Watch trying to help close things out for Oklahoma State. Suit on the Pyramithra here. Getting comboed early, the low percents. Have to make a big play, it feels like, in order to bring things back within striking distance. And it also feels like Suit steps in here just partially to keep the Young Link as the anchor. And now an early up B. Forward tilted away, the chair into the up B, and that will be the demise of stock number 1. 30 seconds in, and Vapor has brought it all back. I mean, look at the percent differential now. All they need is one good hit, really, and that will be a lap in percent. They've only been hit once, 10.7, and Vapor continues to put the pressure on.
Oh my god, Vapor putting on a masterclass in how to invalidate kits and substitute your own. Rapid Jab puts Vapor off stage, looking for some Pyra damage, but it's a little difficult when this Game & Watch is so close to the ground, right outside your burst range. Rapid Jab's not going to do it either, avoiding the bomb, but you still end up in a tech situation right now. We're seeing a bit of a role reversal here as Vapor puts them off stage once again, and they interrupt with the chef again.
Dangerous spot. Still able to make it back, though. Here's the opportunity for Suit. Can they find something? Pyra's out. All the damage online. I think they were going for a forward smash there, but unable to snap to ledge here. Going for the up B hitbox, and Vapor read it all. They hold shield, they hold strong, and they get the punish. It's a 3-1 stock lead, and look at the team stocks. It's 9-4. They're trying to end things here and now. They get the up B hitbox.
Oh no.
The back air does not come out. They don't get the tech, but it won't matter. He can't reach the ledge, and Vapor gets a 3 stock. It's a 2-player lead for Oklahoma State.
Vapor. I say bring the guillotine down a lot, but I didn't think this little flat man would be the blade. If I'm being honest, I've fallen into the trap. Game & Watch is known since the beginning of Smash Ultimate as the best counterpick character. And so I kind of think of him as such. Like, he's not really there to play the game. He's there to, you know, invalidate other people's playstyles. This is not true. Vapor going off stage, going deep, destroying the recoveries, and digging deep, and winning in neutral too, with the way he's playing around these bombs, using the bombs to add on layered pressure. It was beautiful. I loved it. And now Vapor there are 3 stocks that remain between Houston and elimination. 3 stocks that Oklahoma State has to go through in order to qualify for CECC May Madness, and it's Puffles.
Puffles on the Young Link is the last hope of the Houston Cougars Red Smash squad. They need to take 9 stocks off the number 2 seed in the Big 12. It is a tall task, maybe even close to climbing Mount Everest for Puffles, but if anyone can do it, a Young Link with momentum absolutely can. But oh boy, is this a tall task for Puffles. This Young Link has been so good all day, but it feels like now, with the pressure on, backs against the wall, everyone for the side of Houston has just not been able to find any ground. SPZ with a big win over Richter and getting 2 stocks off of Nimble. Vapor shutting down the last stock and then completely 3-stocking Suits. All the momentum is in the Cowboys' favor, and it's up to Young Link, this character from Legend of Zelda, to bring things back for the side of Houston. Final destination, Vapor versus Puffles. 3 stocks to 9. The comeback starts now if you're a fan of the Cougars. And Oklahoma State, they want the trophy here and now.
Vapor gets in past the barrage of projectiles, gets the opening blow, and the tech chase as well. Avoids that up B. Vapor is playing hot, and they're not afraid to show it off.
Quick trades back and forth. There's a good grab open. Puffles, only a little bit of damage dealt off of that grab. Again, it's about these conversions, right? We spoke about them before. Young Link is a character who can get these 4 or 5 hit type combos in, but how frequently they land them makes all the difference.
Vapor holding on, goes in, tries to get the drag down with the Nair, but right now Puffles holding the percent lead. But I love these extensions with the up throw, up B. Ooh, nice conversions here, but one more bomb arrow was the difference between that forward air connecting or not. A good DI down from Vapor to get out of that exchange.
Vapor up to 107. One strong hit could do it. able to somehow get around that grab. I thought Vapor had the right idea and everything there on that neutral B, but instead, Puffles escapes. Explosion gets bucketed, so that's 1 in the tank. Needs 2 more. Oh, actually, he had the full thing charged. I thought he only had 1. Wow. And that one could have been everything. But instead, shot goes wide, and it's going to be Puffles with stage control, looking for their opening to try and take this stock. They're at 87 here, which isn't too bad in terms of percentage, but they need to take this first one off the board, and they do. Grab forward throw will do the trick.
Puffles needs to play the game of their life, and that Nair, not a great way to do it. Vapor can feel it. They've almost qualified. It's late. They've been online for all day, monitoring, waiting, and as they knock them back up with that up B, it's gonna be Vapor just holding on. Now, we know Puffles is a survivor, but even they can struggle when this character can follow you so deep off stage with so many disjoints too.
Gotta be careful here. Holding their own in neutral. Continuing to chip away, but they're up to 133% neutral. There also gets the drag down, but instead, Puffles will swing that sword and get a little bit more damage, and the bomb nearly betrays them in that sequence. They're able to pivot back, though. Now another forward throw. 171 on Puffles. Air dodges away, needs the bomb to help him recover, and he will be able to do it. Has his jump too. Snaps back to the ledge. Creative way to recover. Helps him survive at 183. Up B, though, will nearly start to kill at this percent, and eventually the bomb will fall from Vapor. The forward air does the trick, and Puffles drops their first stock.
Vapor playing carefully here. Went for the 9, got the 1 instead. Didn't even get the read on the direction either. But hey, you gotta respect it at some point, right? As Puffles is putting on this damage, gets a little bit of a bucket, but that down tilt up air is true, and it's gonna take away that stock.
1 more off the board. Keeping things a little bit closer here for Puffles. Gotta find a way to take this one. Give yourself a better chance at the next 2 members. Gotta find a way to take this stock. They had a low percent to be able to do so. Oh, but they get buried here. That's a forward smash. That's the stock. And that's another one off the board. And they smell blood in the water. They are 1 step closer to booking their ticket to May Madness. Full bucket charge on line 2. They just barely don't find the hit, though. Puffles just barely evading.
Okay. This is the last stop for Houston. And you know Vapor wants to be the one to take it. They don't want to give this up. They don't want to let it happen. But even as you get the percent lead at Puffles, you can never consider themselves out, especially when that boomerang stacks up the damage, especially when that grab comes out. But with this, they're forcing Puffles into the corner, forcing them off stage, and they're going deep. The kill screen, and Puffles is down. Vapor is going to seal the deal. Oklahoma State University is going to CECC May Madness, and they have won the Big 12 Conference.
What a tournament, what a series, but at the end of the day, the Cowboys rise up high, they take the crown, they take the tournament, shutting down the previous #1 seed for the past few seasons, and Oklahoma State have booked their ticket to May Madness. Congratulations to all our competitors, but especially to Oklahoma State University. What a performance, and I believe this makes history for them, as I think this will be the first time they get to attend the CECC Invitational.
And that is correct, and I'm excited to see them there. And also, completely unrelated to their fantastic victory, thank you to Oklahoma State for also organizational assistance, as well as Big 12 and Esports U for putting this all together. Tomorrow on this very channel, Esports U will be the South Regional for both Overwatch and more Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, so be sure to tune in then. But for now, we're going to close out on the Big 12. Thank everybody for watching. I've been Miles, this has been Soy, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. It's been a long one, so get some rest and take it easy out there.